Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Vatican has confirmed that Pope Francis's funeral will take place this Saturday. Today we discuss further updates on those arrangements. After accusing each other of breaching an Easter ceasefire, Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky signal readiness for peace talks. Sudan's paramilitaries kill more than 30 in a new attack on a Darfur city, forcing up to 400,000 people to flee one of the region's largest displacement camps. India and the US have finalized a new roadmap for trade that could see India purchasing more defense equipment and energy from the US. Today we continue our coverage of the passing of Pope Francis, who died at 88 after a long battle with a chronic lung condition. Known as the Pontiff of Peace and a champion of the poor, his legacy resonates worldwide. The Vatican says his funeral will be held on Saturday at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square, followed by 9 days of mourning. So who is attending? And who is not? And who will be the next pope? Speculation already swirling around the possibility of the first black or Asian pontiff in centuries. For more on what to expect on the days ahead, I'm joined by correspondent John Beaver. John, great to have you on the show. So we've got some important dates from the Vatican today. Can you remind us of the funeral plans?
Yeah, of course. So Saturday morning, 10 o'clock local time, is when the funeral starts. That really is what people here are working towards. What we've heard from Pope Francis before his death was that he wanted a simple funeral. He is a pope who did away with many of the luxury trappings of office of his predecessors and lived a relatively simple life. And that, it seems, is something he wants to continue in death as well, doing away with some of the more ornate traditions when it comes to a papal funeral. And that is what we are going to be hearing more about in the coming days. Tomorrow, the body of Pope Francis will be moved to St. Peter's Basilica that you can see behind me, where people will be able to pay their last respects in person. And as you might expect, we have a huge number of people arriving in Rome and at Vatican City in order to pay their final respects to a much-loved Pope.
The Vatican, as you said, has also now released these details of the time the public may view the Pope. But I was just wondering what security is being set up around where this is going to happen. Because I remember when Queen Elizabeth died in London, just the volumes of people that came.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right to make that comparison. That is very much what the city of Rome feels like at the moment. It feels like London in the days after the Queen's death. Of course, Rome is well versed when it comes to hosting large events and when it comes to hosting funerals for popes as well. So this is a well-oiled machine, as it were, when it comes to these large-scale logistics, but that doesn't make things any easier. You will be having hundreds of thousands of people arriving, if not potentially millions. So that puts a huge strain on everything from infrastructure to hotels and restaurants to, as you say, the security arrangements as well. So we are seeing a much higher police presence in Rome and at Vatican City as well. There are very clear paths for people to line up. They are letting in limited numbers of people to the different areas. I would imagine there will be a huge queue in order to see Pope Francis when he is moved into St. Peter's Basilica tomorrow. The Pope, though, didn't want to make this too much about himself, as strange as that might sound. He said very much he doesn't want to be put up on a pedestal, quite literally, for people to look at. So there are changes being made to the funeral compared to funerals gone by, but it's certainly expected to be incredibly busy.
So, John, we have also heard from a whole host of world leaders and senior figures who will be attending the funeral. Can you tell us who is expected to make the journey?
Yeah, absolutely. We have got world leaders from across the globe. We have religious leaders, presidents, prime ministers, kings, queens and princes, and pretty much everybody in between making the journey here to pay their final respects. This truly is a global event. We've heard from people like US President Donald Trump confirming that he will be here along with the First Lady. We have, as I mentioned, presidents and prime ministers from across Europe, Asia and Africa expected to attend, as well as members of royal families. Interestingly, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky also due to be here as well. Him and the Pope had a fairly ongoing, extensive dialogue after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Pope Francis, though, was criticised by some, though, for not calling out Russia and going further to condemn them. So it wasn't always an easy relationship between the two, but Volodymyr Zelensky has said he will be attending. So it really is going to be a huge array of global leaders making their way to Rome for the funeral on Saturday.
And John, the conclave to elect a new pope starts on the 5th of May. Can you tell us more about this really highly secretive Catholic tradition?
Yeah, absolutely. It really is what you just said there, secretive. It is the cardinals under the age of 80, they have to be, I should point out. Those who are under that age limit, they are secured in rooms in the Vatican, and then they are cut off from the outside world in terms of communication. So no phones or internet. And no messages allowed with the outside world, and they take it in turns to write the name of the person they think should be Pope and put it forward. And when an agreement is made, we will see the smoke rising to signal an agreement, and then the new Pope will be announced. Of course, some people have got more of an understanding of that whole process because of the Hollywood film Conclave, which came out recently and won all sorts of awards. So there is that added interest as well in terms of the timing of all of this. But as you say, it's highly secretive. It is an ancient tradition. So there will be lots of pomp and ceremony surrounding that as well, of course. And with an estimated 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide, there is plenty of interest in who the next Pope will be. There's also lots of conversations about where the new Pope will be from as well, and whether we might have another Pope from the Southern Hemisphere like Pope Francis.
John Beaver in Rome, thank you so much for joining us. Earlier this morning, the Vatican released the first images of Pope Francis since he died. It was in the Santa Marta Chapel, in the residence where Pope Francis chose to live, and he was lying in a coffin, dressed in a red outfit and holding a rosary. His Vatican family was there praying and paying their very last respects. After Pope Francis's death, the priest of Gaza's only Catholic church says the Pope called him every day to check on the Christians there.
Buonasera, Santo Padre.
Buonasera, come stai? E dimmi,
Sì.
cosa avete mangiato oggi?
Del pollo, le ali. El resto del pollo. El resto del pollo, la salita, ¿qué tal, Santo Padre? Lo que quedó del pollo de ayer. Acá venía a saludarlo algunos Karima.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Okay.
From the Vatican to the Philippines and Pakistan, Catholics are saying goodbye to their spiritual leader. Now, after US President Donald Trump gave both Ukraine and Russia a deadline to reach a deal this week, Russian President Vladimir Putin has responded. Putin has hinted he may be open to direct talks with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky for the first time since the early stages of the war. This comes after Kyiv proposed a 30-day ceasefire on long-range drone and missile strikes targeting civilian infrastructure. While Zelensky did not respond directly to Putin's proposal, he signaled that he is ready for any conversation about a ceasefire that would halt attacks on civilians.
Now, after Easter, the whole world can clearly see that Russia is the source of this war. If there is no such firm Russian order for ceasefire, then there is no ceasefire. Nevertheless, Ukraine stands by its offer, at the very least, not to strike civilian infrastructure, and we expect a clear answer from Moscow. We are ready for any conversation on how to ensure this. A ceasefire, real and lasting, must be the first step toward a secure and enduring peace.
For more on this, I'm joined by Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight, John Cavalic. John, great to have you back on the show. Thank you for joining me as always. The Kremlin says peace talks are only possible if Kyiv removes obstacles. This comes a day after Putin suggested direct talks between the two countries. But the obstacles, John, are yet to be outlined. What is your reading of the mood for negotiation from the Russian side?
The primary obstacle now, as indicated by President Putin, is this, the Ukrainian government needs to be able to have a dialogue. And what President Putin's talking about is that there is legislation that was codified that restricts what kind of dialogue the Ukrainian government can have with President Putin, with the government of Russian Federation. So, that's what we're seeing is, the definition of the word clarity. It's sort of like two people that are groggy and they're being told to sober up and wake up very, very quickly, but they're not really prepared to. So they still want to have this balance of, well, we're there, but we're not quite there, but we're going to get there.
And do you think that's coming from both the Russia and Ukraine side?
It is. President Trump is certainly putting more pressure on President Putin because he already knows that he can get pretty much whatever he wants out of President Zelensky. President Zelensky will be vocal. He will insult, he will dispute, he will say some things and do some things that are really uncomfortable, make President Trump angry. But in the end, President Trump knows and President Zelensky knows that the Ukrainian government is going to fall in line with what the U.S. wants. On the Russian side, however, President Trump is frustrated. And the key for everyone to understand is that when President Trump says he will walk away, he will walk away. He is not a politician with that DNA that once they get attached to an issue, that no matter what happens, they have to stay attached. President Trump can at one point say, I've given it a shot. These two aren't paying attention. I'm moving on. And then he knows that that puts pressure on Europe, which is a win for him because he's always wanted Europe to do more anyway.
So what are your thoughts on the diplomatic efforts to actually end this war? You've said it's far from the norm. Tell us more.
We're going to have a meeting tomorrow in London where it's sort of a technical group, but Secretary of State and the Special Envoy are supposed to be there, along with senior representatives of Ukraine, as well as the UK government. So there is that dialogue. But what I'm watching is Saturday, because President Zelensky has said he's going to the funeral of the Pope. Now, President Zelensky went to Paris for the reconsecration of Notre Dame. There wasn't any reason for him to go there, but he wanted interaction with President Trump, and President Macron made that happen. So what I'm looking to see Saturday is, does President Zelensky really need to go to the funeral of the Pope? No. Did they have disagreements? Yes, they did. And President Zelensky was very vocal during the last 4 years of criticizing the Pope. But does he really need to be there? No. but who's going to be there that he wants to see? And that's President Trump. So the next moment of all of this is going to be Saturday to see how does President Zelensky maneuver to get time with President Trump at the funeral of the Pope. So it's inappropriate, but President Zelensky is pretty good at trying to force his way into things. And then what kind of pressure does that put on President Putin? Because now President Zelensky has had a face-to-face with President Trump. President Putin's going to need to do something, and he's going to need to do something that's formidable, because President Trump is getting bored. And when President Trump gets bored, like a cat with a shiny object, they get bored with the object and they look for another object.
So we'll all be watching Saturday now after what you've just told us, John. But according to Dutch intelligence, just moving on, Russia's ramping up these hybrid attacks on Europe. How damaging are these attacks and what risk do they pose? Because we know Europe needs to be at the table in these ceasefire talks.
Well, Europe wants to be at the table. I think President Trump would divert a little bit from that in saying that they don't necessarily be at the table, but they're a welcome guest. Once dinner is over, dessert has been served, and people are having coffee, then the Europeans are welcome to come in. But the deal is between the U.S., Ukraine, and Russia. As far as what you were asking about on Russia and it's, what they're doing with disinformation, what they're doing, ramping up their ability to use RT, to use their different media channels, they're incredibly aggressive and they're really good at this. One of the mistakes that I think Europe is making and the U.S. is making, but trying to isolate the media apparatus of Russia rather than taking them on. Let them publicly do what they want to do and then throw all the resources at them to try to counter whatever message they're doing or they're trying to project. And they are being aggressive. Moldova, where I am, they're having a parliament election coming up in September. They're gearing up for a lot of potential issues. Romania has another election coming up. Poland's got an election coming up. And Russia is going to be very, very active trying to move its messaging. I think everyone else needs to be just as aggressive in pushing back.
Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight, John Cavlich. It's always fascinating to have you on the show. Thank you for your insights.
Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A Hamas delegation has departed for Cairo to discuss new ideas aimed at securing a ceasefire in Gaza. The proposed plan includes the release of all Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails, a formal end to the war, and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. The latest ceasefire collapsed a month ago when Israel resumed bombing inside Gaza. Harvard University has filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for freezing federal grants worth $2.2 billion. The university claims the freeze is unlawful and would hamper critical disease research. The Trump administration froze the funds after Harvard refused to comply with demands to suppress student protests and screen international applications based on their political views, particularly regarding Palestine. U.S. President Donald Trump is backing U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth after reports that military attack details were shared in a group chat that included Hegseth's wife, brother, and personal lawyer. In the second signal chat, the U.S. Defense Secretary shared information about airstrikes against Yemen. This comes a month after a journalist was added to a signal group chat in which U.S. cabinet officials, including Hegseth, discussed plans to attack the Houthis in Yemen. And now to Sudan, where renewed fighting in Darfur has forced over 450,000 people, many already displaced, to flee again in search of safety. The latest violence follows a deadly attack by the Rapid Support Forces on Al-Fasa, killing more than 30 people. The city lies 800 kilometers from Khartoum, where the civil war between the RSF and Sudanese military began 2 years ago. The conflict has turned Sudan into one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. I'm now joined by Sudanese journalist Awad Mustafa. Great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So we just saw some images on the screen there. There's been renewed fighting in Darfur. What has sparked this latest round of violence that we're seeing?
What has sparked the violence is the push out of Khartoum by the Sudanese armed forces to the Rapid Support Forces. They have been pushed out of Jazeera as well. And most of their forces basically went into Darfur, and this large area made up of 4 states is their home ground, you can say. So they have been based out of there, and they've been bombing and shelling civilians and non-armed people in those areas. The latest round of violence we've seen has been on Zamzam camp, which has been a refugee camp, and it's been, I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It's terrible. It has been a refugee camp for most of the people coming to the west of Sudan, away from the violence in Khartoum and in Al Jazeera and other cities. And it's been home to almost 500,000 refugees. And there has been bombing by the RSF and this outright attack last week, which has resulted in 400 deaths and the deaths of all the medical staff. The latest attack as well on Al-Fashir has taken 30 civilians, and they have been outrageous.
So you mentioned there it's been outrageous, and it appears to be on these refugee camps where displaced people are trying to find some safety. Do they have anywhere to go? It's a desperate situation. What's happening with this huge volume of people?
So the Zamzam camp and the Abu Shouk camp have been the main camps where the RSF has taken control before. The people, the civilians from across the country headed towards that. Now, with the unavailability of those 2 camps, no humanitarian corridors, no humanitarian aid arriving to the people, the displaced people really have a tough situation to follow right now. They have been. There is the corridor to, the border with Chad, which seems like the only solution at the moment, or they can go to other areas where the army has taken control, but the roads and logistics of such movements they cannot be imagined.
So we talk about the situation in Sudan and how difficult it is and the fighting that's going on. Do you think enough has been done by the world to help the situation in Sudan and maybe try to broker some kind of ceasefire deal?
The ceasefire deal or any deal that comes through is up to the RSF commanders and the SAF commander. And the Sudanese Armed Forces offered and negotiated a deal before that, but the RSF commanders did not hold to it. Now, there is something in the works at the moment, and Saudi Arabia, the US are involved in it, but the likelihood of a peace deal coming out of this is very slim, as per what the Ibrahim Jaber, the Sovereignty Council member, stated on an interview with Al Arabiya day before yesterday.
Thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. That was journalist Awad Mustafa. Once again, thank you for talking to us about the situation in Sudan.
Thank you.
Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Around 49,000 accident and emergency patients have to wait 24 hours or more for a hospital bed in England last year. Data compiled by the Liberal Democrats shows the longest wait was 10 days and 13 hours. The surge in long waits has raised concerns about the impact on vulnerable populations as demand for urgent care continues to rise. US border authorities are grappling with a wave of egg smuggling from Mexico. It comes as American consumers are seeking relief from record prices for eggs, which are exceeding $10 per dozen. The price disparity has created a thriving black market where a dozen eggs is selling for around $3. The crisis stems from multiple factors such as the avian flu outbreak, which has devastated poultry flocks nationwide. The Poás volcano on Costa Rica's most popular tourist attractions erupted suddenly on Monday. Experts confirmed that the strong eruption spewed a column of ash that was at least 1.8 miles high. A European Space Agency project is assessing the viability of growing so-called lab-grown food in space. The experiment is expected to reduce the cost of feeding an astronaut, which can be up to $26,000 per day. The US Vice President J.D. Vance says the US and India have finalized the terms of a trade deal. It comes after Vance met with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi. As part of the deal, Vance says India should drop some of the non-tariff barriers in order for the US to access the market. India is among a number of countries negotiating trade deals with the US during Trump's 90-day pause on higher tariffs.
Americans want further access to Indian markets. This is a great place to do business, and we want to give our people more access to this country. Look, President Trump and I know that Prime Minister Modi is a tough negotiator. He drives a hard bargain. But we actually feel that India has much more to gain from its continued defense partnership with the United States. And India, like America, wants to build. And that will mean that we have to produce more energy. That's more energy production and more energy consumption.
Our correspondent Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi.
Trade has been the focal point of J.D. Vance's India trip. When Mr. Vance met India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday for very lengthy conversations, the meeting concluded with the two sides announcing that they have now decided on what's called the terms of reference of a bilateral trade agreement. This essentially means that the two leaders have decided on the directions and the overall contours of how the negotiations of this trade deal are going to take place. The two sides say that this agreement is going to be crucial to boosting India-US bilateral trade to about $300 billion by the end of this decade from about $129 billion that it currently stands at. Now, this trade deal is crucial for New Delhi because it is hoping that through this deal, it will be able to cushion some of the impact from the US tariffs. US had announced 26% tariffs on New Delhi, which have now been paused for 90 days. But many analysts had said that if those tariffs were to continue, India could be hit with nearly $7 billion in losses in trade every single year because of them. Now, India's tariff rates compared to other countries are still relatively low, but still New Delhi is hoping to negotiate a trade deal with the US, and it wants to provide the US lower import tariffs on a variety of products, all the way from cars to automotive products. And that's something that US President Donald Trump had wanted from India all along. But analysts are also saying that J.D. Vance's visit to India is also to, in a sense, ensure that this trade tension between US and India does not derail the overall relationship, which is perhaps why when he was speaking to academics and bureaucrats in the North Indian city of Jaipur, he said that apart from trade, defense ties are also crucial for New Delhi and US ties at a time when both sides want to see a more secure Indo-Pacific region. Ishan Garg, Al Arabiya News, New Delhi.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent Nick Harper. Nick, great to have you on the show. So we just had Ishan Garg there, but during his speech in India, J.D. Vance has admitted Trump's tariffs will cause profound changes. What more did he say? And does the news of a possible trade agreement with India breathe a sigh of relief for other countries trying to figure this out?
Yeah, Leigh Ann, certainly some positive news seeming to coming out of this India trip from J.D. Vance. The White House has said at one point it was hoping to do 90 deals in the 90-day pause on these tariffs. And India is perhaps near the top of the list of countries wanting to do a deal. It's trying to avoid a 27% tariff rate being placed on it at the end of this 90-day pause. So certainly some hope coming out of this. We know that Japanese and South Korean trade ministers are here in Washington, D.C. this week to speak to the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, to try and hammer out some sort of deal. So good news coming out of India, but it's still not exactly the finalised deal. J.D. Vance said that this was a vital step, calling it a roadmap towards a final deal. So final details still need to be confirmed, but he did speak about the shared priorities between Washington and New Delhi, talking about the desire for both countries to create jobs, to build durable supply chains, and to improve prosperity for workers. And he said he thought that the two countries could work successfully together, and he saw the 21st century being one of prosperity and peace for the US and India.
So positive news there out of those talks in India. But Nick, the IMF has slashed its growth forecast for the US, China and most countries, citing the impact of US tariffs.
That's right, a tremendous reduction for all major economies around the world. The IMF saying that the harm that tariffs has caused means that they are downgrading their global economic forecasts. And the hardest hit amongst all of the advanced economies is the United States, the very country that has announced these trade policies and these tariffs. In terms of global growth, the IMF now predicts that there will be a 0.5% reduction from down to 2.8% growth during the course of this year. And they called those tariffs being something that were creating major negative shocks worldwide, saying that there would be significant slowdown because of Donald Trump's policy. So a huge change, and certainly some concerns coming from the IMF in terms of what all of that will have an impact on around the world over the coming months.
And Nick, I just want to talk to you about the president who's backing his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth. And this comes amid a second signal chat row. What's the latest on this?
Yeah, this is the possibility that Pete Hegseth shared details with family members, sensitive classified information about airstrikes being carried out against Houthi targets in Yemen. That is something that he has so far denied. He's denied it again on US television just a few hours ago, speaking on Fox News, lashing out at critics, saying that quite simply they were unhappy with the speed of change he was implementing at the Pentagon, and they were essentially trying to get their own back. Donald Trump has also backed him as well, describing him as doing a great job, saying that everyone is happy with him. However, we have had at least now one prominent Republican come out to say that Pete Hegseth needs to be replaced, suggesting that there is chaos surrounding him at the Pentagon, and saying that these scandals with the signal chat and the release of this classified information is enough reason for him to be replaced at the top of the Pentagon.
Nick Harper in Washington, covering a wide range of stories. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's take a look at the top business news now. The Swiss drug maker Roche has said it will invest $50 billion in the United States over the next 5 years. The move will create more than 12,000 new jobs. The announcement comes as drug makers unveil investments to deal with tariffs from the Trump administration, which is trying to boost domestic manufacturing. The US Commerce Department has announced plans to impose tariffs of up to 3,521% on imports of solar panels from Southeast Asian countries. It comes after an investigation that began a year ago when several major solar equipment producers asked the administration of the then President Joe Biden to protect their US operations. They proposed levies targeting companies in Cambodia, Thailand, Malaysia, and also Vietnam. Turning to all the sports news now, and former Australian cricketer Michael Slater has been handed a partly suspended 4-year prison sentence after pleading guilty to domestic violence charges. However, the 55-year-old will walk free, having already served more than a year in custody after being refused bail in 2024. And Norwich City have sacked Danish manager Johannes Hoff Turup following a poor run of results. The Championship club has appointed his assistant and former England midfielder Jack Wilshere as interim coach until the end of the season. Norwich lost 3-1 at Millwall on Monday. A reminder of our top stories. The Vatican has confirmed that Pope Francis' funeral will take place on Saturday. Today, we did discuss further updates on the arrangements. After accusing each other of breaching an Easter ceasefire, Russian President Vladimir Putin and his Ukrainian counterpart Zelensky signal readiness for peace talks. Sudan's paramilitaries killed more than 30 in a new attack on a Darfur city, forcing up to 400,000 people to flee one of the region's largest displacement camps. India and the US have finalized a new roadmap for trade that could see India purchasing more defense equipment and energy from the US. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora is coming up next, followed by Hattie Gamble's interview with the former automotive executive Carlos Ghosn. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Encrypted doesn't necessarily mean secretive, especially if you add someone into a group chat by mistake. Does that sound familiar? We've all heard about the Signal chat with US officials and a journalist who wasn't supposed to be there. This wasn't just a messaging mishap. It exposed something way bigger, just how messy and misunderstood government secrecy can be. I'm Joanne Soria, and this is Pixel.
Maybe the signal's not very good.
No sources, no methods, no classified information.
Let's unpack how America protects its secrets and what happens when people confuse encrypted with secure. We can start with a real example. Senior U.S. officials recently used the encrypted app Signal to discuss a military strike against the Houthi militia in Yemen. But a journalist was on the group chat by mistake. While they claimed no classified information was shared, the incident raised a huge question. What does classified even mean? Most people call anything the government keeps secret classified. But in reality, classification has levels. Confidential, that's sensitive but not catastrophic. Secret could cause serious damage if leaked. Top secret could pose a grave threat to national security. Even if something isn't officially classified, that doesn't mean it's safe to discuss it over a messaging app. The US government classifies everything from nuclear plans to invisible ink recipes from 1917. Yes, that's a real thing. But who decides what gets locked up and what gets released? The power to classify or declassify sits at the top. Presidents, defense secretaries, intelligence chiefs, which means the decision can be strategic, political, or personal. Sometimes a piece of information isn't classified because of a bureaucratic oversight. Other times, it's just kept secret because someone wants it that way. Now let's talk tech. Apps like Signal are encrypted, which is great for privacy. But encrypted doesn't mean invulnerable. Encrypted just means only you and the other person, or others in a group chat, can read the messages. If you're using a personal phone, even with a secure app, you're still at risk of hacking, leaks, or in this case, accidentally adding a reporter. That's why true classified material is only supposed to be shared in SCIFs, sensitive, compartmented information facility. Secure rooms designed to prevent spying and leaks. And it's not just the big secrets. There's a whole category called controlled unclassified information. Info that's not technically secret, but still sensitive enough that the military bans sharing it on personal devices. Yet, some top officials, when asked about these rules in a Senate hearing, admitted they weren't familiar with the policy. Will there be changes made following this incident? Here's what U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has to say.
Obviously, someone made a mistake. Someone made a big mistake and added a journalist. Nothing against journalists, but you ain't supposed to be on that thing. How did that journalist get on there? Why was this the appropriate? I think there'll be reforms and changes made, so this was not going to happen again. It can't.
So this probably won't happen again, at that level at least. But the takeaway here isn't just about one Signal chat gone wrong. It's about a system where technology, secrecy, and human error all collide. We live in an age where a single message can go global fast, and the difference between confidential and catastrophic might come down to who's in the group chat. Encrypted doesn't mean invisible. Just because something isn't labeled classified doesn't mean it's safe to share. And secure? Well, that depends on the people holding the phones. I'm Joanne Soria. See you next time on Pixel from Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
When does free speech cross the line and become hate speech? The number of anti-Semitic threats and attacks are reportedly rising in Western countries, just as the bombs keep falling in Gaza. What we say and how we say it has become increasingly politicized. We'll debate President Trump's anti-Semitic crackdown and its implications on free speech here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. US university campuses have once again become a battleground for a war of words. The Trump administration has issued a list of demands to universities, compelling them to report students who are hostile to American values, ensuring academic departments are viewpoint diverse, and requiring them to hire a government-approved auditor to review programs and departments. The president has accused the institutions of failing to protect Jewish students during pro-Palestinian protests, but opponents have likened it to the communist witch hunts of the 1950s.
This is the greatest assault on the university, on freedom of autonomy of higher education from political intrusion that we have ever seen since the McCarthy period, and possibly ever.
So, is the US really the land of the free if the government decides which freedoms to protect and which viewpoints are the right ones? US courts have ruled in the past that there's no hate speech exemption to the First Amendment right to free speech. It doesn't mean it's okay, but it's not illegal. That constitutional protection doesn't necessarily extend to visa holders, though, as some students are now finding out. Today on Counterpoints, we'll debate if America is living through a new McCarthy era. Do universities have an anti-Israel bias? And can Trump's actions protect American values? Welcome to Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English to discuss the Trump administration's battle with American universities and its students. I'm joined by Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University and PragerU personality who's currently suing Harvard for anti-Semitism. Stephen Burnell, known online as Destiny, is a YouTuber who provides political commentary from a centre-left perspective. And Ahmed Eldon, a former adjunct professor at Columbia University and a journalist who writes on Substack. Gentlemen, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Let's start with the most recent pressure being put on universities. This accusation that they've been hijacked by the left, that they're too pro-Palestinian and they're fostering anti-Semitism. The Trump administration wants to mandate opinion diversity on college campuses, is clamping down on student protests, and even using social media posts as grounds to revoke student visas. So, Shabbos, let's start with you, as you have direct experience with this. Is this pressure on universities and students and the protests justified?
Absolutely, and I take issue with the question. President Trump is not issuing a crackdown on universities. He's issuing a crackdown on specific universities. He's not talking about Florida State University, University of Chicago, Vanderbilt, University of Michigan. He's talking about the most elite, the most corrupt institutions like Harvard that have a $54 billion endowment, which is more money than most countries' GDP, that was found 2 years ago to have discriminated by the United States Supreme Court, to have discriminated against Asian Americans and their admissions criteria. This is a university that considers consistently amplified and celebrated a culture of anti-Semitism and anti-Americanism. And I used to be in the pretty far left of the ideological spectrum. I cannot for the life of me understand why it's the same far left campus activists who have made a martyr out of Harvard University saying that we must protect this institution at all costs. What happened to ending the oligarchy and taxing the rich and having billionaires pay their fair share? No one has been able to explain to me why an institution with $54 billion needs $9 billion in American taxpayer money, why they receive $800 million in federal subsidies on an annual basis. And by the way, if Harvard does not want to accept this money, they don't have to. Trump is not forcing them to do anything. Harvard can say, we will only hire Democrats, which is what they're doing. We will discriminate against Asian Americans and white Americans and Jewish Americans. But what Harvard wants to do is they want to have their cake and eat it too. We want all of the money from the Americans, and we also want the Americans to go screw themselves because we will do whatever we want. It doesn't work that way.
And Harvard is not saying it will only employ Democrats, and they are saying that they're happy not to take the money. So, Destiny, what do you think? I mean, shouldn't it be hands off our educational institutions if the US is going to say that it supports freedom of thought?
Yeah, I thought that this administration came in saying that they wanted schools to decide how to educate their own students. It's interesting that the Republicans seem happy to dictate opinion or curriculum to an educational institution when it happens to be an educational institution that delivers opinions or students that have opinions that disagree with the current administration. I think that any American that has any value whatsoever to the idea of freedom of speech or freedom of thought or freedom of expression, especially on college campuses, should feel absolutely terrified that the administration is now running around and playing politics with attaching political mandates to grants that are being awarded to schools that do scientific research. I think it's absolutely insane that this administration is attacking some of our most well-known universities, our oldest universities, for ideological political purposes, which they've outwardly and overtly stated. And the fact is, even if you bow to the administration like Columbia has, there's no guarantee that it'll even lift any of the funding restrictions that they've put on you. So there's no, I think, good reason for Harvard to play along here. And I don't think anybody, at least that values freedom of speech, should be cheering any of these decisions on.
Ahmed Eldon, to round out this first question. Isn't there an argument, though, as what the Trump administration is saying, is that this is fostering hate speech, it's fostering anti-Semitism, and there should be no place for that on university campuses?
I disagree that there's an argument there, and I just want to take a moment and take the macro lens for a minute. I mean, let's be clear about what we're debating. This is not an abstract idea, Melinda. We're witnessing the systematic stripping away of American civil liberties through a campaign that criminalizes not hate speech, but dissent and censors legitimate criticism of a foreign regime that is plausibly committing genocide. I'm bringing that up because we keep hearing that this is, from people like Shabbos and others, that this is about Judaism, that this is about anti-Semitism. It's not about that. It's about the deliberate conflation of the term anti-Semitism with any critique of Israel, which, by the way, Israel has killed more than 17,000 children in its genocidal war. It is blocking food, water, and medicine from an entire population. The definition of a war crime. Israel's leaders have international arrest warrants issued against them by the ICC. It's killing paramedics and then lying about it. I mean, look, Melinda, our academic institutions in the United States, the very places that nurtured free inquiry, free speech, and the questioning spirit, critical thinking, like Gaza, our universities are under siege. And if I may just mention, as a former Columbia University student and adjunct professor, I'd like to note that today, April 17th, is a special day. It's the one-year anniversary of Columbia's Gaza Solidarity Encampment, and it's also Palestinian Prisoners' Day. And I just want to highlight, when students first pitched their tents on Butler Lawn, they never imagined, nor should they have, how far their courage would take them, but also how brutal the crackdown would be. After months of rallies and protests, when they occupied parts of campuses, we saw immediately the state and the university move to crush them, exposing what I would describe as the true nature of Columbia University, which is an institution that, perhaps I can agree with some of what was said earlier, that is clearly choosing to put money and profit over people and free speech.
Shabbos, you're rolling your eyes. What would you like to respond?
Well, first of all, I would never tell an African American what is or isn't racism because I'm not black, but I appreciate that my co-panelist feels the courage to tell a Jewish person what is or isn't anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, though, I will make two concrete points. This bizarre and sudden focus and fascination on free speech is pretty ludicrous, considering 3 years ago, Harvard University was ranked by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions as to how well it preserved free speech and the First Amendment. It was ranked 248th out of 248 American universities, and I don't recall being invited by Al Arabiya to talk about dissent on free speech. It's only when anti-Semitism is involved, all of a sudden do we start caring about free speech and the First Amendment. Harvard is an institution that routinely disinvites controversial speakers who are deemed allegedly to be transphobic, misogynistic, or racist. This is a university that fired its own president for suggesting that pay disparities between men and women can probably be explained by the fact that women go into less paying professions. This is an institution that unenrolled 12 students who were posting sexist memes in a private WhatsApp group. All of this was happening for years, and no one really talked about it. It was only when Jewish students said that we want to be treated equally under the law, all of a sudden did universities wake up and say, oh, well, we just can't because we have to preserve free speech. It's a ludicrous argument. No one takes it seriously. Again, Harvard was ranked out of given a 0.0 by the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expressions. They have no track record of protecting free speech. But if you want to make this into a free speech argument, then fine, I'm all for free speech. Harvard should be allowed to do whatever it is they would like. What they can't do is say, we're going to do whatever we would like, and then we also demand the American taxpayer pay for it. Again, I used to be far left. Destiny is center left. Why is it that we're defending an institution with billions and billions and billions of dollars? I mean, Florida State University, Vanderbilt, Chicago, these are great institutions of higher learning. And you know what the difference is between those institutions and Harvard and Columbia and Penn? Is those institutions do not capitulate to the dumbest elements of our society. If you want to protest and violate all time, place, and manner restrictions, then fine, but at least accept the consequences of your actions.
Melinda, can I just jump in for a second? Because, you know, I just want to share with your viewers. I mean, Shabbos, I don't know if your audience knows that, you know, I would take everything he says with a grain of salt. You know, you say that these are some of the dumbest people. I mean, Shabbos, you've written on Instagram, you know, to those who are protesting at Harvard. And by the way, let's be clear, they're not protesting against free speech or for free speech. They're protesting against genocide and ethnic cleansing, which is being widely documented. So that is not anti-Semitism. I'm not telling you what anti-Semitism is, but we can all hopefully agree that anti-Semitism is when you discriminate against Jewish people, not a Zionist regime that is rogue and violating international law and committing crimes against humanity. You wrote in response to an Instagram post, have you considered blowing yourselves up? That would really show the Zionists. So I don't know if that's like a joke or if you just feel as if that's somehow a level of discourse that should be encouraged. But I do want to remind our audience, I mean, there have been numerous students, including Mohsen Mahdawi recently, a Palestinian refugee, a legal permanent resident who devoted over 10 years of his life to building bridges on campus. He approached what he thought was a routine citizenship interview, only to be ambushed by ICE agents inside the office of USCIS in Vermont. Hours later, deportation proceedings were already underway. I mean, Mohsen's story is one story, but it's emblematic of a much larger trend. So for as much as Shabbos wants to make this about Harvard and how much money they have, it's so much bigger than that. I mean, Mohsen, after his meeting with Columbia professor Shai Davide, who, by the way, is a faculty member who, unlike the students, has actually been harassing faculty, students, and administrators, and eventually got suspended, not because he was harassing students, but because administrators were being harassed. He took to Twitter to frame Mohsen and other pro-Palestinian voices as Shabbos is claiming anti-Semitic and even pro-Hamas, as if the thousands of Jewish students across universities that are literally just protesting the genocide and ethnic cleansing and daily slaughter of children, that somehow makes them pro-Hamas. I mean, this was followed, just put yourself in this guy's shoes. This was followed by a digital witch hunt in which, you know, websites like Canary Mission and others, as well as a private WhatsApp group of Columbia alumni and faculty, were conspiring to try to get these Palestinian students deported. I mean, the level of danger that this is putting us all in as Americans, as academics, as simply citizens or non-citizens cannot be overstated.
Destiny, I'm going to bring you in just a moment, but Shabbos, I'll let you respond to that before we move on to the next question.
Sure. Well, thank you for exposing your academic dishonesty, because you've deliberately left out the first part of my comment, which is to anyone who is calling for an intifada, which for your viewers who don't know, the intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of nursing homes and school buses and nightclubs in Israel.
Okay, we're not going to go back into a history lesson.
Melinda, unfortunately, he's trying to justify his very hateful rhetoric, but that is not what that... You don't want me to explain
just one thing at a time, Ahmet. Let's let Shabos respond, and then Ahmet will come to you. Just a moment, Ahmet.
Shabos, he doesn't mischaracterize what the intifada is, because the intifada isn't that. The intifada is a resistance of oppression. Carry on.
Shabos?
Okay, so by the way, if you want to understand why the American people really don't like these elitist universities, it's because of professors like that, who the moment a student starts responding or a student gives their own opinion, they have to interrupt. So as I was saying, the second intifada was the indiscriminate bombing of school buses and nursing homes and nightclubs to kill as many Jews as possible. Palestinian terrorists would start blowing themselves up all over Israel. My cousin was killed during the second intifada. So I've been very clear for any student who believes that we have to bring the intifada to America, which is what they're chanting at all these universities, then great. Blow yourselves up and leave American students alone. If you believe in terrorism, then go do it somewhere else. And I never once characterized free speech and protest as anti-Semitic. What I do characterize as anti-Semitic is when a staff member at Harvard University challenged me to debate him in a secluded underpass as to whether Jews orchestrated 9/11, then posted a video of him waving a machete with a picture of my face, saying he's coming after me and is coming after more than blood. You know what's anti-Semitic? Drawing swastikas on the posters of Jewish hostages like Kfir Bibas, who's a 9-month-old baby, and writing, "His head is still on, where is the evidence?" You know what's anti-Semitic? Following Jews like myself on my way to class during the encampments and recording us. All of those things are anti-Semitic, and it has literally nothing to do with speech. I never once made the point that free speech and exercising your First Amendment rights is anti-Semitic. This has nothing to do with speech, and it has everything to do with criminality and discrimination. And in the same way, the federal government withheld funds from racist schools that refused to integrate in the 1950s. In the same way, the Obama administration tried rescinding and withholding funds from schools that he deemed transphobic or sexist. So too, we should rescind funds and withhold federal funding from any institution that does not follow the law and its federal mandates under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. It has nothing to do with speech, and all your listeners can Google exactly what the Intifada was. It was the murder of Jews indiscriminately.
Okay, Destiny, I'm going to let you respond to what we've been hearing before we move on to segment B. I mean, when we hear, two clearly polar opposite views, when you hear that and you think about those views clashing on US university campuses, I mean, what is a way forward? Is there a way forward?
I mean, it's a conversation. I mean, Israel-Palestine is a debate older than anybody here, of course. None of this conversation matters. None of it's relevant to what's being discussed. People can have their viewpoints on this. The reality is if you come into this conversation pretending that the Trump administration cares about anti-Semitism or is trying to save Jews on campus, it's just a lie. Trump is targeting institutions that he feels doesn't agree with his political viewpoint. He's doing the exact same thing with his numerous executive orders targeted towards lawyers, targeted towards law firms, targeted towards the ex-head of CISA. All of these people are being targeted because they have political disagreements with Donald Trump. That's why Columbia, that's why Harvard are being targeted. He might use the anti-Semitism thing as the reason to do it. But if you think that somebody's violating some part of the Civil Rights Act, if you think that a school is acting in some way that's criminal, then go through the criminal process. This administration has demonstrated time and time again that they completely disregard process, they don't care about rule of law, and that they will do whatever tactics they can to bring people underneath their influence and to try to crush them until they have to go along with whatever the Trump administration likes, such as, for example, the recent law firms that have now donated over, $500 million in pro bono work to take themselves out of the crosshair of the administration. Again, like, we can go back and forth all day about, I mean, I think it's undeniable that there is a massive undercurrent of anti-Semitism with a lot of the protests at these colleges, but I thought the conservatives said that we should never have hate speech laws, that we shouldn't outlaw hate speech. If people want to protest, if people want to be anti-Semitic, if people want to be anti-Palestinian, if people want to be racist or hateful, you have the right to be that. If you think that an administration is doing this or facilitating this in a way that's violating their obligations under any kind of federal statute, then hold them accountable as such. Don't come out here with these open letters and pretend that you're following some process when it's really just a form of political bullying.
Okay, let's move. Ahmed, really quickly before we move on.
If I can, Melinda, I'll be brief. I just want to correct the record. I mean, intifada, certainly. I mean, you said that the reason people hate professors, Shabbos, is because they interrupt. I interrupted you because you are misleading and you are spreading misinformation and you don't understand clearly what the intifada is. You claim it's about the indiscriminate murder of Israelis. That's not the case. I don't want to get bogged down in it, but I want to clarify it. Intifada is an Arabic word that literally means shaking off. And in the Palestinian context, it's understood to mean a civil uprising. In fact, the first Palestinian intifada erupted in Gaza after 4 Palestinians were killed when an Israeli truck collided with 2 vans that were carrying Palestinian workers. As for indiscriminate and your use of that word, I think all 3 of us, hopefully, well, at least Melinda and the other guest who, is not deluded by misinformation and peddling propaganda, can agree, like the United Nations, like all human rights groups, that Israel has been indiscriminately bombing Gaza and targeting children, doctors, journalists, UN staff, foreign workers. Anyway, Melinda, all of this is happening, and I hope we can discuss this as well, because I think it was an interesting point that the last guest brought up. This is happening across the U.S., where the Department of Homeland Security is also simultaneously combing through social media accounts of 1.5 million foreign students, searching exclusively for, quote, anti-Semitic activity. And even though the previous guest said, and the reason I put it in quotes is because when we say there is massive evidence of anti-Semitism amongst the protesters, let's just distinguish. Anti-Semitism is not simply calling for the dismantling of the Zionist state. That is not anti-Semitic.
Indeed. And we are going to come to that combing of social media in our next segment. But I just quickly want to get a little bit of time on our second segment about this politicizing use of language. We're going to focus on anti-Semitism, but I really want to make it clear to our guests, to our viewers, we're not in any way diminishing the stark rise in anti-Muslim rhetoric or the hate crimes associated with that. But for the purpose of this specific discussion, we're focusing on anti-Semitism because this is the key justification used by the Trump administration to take actions against universities and students. So, Destiny, let me start with you. Do you think that anti-Israel or maybe anti-Netanyahu bias at US universities is being conflated with anti-Semitism?
I want to be ultra crystal clear here. I think in the United States of America, you have a constitutional right to be anti-Semitic. If you want to do a protest and you want to say burn Israel to the ground or I hate Jews or whatever, you absolutely have the right to do that. Okay, I think that should be a protected right. It's part of why our First Amendment is so expansive. So with that in mind, so I'm opposed to all the actions that the Trump administration is taking right now to bully these universities. With that in mind, there's absolutely an undercurrent of anti-Semitism here. Now, for whatever reason, Israelis have not learned how to speak the language of the West anywhere near as much as all of their critics say that they have, and Palestinians have mastered the language of the West. That's why we just got a 10-minute explanation on how intifada definitely just means civil uprisings, despite the fact that the last guest very clearly mentioned the first intifada, which was more of a civil uprising, to distinguish it from the second intifada, which was the indiscriminate killings and bombings of civilians and soldiers alike across all of Israel. That's why the majority of Israeli deaths were civilians. That's why almost 1,000 people died. And even the majority of deaths on the Palestinian side were Palestinians killing other Palestinians because they were suspected collaborators of the IDF. So there is absolutely an undercurrent of violent thought there. There's absolutely a weird equivocation being played on some of the words and a lot of word games that's being played. So for instance, somebody will say the dissolution of the state of Israel isn't anti-Semitic, but then when you ask them what that means, they'll say, well, it should be a single state where Jews are a super minority in the region. And then when you ask them, okay, well, what if people start enacting anti-Semitic or anti-Jewish
rights, regardless
just
of
a moment. I want to turn this over.
Just to be clear, though, that would be a Jewish minority, though. That would be a Jewish minority.
No, but like in the U.S., Destiny, let's just be honest.
The United States, though, but the United States isn't full of people that have spent the entirety of the last 100 years attacking Jews the same way that the Arab states have, right?
I'm sorry. No, that's factually incorrect.
Which part of that was factually incorrect?
When Jewish immigrants started coming from Europe, they were welcomed with open arms by people like my grandparents, who were then ethnically cleansed, as you know, the Nakba in 1948.
So they weren't always welcomed with open arms. There were times where they were welcome, and there were times where, as early as 1920 in Iran, there was a massacre of Jewish people. These happened all across the Palestinian Mandate. There was a reason why in 47, the whole reason why Israel eventually declared independence was because all of the Palestinians there tried to do a civil war and lost, and then all the Arab states joined in war and lost. This is where all of this happened. In 48 and in 67 and 73, there was a massive exodus of Jews from all of the surrounding Arab countries because of their pogroms, because of other types of discrimination that Jews were facing due to Israel. This is basic history. Of course, the Palestinians will rewrite the history here. Not that it matters. We should be deporting
Palestinians are not rewriting history. It's just a certain... Destiny, I just want to, it's important that we don't demonize the Arabs who were threatening the Jews. The reason that the Jews were so threatened historically, not to suggest that they weren't in the Arab world as well, was primarily the same reason we see Germany and the rest of Europe not moving, despite them having an obligation to prevent the current genocide. It involves the guilt that they feel because of the fact that they were the ones that genocided and ethnically cleansed the Jewish people. And that's why it was, you know, maybe something that they would support to send. It was a very convenient thing for them to send Jewish people away from their land and to, you know, the Holy Land. And so I was just taking issue with the fact that when people say Zionism
have the Arabs not been trying to cleanse the Jews from the Middle East since at least 1936?
I'm sorry, what? No, they weren't. No, they haven't been. The Arabs as a monolith were trying...
Okay, let's bring in Shabbos. Shabbos, respond to what both of our guests there have been debating about. Talk us through it. What's your point of view?
Sure, but first I need to make a broad point. There's only one professor on this panel, and it's a professor who keeps interrupting. I mean, this is why higher education is so flawed these days.
I'm going to interrupt and say I'm not a professor.
The viewers need to hear three distinct perspectives. That is their right. And we can't do it if people... Thank you for proving my point. You need to listen to other people and have basic respect. And if you don't want to agree with me, fine, but just stop interrupting. It's like childish. It's just childish. This is why young people are just so fed up with these institutions. Just stop interrupting. Jesus. So here's the point. I couldn't agree with Destiny more. There should not be hate speech laws. Anti-Semitism is constitutionally protected speech. Islamophobia is constitutionally protected speech. Racist speech, sexist speech, it's abhorrent. I condemn it, of course, but it's protected. Jewish students, myself included, are not asking for special treatment under the law. We're asking for equal treatment under the law. And Destiny brought up this point of there should be criminal proceedings, and that's actually what we're doing. So we filed a lawsuit against Harvard last year. It's the first lawsuit in American history pertaining to the civil rights violations of Jewish students on a college campus to actually go to trial. Harvard filed 2 separate motions to dismiss, and that was rejected. In fact, the Judge Richard Stearns, even wrote that it would be dubious for Harvard to try to hide under the First Amendment when almost everything we were entailing had nothing to do with speech, and it had everything to do with criminality. It had everything to do with action. It is a big fiction, and it's a damning indictment on the mainstream media that they have concocted this narrative whereby we can only defend Jewish students or we can only defend speech, when the two are not in conflict with each other at all. And if you're so concerned about speech, then I would actually encourage you to look at the letter that the Federal Anti-Semitism Task Force and the Trump administration put out and released at Harvard. And it said you have to have viewpoint diversity because right now a Harvard Crimson study found that 97% of the Harvard faculty identify as liberal. And I'm sort of a liberal, but I know that that's really not good for higher education when all the professors think one way. If you look at the Anti-Semitism Task Force letter, they say that you can only have merit-based admissions criteria as opposed to asking people their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic background. The letter also says you have to ban masks because protesters continuously say wear a mask so you can't be held accountable for your actions. These are basic reforms. And again, if any institution don't want to do these reforms, that is their prerogative. They don't have to do them. All it means is that the federal government won't be subsidizing them. And again, I don't understand why this suddenly became controversial because we're talking about corporations and elitist institutions with billions and billions of dollars. As it pertains to Israel-Palestine specifically, the idea that the Intifada simply means shaking off is ludicrous. Seek Heil simply means hail victory, but we know what the obvious historical connotations are, which is why, before he was killed, Yahya Sinwar went on Al Jazeera and said explicitly that it would be a great thing for everyone on college campuses to call for the free Palestine from the river to the sea, because even though that's constitutionally protected speech, it was pretty clear that freeing Palestine from the river to the sea meant the destruction of the Jewish state from the Jordanian River to the Mediterranean Sea. So we can't pretend that there are these innocuous or well-meaning students who don't actually know what they're talking about, and they believe... You have to stop interrupting me. It is unbelievable. You're like, how old are you? It's unbelievable.
All right, well then I'll do the interrupting. I'll hand it over to Ahmed.
Innocuous students
Ahmed, let's go.
Talking about, and they believe in this peaceful coexistence.
He asked me a question. Can I answer the question?
Go ahead, Ahmed.
You asked me how old I am. I'm 40 years old. And I interrupted you by saying that's not true, because it is our job to make sure, whether as a guest or a panelist, that when lies and misinformation is being spread, that I challenge it. You said earlier, Shabbos, interestingly enough, quoting you verbatim, Jewish students are asking for equal treatment under law. That is exactly at the heart of the movement to liberate the Palestinian people from oppression, occupation, and apartheid. Because as I'm sure we can all agree, Palestinian students, journalists, doctors, mothers, inside of Israel, inside of the West Bank and Gaza, are simply asking for the same thing. Why not treat them equally under law? And by the way, when you bring up, from the river to the sea and how we can understand that to mean that they want to genocide the Jews, that is your interpretation, and you're using that for certain reasons. That is also in the Likud charter. So when Netanyahu and others say it, including Jewish people on campus, they're not penalized, they're not prosecuted, it's not controversial. But when Palestinians who have suffered from decades of oppression, occupation, and ethnic cleansing, as we're seeing in our feeds every day, simply say, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, they're talking about their historical land, which has been taken from them. Now, I don't want to get sidelined into how old I am and why I'm interrupting you when you're spreading misinformation. What I want to agree with Destiny on is that we are seeing, this purge of voices, not voices that are anti-Semitic, but voices that are challenging Israel's countless war crimes. Today, students and professors are even being detained, disappeared off the streets, not because of crimes, but simply because they dare speak out against their tax dollars being used to commit genocide. Let's look at the Texas legislature. They passed a law requiring public and charter schools to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. Under this law, even a measured critique of Israel's occupation of the West Bank and its massacres, the daily massacres in Gaza. It's not, these are not opinions that I have about these massacres. These are hard, cold facts. That they're killing or injuring 100 children a day since they violated the ceasefire. That's the United Nations, not me. But maybe, I wouldn't be surprised if Shabbos thinks, like Israel and everyone else, that the United Nations is Hamas. The point is, Melinda, teachers and students are being disciplined, being disappeared, for even recounting the historical reality of the creation of Israel, which is a history rife with documented massacres of Palestinians and acts of ethnic cleansing. And not only does this directly violate the Constitution and First Amendment, but it also violates the spirit of academic freedom that I think is so coveted by so many people around the world when it comes to higher education in the US. So, Melinda, I think we must ask if the goal of the Trump administration was really to combat real anti-Semitism, which I admit is a major issue, not just in the United States, but around the world. Why are we not prosecuting the KKK or the neo-Nazis chanting hateful slogans at Charlottesville? It's because this isn't about protecting any community or any human beings in the U.S. It's about shielding Israel, a rogue state that is committing genocide, from any accountability for its crimes against humanity.
Okay, I'm going to bring Destiny in on that comment in just a moment, but Shabbos, I saw you raising your hand, so I'll give you a quick right of reply, and then Destiny, I've got a question for you on what Ahmed just said.
Sure. Well, first of all, I point out I wanted to correct the record, but I patiently waited for my panelists to finish speaking as opposed to interrupting. The IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, definition of anti-Semitism does not in any way criminalize criticism of the State of Israel. Take it from someone who was in the State of Israel last month speaking at a conference run by the Israeli government and used the opportunity to criticize the Israeli government. The idea that there is some nefarious actors out there who are creating legislation that penalizes criticisms against a state is ludicrous. Again, if you ever go to Israel, you you would know that it is essentially a national pastime to criticize Israeli policies and the Israeli government. No one is saying that speech should be criminalized. And by the way, as Destiny's point already articulated, there are protections for free speech, whether it's anti-Palestinian or whether it's anti-Semitism. Those should be protected. The people who are being prosecuted or the institutions that are being sued against has nothing to do with speech. It has everything to do with conduct and criminality. This is not really a debate on Israel's actions in the Middle East, although I'm happy to come back and talk about it. The issue that we're discussing today are rogue institutions like Harvard, Penn, Columbia, UCLA, you name it, that have taken American taxpayer dollars and then have used those dollars to fund programs, to fund speakers that are anti-American, that don't hold our values, that in many cases violate the law, like the United States Supreme Court found just 2 years ago. Harvard was discriminating against Asian Americans, and those institutions should finally be held accountable, whether it's under the guise of anti-Semitism, whether it's under the guise of cutting government waste, whether it's under the guise of institutional reform. At the end of the day, there is an obvious alignment that we have corrupt institutions that don't serve the interests of the American people, and it is in our own best interest to reform those institutions. It's a relatively simple argument. At its core, the showdown is between Harvard insisting on violating the civil rights of Jews and the Trump administration saying, fine, we're just not going to fund those violations of said civil rights.
We're going to come to American values really shortly. Destiny, let me just ask you, I want you to respond to something that Ahmet was talking about. Is there a sense that the Trump administration is prioritizing anti-Semitism over other forms of hate speech, even though we have said, yes, it's protected under the First Amendment, it doesn't mean it's okay? Is there a priority on that particular type of hate speech over other forms, do you believe?
Man, I got huge disagreements with both sides of this conversation right now. But yeah, there is an obsession with the anti-Semitic thing, but it's just because Israel plays well with the older demographic in the United States, and Trump sees it as a very safe option to be a full Israeli simp. There's a reason why a lot of people in Israel, and Netanyahu included, have massive support for Trump, because Trump has massive support for Israel. But the issue is Trump is just picking the things that allows him to attack his political opponents. Trump doesn't care about anti-Semitism. He cares that he finally has a good avenue to attack universities through. Again, if we felt like this was a huge issue across schools in the United States, then do like Shabbos is doing, then sue them, take them to court, have the DOJ file a case against them for some kind of wrongful thing. He keeps referring to the Supreme Court decision, getting rid of affirmative action. That went through the courts. It was a Supreme Court decision. And then Harvard and all the other universities in the United States had to follow through. If we feel like there's something that universities are doing, then don't call out a particular university. Either pass a new law or enforce the laws on the books, or take somebody to court if you feel like they're doing some kind of criminally wrongful action, and actually have that argument in front of the American people. Stop writing these letters to political opponents like he's done with every other political opponent in the United States, whether we're talking about suing news stations for giving interviews or polls that he doesn't like, or whether we're talking about targeting law firms because lawyers worked with political opponents that he didn't like, and now it's targeting schools because they have viewpoints that he doesn't like. We just got rid of the Department of Education because we wanted the government to stop dictating opinions and to stop dictating curriculum to schools. So why is the president targeting these two universities, one of which buckled, Columbia, and wasn't even given any reprieve from the administration's bullying tactics on it? So again, if you feel like it's a problem, go through the correct process. Process is important, essential, I would say.
Shabbos, if you think that there is an anti-Israel bias, anti-Semitism on college campuses, where do you think that's coming from? Why do you think we're seeing it now? And have we seen it in the past, but we're only talking about it now?
Sure. So again, it's not just to do with an anti-Israel bias. No one is talking about the importance of curtailing speech and people's political opinions. Look, it's obvious that these institutions have a far left bias, but that's not the issue we're discussing. Where does it come from? Look, at its peak, Harvard was 25% Jewish. Today, it's 4% Jewish. It's not because Jews got dumber over time. It's because there's been a deliberate and systemic campaign to crack down on the amount of Jews at Harvard University. I'm not saying we're victims in this case, but I am saying that I believe through the DEI process, where you create a victimhood Olympics, where you rank people based on their sexual orientation, their racial identity, their socioeconomic statuses. Jews have the misfortune in the United States of being mischaracterized as white. And whether it was 4 babies or 40,000 babies who were beheaded on October 7th, it really doesn't matter because, as my classmates will tell you, as they've told me to my face, resistance is justified when people are occupied. It's the same reason that people my age, people 18 to 26, overwhelmingly support what Luigi Mangione did of killing the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Why? Because if you are a victim of this society in this really grandiose, non-tangible way, then you could kind of do whatever you want to get rid of that unjust society. And there is no greater display of injustice. And again, I know the debate is not Israel-Palestine. Happy to come back to talk about that later. But for whatever reason, there's no greater symbol of injustice than the Palestinian people, which is why you have this really bizarre coalition of far-left socialist groups, of LGBTQ coalitions, of radical Islamic fundamentalists who all kind of come together on campuses in support of the Palestinian cause. And I would say a lot of it has to do with DEI and this insistence that we have to judge people based on race, based on class, based on sexual orientation. And it's interesting, going back to the Supreme Court ruling that Harvard was discriminating against minority students in affirmative action. What's interesting is the next day, Harvard University put out a statement basically saying we're going to curtail the Supreme Court's ruling. So the problem is we don't really have an enforcement. And because there's no enforcement of law, the government's saying, well, we're not going to fund it anymore.
Melinda, if I may just correct the record, or at least answer his
really briefly for me, though, Ahmed, before I move on to Destiny, please.
Okay, well, go ahead. I don't need to interject if you don't want me to.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. We want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I just want to say the reason that, LGBTs and other people, as he referenced, are coming together, it might just be because they're marginalized groups who know what it's like to be so perpetually dehumanized by the political and media establishment. And there's this thing, whether you like it or not, called intersectional resistance, which is people who are marginalized, who are dehumanized, coming together to rally behind each other. Also, if I can add, it seems history is repeating itself. Columbia University, again, where I was a professor and I'm no longer a professor, Shabos. In 1933, you might know or have studied that Columbia students protested Nazi violence against Jews. And in a stunning reversal, we saw the administration welcome the anti-Semitic Nazi ambassador, Hans Luther. And if you fast forward to today, Columbia students who are protesting not Judaism, not anything related to Judaism, but rather the Israeli state's genocidal war of annihilation in Gaza. And instead of protecting free speech, Columbia invited a former Israeli Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, who, by the way, in my opinion, is a war criminal based on the fact that he brags repeatedly that he's killed many Arabs in his life, and there's no problem with that. So I just, Melinda, want to make sure that we stay focused on what we were supposed to discuss, which is the sort of surge of repressive measures that are aimed at not silencing dissent against Jewish people or attacks on Jewish people. So I think it's a misnomer. It's not accurate. It's misleading to suggest that at college campuses, many of these protests are led by Jewish students themselves. Especially the ones at Columbia. And you see someone like Marco Rubio. I mean, let's just get to the reason why people are being disappeared. We haven't even discussed that. Mm-hmm. But Melinda, we talk about Mahmoud and the other students who've been disappeared and at Tufts and at Columbia. Well, they're not being prosecuted for any criminal conduct. Maybe the other panelists can explain to me. I understand there's an archaic law from 1952 that's granting the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, this broad authority to deport anyone deemed to be a threat to U.S. foreign policy. It's being weaponized against these students. Currently, it's being weaponized against students who are pro-Palestinian or Palestinian themselves. But I want to know, what are the crimes? What are the actual crimes? I mean, there's been no evidence of criminal misrepresentations, even on Mahmoud's green card. All that I believe was offered in support of his case was a 2-page memo by Marco Rubio containing no allegations of criminal conduct, but simply arguing that Mahmoud Khalil should be expelled from America, not just from Columbia, for beliefs that undermine core American interests. What are those beliefs? I'd like to know.
It's interesting that you asked that, because that's exactly what we're going to talk about in our final segment here on Counterpoints. It's no secret that Donald Trump and the wider MAGA movement dislike the views that they deem anti-American or hostile to America. Mm-hmm. And one of the US government's demands to Harvard include reporting students to the federal government who they believe are hostile to American values. And yet it's unclear from what we've heard from the administration thus far Who will determine what a hostile view is, and perhaps equally unclear what exactly American values are? So, Destiny, how do you think we should define American values, but how do you think the government is interpreting them in a political way? And should people with hostile views be reported to the government?
There have been, I'm 36 years old, there have been so many different groups that were supposed to be a threat to what it meant to be an American or a threat to U.S. values. It was, when I was growing up, it was illegal immigrants, it was Mexican invaders. After 9/11, it was supposed to be Muslims and Arabs and Islam. Then it was ISIS and, then, I mean, people have always identified all of these external enemies, usually non-white, that were supposed to come in and destroy this country. When I look at the greatest threat right now to American values in the United States, it is the Trump administration, bar none. Make no mistake, I disagree almost completely with I would call it the pro-Palestinian historical revisionism that goes on their side. But that being said, I mean, we have a current administration that doesn't believe in rule of law. There is a process, and you need to follow this process. And I can't think of anything more insane to me than deporting students from the United States of America because you have a viewpoint disagreement with them. From a selfish level, these people come in. Oftentimes, they pay full tuition, and they subsidize their own students. These are some of the best and brightest students around the world, despite how crazy their political views may be. And also, as a side note, their political views should be a little bit crazy. They're kids. They're, 18 to 22, who wasn't an insane person, who wasn't picking up Ayn Rand or the Communist Manifesto or, in the past, who might have been protesting Vietnam or whatever. Like, kids always have radical beliefs, and I think it's worth addressing, where's the external influence on some of these beliefs. I think that's fine to address, but we are throwing away like one of our most important avenues to accessing talent around the world as a result of this administration and the unilateral way that they're going about everything. It's not even done through the entire executive department. It's done from Donald Trump himself. He wills it, he writes it, into an EO, or he has one handed to him, and then he signs it, and then it's carried out. If there are things that you don't like, you have an entire Congress, you have both halves of it with Republican majorities, use them. If you think somebody's breaking the law, use your Department of Justice. They did it with Eric Adams to try to do a quid pro quo with him. They did that successfully. So sue these organizations, sue these universities, charge them with crimes if you think, and then let the cases play out. I can't think of any greater threat to American values right now in the United States than Donald Trump and the way that his administration is just tearing through the rule of law in this country.
Shabbos, what do you consider to be hostile values, and do you think, is it legal that those people are deported?
Well, first of all, let's be clear. No one has actually been deported except the students who've self-deported. What we're talking about is being detained. I mean, you brought up Mahmoud Khalil. You could go on the ICE website right now when we know where Mahmoud Khalil is. He's in the detention center in Louisiana. They're all having due process afforded to them. They will have to make their arguments in front of a judge. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, raised his argument, which is that Mahmoud Khalil is in violation of his student visa, that had he been accurate on his visa application saying that he believes in the eradication of Western civilization, which he does. He's the former negotiator or spokesman, I don't know what terminology he used, of the Columbia University Apartheid Divestment Coalition. He was in charge, or again, negotiating while the students were occupying Hamilton Hall, which was a protest that not only vandalized private property, but also sent police officers to the hospital, took a maintenance worker hostage. So had he said that that was going to be his intention, there would be no way he would be given a student visa. I actually lived in Israel for 3 years on a student visa. And when I got the student visa, there was a contract I had to sign. And it basically said, well, if you don't follow our laws, we will deport you back to the United States. And that kind of made sense. It's not Islamophobic. It's not controversial. It's not bigoted. It just makes sense. You have to follow the laws of your own country. So Marco Rubio has said under the INA, he's in violation not just of his student visa agreements, but also of the fact that he goes against United States foreign policy. And again, whether that will be a strong argument or not, that's up to the judge to make. The judge has already ruled that Mahmoud Khalil is eligible for deportation. So he's having his due process rights afforded to him. We will see how this plays out in court. But again, the mainstream media has really concocted this narrative that Trump is just picking people off the streets and sending them back to wherever they came from. It's just not true. Being here in the United States is a privilege. It's not a right. My parents, I'm a first-generation American. My parents came here 30 years ago. Before they became citizens, they came here legally under the green card system. And part of having a green card meant that they would abide by United States, not just law, but also foreign policy. And in the 20 years they had a green card, they never once vouched for terrorist organizations. They never once vouched in opposition of American foreign policy. They never once targeted targeted ethnic minorities in the United States. It's not particularly hard to do. And again, if you think that these arguments are bad, then great. Mahmoud Khalil has, I think, 17 or 18 lawyers. They will make that argument in court, and we're seeing the process play out in a fair, constitutional, judicial way.
It's laughable that you're describing it as constitutional, but I agree with you. Marco Rubio, let's remember, who once built his political career warning about cancel culture on college campuses, is now the same person championing policies that cancel visas and arrest students, not for hate crimes, not for violating the law, as was just, suggested by Shabos, but for anti-Israel protests. His transformation, Marco Rubio's, from defender of free speech to enforcer of a foreign policy agenda is pretty striking and very ironic. And I just want to mention history for a second, since Shabos took a little trip down history lane. History does offer us a very sobering lesson. In the 1980s, sanctions, boycotts, media scrutiny, and mass mobilization is what helped bring an end to the unjust apartheid regime in South Africa. It wasn't moral clarity alone. It was mass activism and global solidarity. And I think that's what terrifies the proponents of Israel's policies, that same model of student-led dissent. That's why we've seen such a crackdown in the United States, because that's what helped dismantle apartheid in South Africa. And it threatens the Zionist state's unyielding grip on campus discourse through U.S. political and media establishment. But escalating censorship against Israel's critics is not changing Americans' minds about Israel's destruction and annihilation and genocidal war in Gaza. In fact, it's worth mentioning, a new Pew Research Center poll shows a dramatic drop in public support for Israel. And that's not because of the student protesters. That's because of Israel's daily actions of committing atrocities against a defenseless population, targeting civilians, targeting medics, lying about it, as I've mentioned. And I just want to say, at the University of Colorado, a university we haven't discussed, Melinda, a professor attacked his students for merely protesting his class on building weapons for Israel. Across the Atlantic, it's not just in the United States. It's important that we take a bigger, broader picture, because you're joining us. We're each joining you from somewhere else. You live in Dubai. I mean, we see the same pattern. In the university in Amsterdam, students occupied a campus building just the other day demanding transparency. Their only demand was transparency about the institution's ties with Israel. And they were met with brutal police action by Dutch Secret Service and plainclothes officers. In Germany, half of university students, in a recent poll just a few days ago, believe that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, a fact not of mere opinion, but that's attested by this government ministry poll. So, it's no coincidence. I can agree with the other guests, Melinda. The very platforms, campuses, and social media that once nurtured the seeds of progressive change are now being targeted by Israel. And they're doing it through American politicians, through American business owners and corporations. I know this might seem like an overstatement, but the implications of what the Trump administration is doing, just to agree with Destiny for a second, by subordinating our constitutional rights to the whims of foreign policy and who is deemed a threat. I mean, we are not just endangering academics and students, we're undermining the integrity of American democracy. When the voice of dissent becomes punishable by some law, when speech is policed by standards that are designed to protect a specific national interest abroad, it's not even about America. I mean, Americans should be asking themselves, what kind of country do we want to live in? One where academic freedom is sacrificed at the altar of geopolitical expediency, or where dialogue and debate are stifled? I mean, the fight for Palestinian freedom and the fight against anti-Semitism are not mutually exclusive. When Martin Luther King Jr. says that, it's paraded by the mainstream media. But when Mohsen Mahdawi demonstrated that in a 60 Minutes interview, saying injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, it's somehow buried or used against him. I mean, we are seeing Trump do something unprecedented. Even if we think back to the Red Scare of the 1950s, when individual faculty members were being targeted for their political views, that does not compare to the scale of what we're witnessing, where entire institutions, not just of higher education, but even the media, is being attacked. And it's all being done. Why? That's the question we should ask ourselves. TikTok, we were told, was banned because of China, but we all know why TikTok was banned.
Destiny, let me ask you, do you think that Israel is putting additional pressure on the American government to target these students, or is this just purely American censorship themselves?
I mean, it's hard to answer that question fairly because, I mean, there's going to be some pressure, but I mean, nobody can pressure the United States to do anything. I mean, as we've seen recently, the United States can apparently push the self-destruct button on the entire world economy. I'm sure Israel would prefer to not have these types of demonstrations happen, but it's in Trump's best interest to cater to Israeli interests just because so many older voters in the United States of America are super fond of Israel. I don't think there's any type of, malicious dancing Israelis 9/11 tier plot going on where Israel is secretly applying pressure to the U.S. government to stifle these types of activities at college campuses.
You guys heard of AIPAC?
Completely, just looking at. I've heard of AIPAC, but I mean, everybody's allowed to.
You don't think that AIPAC is playing a role in politicians?
AIPAC is not Israel.
AIPAC
has nothing to do with Israel.
Israeli interests. That's what AIPAC is.
It does represent Israeli interests, but it doesn't represent the Israeli government. There's no surprise that Jewish people in the United States, it
actually does. That's exactly what AIPAC does.
AIPAC doesn't take direction from the Israeli government. AIPAC wants to have the United States represent more Israeli interests. I'm very sure of that. They have the right to do that just as much as Palestinian protesters have the right in the United States to protest on behalf of Palestine.
Yeah, I don't know that AIPAC has the right to do what they're doing. I disagree with you, Destiny, but I don't want to keep interrupting, so go ahead.
All right, Shabbos.
But to be clear, though, you must agree with that. I mean, if we're arguing that Palestinians have the right to their freedom of speech here, I don't know why wouldn't we allow AIPAC the same thing?
Has a right I don't think AIPAC has a right to buy politicians and to fund them. And I don't think that Citizens United is something that's going to that's a whole nother conversation.
Citizens United and AIPAC are two totally different things. Yeah. We got to, I would.
No, but I think they facilitate. I think they facilitate the same crisis in American democracy, and I think they're contributing. I mean, this is not just about higher education. What we're seeing the Trump administration do because of groups like AIPAC, who have far too much control
the
American
the United States of America.
No. These are facts. I mean, I can give you. I'll happily send them to you, Destiny, later. I mean, the amount of money that AIPAC puts into American politics is very problematic. It's very problematic for our liberties.
Older American citizens support Israel. That's the reality. It's not just because Israel buys them off. If that was the case, they'd buy off kids too. Kids are cheaper than adults to buy off. It's Americans.
They're buying off the politicians, not the kids. But look, I think what we can agree on, Destiny, rather than disagreeing on AIPAC, is that this is much bigger than just delegitimizing higher education. I think what's happening is they're trying to crush critical thought itself. And that's something that Trump has said he wants to do, whether it's to chase another third term. I mean, they're silencing opposition. And they're attacking not just higher education. As you said earlier, it's linked to the assaults on law firms, on the press itself, on civil society organizations. Anybody who holds a mirror to the governmental authoritarianism that we're seeing. They claim, of course, to be all about protecting free speech, but it's only if it's speech that echoes their own narrative. So we should not forget, Melinda, that these funding cuts at universities are deliberately undercutting research in critical areas that benefit everybody in the world, like Parkinson's and cancer studies. And it's also damaging America's global contributions in the fields of medicine and public health. I mean, this is just, to me, another facet of the Trump administration's effort to diminish America's international relevance. And you might think that's laughable, sabotaging what I think is not just our soft power, but our foundational contributions on a global level. And that's why we've, even U.S. aid and the federal funding that's been cut. I'm here in Tunis. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of people who've lost their jobs because of the cuts in terms of federal funding. And whether we think that's good or bad, I mean, if we take a macro perspective, just very briefly, Melinda, this struggle is not unique to the U.S. From Belgrade to Istanbul to Berlin to Amsterdam, students have been rising up, united by a single demand: to end corruption, to end injustice. In each city, we're seeing the response be very, very oppressive and repressive. Tear gas and arrests, intimidation, silence, disappeared off the streets. I mean, this isn't a series of isolated uprisings. I really believe that we're in for a global youth rebellion against a ruling class. And I keep hearing Destiny say that the reason Trump's doing this is because it appeals to older generation. They believe they're in fact the only demographic that views Israel favorably. And that's because they are not witnessing the truth on social media because they don't use social media the way younger people do. And so all I'm saying is we're seeing a fracturing across generations, across the world, between a generation that refuses to be silent and to be complicit in ethnic cleansing, colonialism, and genocide in 2025, and an establishment that fears their voices and fears what happened against Vietnam and fears what happened against South Africa. I think this is a moment of great repression, but it's also a moment of great possibility, because when students everywhere unite, there is a chance that we can expose the system that is no longer functioning.
Shabbos, round us out for our conversation. Do you think that the Trump administration's actions are going to diminish America's standing globally? Is it going to make people question whether the American government is interfering in the thoughts and the education of their students?
Again, if people are concerned about interfering in the thoughts of students, then they would have been concerned that for decades, students self-censor themselves. I mean, study after study shows that American students write to what their professors want them to say. The political indoctrination, the wokeism, and the groupthink has been rampant for decades, but no one really paid attention to it until Trump said we're going to do something about it. And I also find the concern about AIPAC, which is an American NGO run by Americans. Yes, they support Israel because they believe America First policies actually align with Israeli policies, but they're not concerned about TikTok, for example, which has proven consistently to be controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. I think not being concerned about that is a little bizarre, but I would say this. If Harvard wants to end this, they can. They can do one of two things. One, they can stop accepting the money, or two, they can commit themselves to viewpoint diversity. They can commit themselves to being obligated under federal law, particularly Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. And again, this has happened before. In 1983, 1984, Bob Jones University said we're not going to accept, Hillsdale College said we're just not going to accept taxpayer funding. Why does those $9 billion have to go to Harvard? There are great institutions of higher learning in the United States. You know what $9 billion would do for HBCUs, what they would do for state schools, what they would do for community colleges? I mean, if you don't want to see these research grants and programs cut, then fine. Just use your endowment money. You have $54 billion. My panelist was talking earlier about young people are sort of waking up and they're tired of this corruption. They're tired of the elites. I mean, Harvard is the elites. Harvard is the corporation. I don't think there is a pinnacle or a manifestation of American crony capitalism greater than Harvard University. Again, I'm not anti-higher education. And the second point I want to make, because as you said, I have to round this out, no one is attacking free speech. We're really not. I'm surprised that neither of my co-panelists mentioned the actual occupation of Hamilton Hall that I said, where the Columbia University Apartheid Divestment Coalition took a maintenance worker hostage, this Hispanic worker who had limited English skills. He said to the Free Press on the record that I feared for my life. In fact, his union is now suing Columbia University for not protecting them. And in this lawsuit, they talk about that day after day, there would be swastikas painted at Columbia, and the professors, the administrators would just tell them, just cover it up. And this would happen day after day after day. So if you really want to stand with the working class, then you would stand up against the elites at Ivy Leagues who believe that rules don't apply to them. I mean, someone like Mahmoud Khalil, because his name was mentioned, why would we want him in this country? This is someone who took part and actively encouraged students to do these things. And if he had said on his visa application that he was planning on doing these things, guess what? He would not have been granted a visa. And broadly speaking, I believe this country is facing a crisis of accountability. Whether it's the subways of New York, whether it's the streets of LA, or stop interrupting me, whether it's the subways of New York, whether it's the streets of LA, whether it's our college campuses, people need to be held accountable. You know, it was called a letter from a Birmingham jail, not a letter from, my cushy office at Columbia University. If you want to break the laws, if you want to violate internal policies, then fine, but you have to be held accountable. I mean, we're talking about relatively educated and intelligent people.
And just so you know, that's why I'm interrupting you, because I'm trying to hold you accountable when you spread lies about what Mahmoud Khalil or anyone else was doing. It's important to be held accountable. We can agree. That's why I interrupt you, not to interrupt you.
Destiny, any final word from you then?
And again, I appreciate it because you've so masterfully exposed to the American people why there's no trust in higher education.
Could you not interrupt Destiny, as you said? You're interrupting Destiny. Thank you.
Well, I think he has like a 7-second delay. It's a long delay, so I'm assuming that was by accident.
Yeah.
I agree that holding people accountable is important. I agree that following the law is important. One thing that I wish more people would realize is when there is no due process, you have no rights. There is no right afforded to you or to anybody else when there is not a process by which the government is following in order to ensure that you're being prosecuted in a fair and legal manner. So if we think that there are people that are doing things that we don't like, then we should hold them accountable in a way that we recognize we're supposed to through the process and the laws that are on the books. I don't like this idea, and it's a whole separate conversation, and I understand we don't have time for it now, but this idea of saying we're going to hold certain students accountable because we've designated Hamas as a foreign terrorist organization. And now we're going to say support for that organization looks like a protest in favor of that organization. Again, I tend to lean more pro-Israel than anything else, if that's not obvious. But it is pretty confusing if you're here on a green card that you're going to go protest. And now what? If one person at that protest has a pro-Hamas sign, are you going to be deported? You can't say that doesn't create a massive chilling effect on people in the United States. You should be allowed to protest for whatever you want. And as per this idea that if somebody would have written on their application and they wouldn't have been accepted, it doesn't matter. Once you're in the United States, once you have that green card, you're now granted and afforded rights. That should be very important for an Israeli to recognize, because Israel has the right, I believe, to control their border policy. If they want to allow people to immigrate into that country based on things like ethnicity, I think they should have the right to do that. However, once you're granted access into Israel, Israel has to treat you as an equal citizen, which I believe for the most part they do. Whether you're talking about the 2 million Arabs that live in Israel proper, probably not the ones that live in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, but at the very least, the Arabs that live in the country. So there is a distinction there between people that are in your country and people that are applying to get into the country. And if you're in the country, you're afforded certain rights like the First Amendment, and you do have the right to protest for things, even if those are things that the current administration might not like.
This has been such an interesting discussion. I've let us go well over time, but I do have to call it at some point, and unfortunately that point has to be now. Gentlemen, we thank all of you for your contribution here on Counterpoints this evening. Joining us was Shabbos Kestenbaum, a Harvard University graduate and PragerU personality. YouTube political commentator Stephen Bennell, also known as Destiny, and Ahmed Eldon, a former adjunct professor at Columbia University and Substack journalist. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora, on Al Arabiya English. You can, of course, catch all our debates by subscribing to the Al Arabiya English YouTube channel and following us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Carlos Ghosn, thank you so much for joining me on Al Arabiya.
Good morning, Hadi.
Walk me through how you see the global economy today.
Look, I think we are in a situation of high uncertainty. It's obvious. I don't think the end game is obvious. I think everybody is assessing the different opportunities. And as a former CEO, I would say I would have not taken any decision so far, waiting for where the ball is going to end up, falling, because any very premature decision can cost you much more than staying still until you see what's going on. Because a lot of companies have a supply chain which is a global supply chain. As head of Nissan and Renault, we used to have plants in Mexico, in the United States, obviously in Europe, in Brazil, in Korea, in Japan. So if you change anything now, not knowing what's going to happen, it would be very dangerous.
Do you see that there may be some buyer's remorse on President Trump as a result of what's happening?
I don't know. I think it's still too early to say. I think people want to see a little bit what's going to be the outcome of all of this. Obviously, when something surprising happens, even though it's not a surprise because he announced it during his program, some people are going to say, look, it's a good thing. Other people are going to say, no, it's a bad thing. And you're just in the middle and trying to assess how the situation is going to hit you as a company or as an industry or as a country. I think it's too early to say.
Tell me about the dollar. How worried are you about the destruction of the dollar? Are we going to see it replaced as the world's reserve currency?
I don't think personally that there would be a currency that's going to replace the dollar. I think what may happen is that if there is a persistent weakness of the dollar, there may be a flight towards gold and toward cryptocurrency and other kind of, I would say...
We're already seeing that move.
Yeah, exactly. We're seeing this movement, but it can be much more massive if the fear start to grow onto the market. But I don't see that any other currency could replace the dollar for the moment.
Are you having that feeling that you wish you'd bought some gold?
I bought gold, but it was a long time ago.
You were
I'm
worried.
very happy I did that.
Yeah.
I did that. Yeah, I was lucky.
Yeah. Tell me this. When you take a step back and look at the car industry today, there's a lot of fear in the United States about what this means, not just for imports, but also for domestic vehicles, because so many of the parts in domestically made vehicles in the United States are made abroad. How do you see that playing out?
Again, I think it's too early to say. I understand from the beginning what's the intention. And again, I'm going to give you two examples. In China, which is the largest market in the world, more than 90% of the cars sold in China are made in China. In the United States, which is the second largest market in the world, less than 50% of the cars sold in the United States are made in the United States. So obviously, there is temptation to say, well, you know why? That means you guys should can afford to build more cars in the United States because this is your main market. And the president has already sent the signal by saying, I want you to build more cars in the United States. So no matter where the tariffs will end, I think this is a signal for a lot of car manufacturers to build more cars in the United States. And it's happening. Some announcement made by car manufacturers saying they're going to load more the plants that they have in the United States on detriment of the plant at origin. Nissan, for example, announced that Smyrna in Tennessee will be more loaded on detriment of production coming from Kyushu in Japan. So there is already an effect, indirect effect of this intent to say, I cannot accept that to have such a small share of the production when I'm such a big player in the game.
If you were in the chair at Nissan right now, what would be your first move?
If I was in the chair of Nissan right now, first I would not have waited until the situation comes to this. I would have already loaded the plants in the United States a long time ago. Nissan has one of the largest North American plant in Smyrna, Tennessee. It's a huge plant, it's a modern plant, it's very efficient, and they didn't use it fully. It didn't use it fully because it wanted, the management wanted to privilege some of the production coming from Japan. Terrible mistake. Obviously, economically short term, they want to benefit from the fact that the yen was weak. It weakens a lot. But this has backlash, political backlash. I mean, it's difficult for people in Tennessee to see such a plant not being loaded for cars sold in the United States while you continue to ship a lot of cars from Japan.
Is this an opportunity for economic diplomacy in your mind? Because oftentimes it seems as if the president listens more to the business and financial community than perhaps he does to those in government.
No, and obviously we're going to see a lot of diplomacy around this. And I am sure that a lot of wins are going to be scored, particularly in situations where there is a total unfairness and unbalance into this. But again, we're going to wait until the end game unfolds. But there are a lot of situations, for example, where you wonder why there is this completely uneven situation, because you're not talking about developing countries here. You're not talking about countries which are in need. You're talking about large economy already benefiting from a very strong stronghold. I think he will have, the president will have some wins without any doubts.
Talk to me about EVs, Tesla in particular. What happens to that company?
Look, if I take the history of EV in 2008, 2009, there were probably two guys believing in EVs. Tesla, that means Elon Musk was one of them. I was the other guy because we launched the first mass-marketed car, which was the Leaf of Nissan. But Tesla was a startup, and they struggled a lot to begin, while we were able to be supported by the huge business of Nissan and Renault on the side. There is no doubt in my mind that the future going towards electric cars. And the people who understood this quickly were the Chinese. That means on top of Elon Musk and some people in the industry like myself and very few other people, the government of China understood that if they want to build a car industry, they're going to have to build it on a technology where they don't have a handicap toward the European or toward the Americans or toward the Japanese. And it was electric car, because electric cars were received into this country with some kind of, maybe it's work, maybe it's not work, maybe we're going to hybrid, maybe hydrogen. Well, they said, okay, this is our opportunity, let's go for it. BYD, which is today one of the most challenging worldwide auto company, they didn't do cars. The first car they did was in 2006 or 2007. They were battery makers. So they just started to do cars, electric cars and other cars, but mainly electric cars, in 2006. Today, BYD is worth 4 times more than Renault, which has been on the market for more than 80 years. It's unbelievable. It's worth 6 or 7 times more than Nissan, which has been here for 80 years. It means that this industry, if you do not understand what's coming and you do not execute and adapt to what's coming, you're going to lose in the game very quickly. And the people who are betting on the right technology or on the right segments will be big winner. BYD will be one of them.
The backlash on Tesla. And do you see that brand evolving? Does it need a rebrand? Should it be bought out? I mean, what's the future there?
No. I think, frankly, Tesla is going through maybe a rough patch now. But first, Elon has announced that he's going to go back to his business, so we're going to pay more attention to Tesla, number one. Second, it's a very innovative company, and it's not going to stop there. So I think they're going to be bringing back new innovation with new technology into the car. So I trust they will do the job in order to get out of this patch. But they're going to have, particularly when it comes to electric cars and autonomous cars, they're going to have a tough competition, particularly coming from the Chinese.
Yeah. Would you buy a BYD?
Oh, without any doubt. Yeah, I'm here. I'm testing a lot of cars because all the distributors tell me, when there's a new piece, can you give us an opinion? They are fine. They are competitive. I think the head of Nissan or the head of Renault should be very scared when they see this kind of cars coming, and particularly at the price where they are present. And BYD today is practically at the same level of sales than Tesla, without selling, I understand, any single cars in the United States.
Yeah.
Which is unbelievable.
Yeah. Tell me about Europe. Are we going to see a war in Europe, in your mind?
Well, Europe, in Europe, when we talk about Europe, in Europe you have different realities. You have, in my opinion, the Europe of the future, the one which is challenging the outdated ideas and the old-fashioned stuff. And then you have the old Europe who tries to always to do a little bit more of what they've done and which put them into the situation where they are. Unfortunately, as you know, I'm a French citizen and I'm very sad to see the situation of France today, which is still struggling with the problem, which is a classical problem of a high debt and deficits that they don't know how to manage. That means we have a lot of words, you have a lot of verbiage, you want to protect this, you want to protect that, etc. But at the end of the day, the whole boat is sinking. In a certain way, what's happening now is probably going to force a lot of countries to get out of the comfort zone and to take finally the necessary decision they need to take in order to shape up. Yeah, to shape up their economy. Because ignoring the problem and pushing the problem for the next generation or pushing the problem for the next government or next administration is not going to work. The policy of en même temps, I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to do this and that, and it doesn't work anymore. You're going to have to choose one specific camp, have the courage to assume it, and change the situation once for all, and tackle the problem which is a threat for you.
President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he's pretty much done with Europe, and not just with NATO spending towards the war in Ukraine, but also with the tariffs that he's been suggesting. In your mind, does that leave Europe very vulnerable?
I think it's an opportunity for Europe. That when the President of the United States said, look, Europe is not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say, well, is it justified? In this case, you just, bend the knee and it's over. Or do you reshape yourself? Or do you revamp yourself? And there are forces in Europe fighting for revamping Europe, but to revamp Europe, you need to get rid of the old stuff that is leading you nowhere. There are going to be a lot of struggle inside Europe for that. It's going to be interesting to see
who do you
what's
see
going
leading
to
that? Is it going to be France? Is it going to be Italy?
Well, Italy is probably one of the new challengers who wants a new Europe. You have Eastern European countries also are new blood in Europe. They want something completely new. And then you have the old-timers, like France in a certain way, unfortunately. Well, Germany is changing. It used to be like this. Well, it's changing very fast. Fascinating to see how things are going to change in Europe and what's going to prevail. But I think the position of President Trump ignoring, in a certain way, Europe or saying, you're not relevant anymore, it's an opportunity for Europe to say,
to galvanize.
No. We really matter. We are one of the largest economy, and we want to do what is necessary in order to get back on track.
Tell me what you think of Lebanon today. What's happening in this country?
Well, what I can say is Lebanon today is better than what Lebanon was a few months ago, because the people of Lebanon gained trust into the new leadership that has been nominated. Now, I think there is a lot of expectation of concrete realizations, And when you go on the street in Lebanon, you know what people want. I mean, they don't care about the big speeches, What they care is about electricity. They want to be able to pay for the school. They want to be able to have security. They want to be able to have a port which is working, an airport where they can fly. That's what they want. They want some basic stuff. So I think if some concrete, visible realization come on these fields, this trust will grow. If people will continue to listen to bickering and delaying and discussions about nominations and plans and in 3 years
the things that never materialize.
Yeah, it doesn't materialize. Then I'm expecting a backlash.
Is Hezbollah over?
Well, it looks like, I'm sure as a party, certainly not. I think they represent a portion of the population, and in a democracy, they should be playing a role. But I think it looks like as a military force, everything I'm hearing and I'm seeing, it's over.
Do you think they'll be able to disarm them without conflict?
This is the big question. This is a big the big question. Will this generate a conflict, or can it be done peacefully? Well, everything I'm seeing from the people who are really leading the country today is trying to do it as peacefully as possible without another disruption that the country doesn't need.
Tell me what you think of the banking secrecy laws. Do you anticipate we're going to see names? Is there going to be naming and shaming of who sent money out of the country?
If there is enough pressure from the public opinion, particularly on the politician, yes. If there is not enough pressure, or if you're lost in the discussion, I think obviously all the people who benefited from it are going to try everything to avoid it. So future will tell what's going to prevail.
Do you think that there's enough time for this technocrat government to really get much done?
If I was in a position like this, I would start with quick wins. Very important quick wins. You know very well, when you have to turn around the situation, people have no patience for what's going to come in 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. You need to feed them first with quick wins. Things that they are expecting. They are expecting concrete, that they see a modification, something for the better. The quick wins allow you to sustain and feed the patience of people for some bigger wins to come. What you cannot do is feed people with words and promises until the big wins come. People never wait for the...
What are some quick wins today, do you think?
Well, obviously, electricity is a big win. Traffic is a big win. Environment is a big win. Establishing some rules. For example, that there is a lot of corruption in the administration. You have to, even today, even though there is a lot of speech, lack of corruption, if you go do certain formalities today, corruption is still going on. So people can see a discrepancy between the intention from one side and the reality. So when these realities start to change, people will start to get hope. So these are the quick wins I'm talking about. Obviously, you're not going to establish a new infrastructure in 6 months. It's going to take some time. But for example, signing a contract with a company which is going to build, I don't know, a power plant that was going to deliver for you in 18 months, this is a quick win, because this is something where you are promising you're going to get out of trouble in a certain point in time, and it's going to be to your benefit. Quick wins are extremely important.
If you were sitting in the central bank governor's chair and you were trying to decide how you were going to structure things going forward, who of the small depositors would get their money back? How would you do that?
I think what they're doing now, which is privileging the small depositors and moving up, is very fair. It's very fair, because small depositor has he puts his money in the bank because he has no other way to do it. Bigger depositors have options. They can put them in the bank in Lebanon, put them somewhere else. So in a certain way, you couldn't say that all the depositors in Lebanon benefited from the very generous high level of rates that the central bank have fed the public for a while. Some people didn't have a choice. The teacher and the officers in the army,
where else are you going to bank?
And the retirees, whatever they want, they had the opportunity to get X%. They are, and now everything is blocked. So starting with the small depositor and moving up is the right approach. It's a fair approach. It's a just approach. Even economically, it makes a lot of sense. And moving up. So we'll see what's going to be the end game, but the first measures taken, saying we're going to privilege smaller depositor, makes a lot of sense.
What happens next in your mind when you think about the future here, beyond getting some money back into the system? Are we going to see consolidation of the banking sector? Are we going to see new players coming into the market? How do you recapitalize the banks?
Well, today, if you ask a shareholder in a bank to put more money in the bank without knowing exactly what's going to be the game, nobody's going to put money. That means the people are reluctantly putting money to preserve their former capital, but if they are persuaded that their former capital is not preserved, they're not going to continue. Nobody throw good money to save bad money. It's too early to say what's going to happen, but I think to reestablish the trust into financial institutions is going to take more than a few words and a few promises, or even a few laws. because the system is frozen now. That means most of the banks are zombies. They're just working, but they are alive, but they are not alive. So we're waiting for the decisions to be taken to see exactly how this will play.
Tell me about the future of Carlos. I know you're teaching.
Yeah. No, I do a lot of things in Lebanon. I mean, obviously, I'm
you're testing cars.
Yeah, I test cars. Yes, yeah. I mean, this is a hobby more than anything else. I test cars, motorcycle, bicycle. You know, the new electric bicycle. I love mobility. I follow mobility. I continue to do that. I dedicate some time at university. We have a seminar on crisis management and strategic.
I'm told that that's booked out for years.
Yeah, it is. It is booked out. It's very successful because obviously young people like they don't like academia so much. They like experience. They like people who have been through this, done things, so they can hear from somebody who are doers and not somebody who just juggling with some ideas. And I'm very happy to do that. On top of this, it maintains you young. On top, I help some startups also here. Not only help them with advice, but from time to time I participate with them. You know, books, movies, I read a lot. I do a lot of things that I didn't have time to do. And you know, I spent also a lot of time fighting for my rights, and particularly for the rights of my wife, because as you know, I've been the object of, frankly, an incredibly unfair and unjust accusation, particularly from Japan, followed by the French after. And the most obvious for me is the wrath of the Japanese prosecutor against my wife, because she had the red notice on her for a so-called perjury, and the perjury is she did not remember something that she should remember. They decided that she should have remembered something that she said in front of the judge she didn't remember. And this event happened 6 months before they put the red notice. And when it happened, when I escaped to Lebanon, and I came to Lebanon, and I announced that I'm going to talk to the press, they struck her with the red notice. We have been fighting this for 5 years. Lawyers, Interpol, and this is where I discovered how ruthless this world is, and that justice has nothing to do with the reality that I'm dealing with, where the hostage justice system in Japan is being exported to other countries through Interpol. Yeah. So, you know, if they have anything against you, you know, they just send to Interpol red notice. Interpol, they told us they don't look at the merit of the accusation, and they're just implemented because obviously Japan is a big donor. Yeah. So my only hope is obviously in front of the Japanese inequity and in a certain way kind of difficult to understand how they're going after my wife. They're going after me. This, I can solve it with them, but after my wife is there is only the only possibility. She's a U.S. citizen and she's a hostage.
And what are the Americans doing?
Yeah. Well, we try. I mean, unfortunately, with the previous administration, we tried everything. I mean, they didn't seem to care. I know that President Trump and the new administration care a lot about hostages, and particularly American hostages. And my wife is a typical American hostage held in Lebanon. She has been held for 5 years. And our only hope is a signal from their administration to the Japanese. They're not pleased with this, and I'm sure this will solve everything.
And she's a citizen of New York.
Yes.
A resident of New York,
resident
technically.
Of New York,
so
yes.
She should be hearing from those who are in government. Talking about senators, talking about those who have access to the White House.
Well, frankly, she tried the senator of New York. They didn't care too much about the case.
No response.
No response, not at all. They even, you know, we asked for meetings to explain the case. The senator didn't pay a lot of attention. In fact, the only senator that are really paying attention are the Republican senators today, and we're trying to reach the White House to say, please, during the negotiations with Japanese, if you mention this, it will be a long way to stop this. I mean, somebody cannot stay all his life hostage for such a, it's not even a crime in many countries. You know, perjury, when it's your a case of your husband doesn't even exist in many countries. They don't take in consideration the testimony of your wife. Japan decided that this is a perjury, and they have told us many times the only way to solve this is she comes back to Japan, she will be put in prison, and she will be waiting a couple of years for her to be tried, and then we'll see.
How would you describe your life in Lebanon?
Peaceful.
Good life?
Yeah, peaceful. Peaceful. I mean, obviously, you cannot have a good life in Lebanon with so much misery and poverty developing around you. I mean, you're affected by that, and we're trying as much as possible with Cairo to help. But it's peaceful. It's peaceful because, I mean, in a certain way, I lost part of my geographical freedom, but I gained my freedom in terms of time. You know, when you're CEO of many companies, you're not free of your time. You have a board meeting, and you have an executive committee meeting, and you have an investment meeting, and you have this, and it's dictated on you. And the time where you do whatever you want to do is very limited. Now it's the contrary. I do whatever I want, and this is a new freedom for me.
Would you want to join the government in any future administration here in Lebanon?
No, I'm a non-political person. I'm absolutely not attracted by that.
Why?
But a lot of people told me, you know, why? Yeah, but you know, you have a lot of experience. It can be helpful. I say, I'm fine. I'm ready to help. I'm ready to advise. I'm ready to consult. If my experience can be helpful, I will do it, but not as a political player.
Why?
Well, you know, I think in order to play in politics and to be successful, you need to like politics. You know, and one of the reasons I don't like politics is, again, I'm an engineer, and for me, the best road between two different points is a straight line. And you know that in politics it's never the best road. It's always you have to turn around and go by and say things and play games. And this is absolutely not my forte. I don't like that. I like people who are very straightforward. I like people who go to the point. I like to make a complex situation simple for people to act. And you know, often in politics, is you make a simple situation more complicated, so nothing is get done, or you can get benefit of it. So these kind of strategies.
You would find it frustrating.
I find it frustrating. Yeah. Well, and again, I have nothing against politicians who like to do that, and we need politicians.
Yeah.
But that's not my game.
So it hasn't stopped Elon Musk from working with the Trump administration, and he's getting a lot of pushback for that. Do you think it's surprising?
Frankly, when I look at Elon is not a politician, frankly.
The chainsaw.
No. I mean, he's not a politician, obviously. Yeah. He's not. And I don't think, and he said, by the way, that in a few weeks, he's going to stop playing this role. He may be an advisor, no problem. He can give advice, etc. And he's going to go to his businesses, yes. Yeah, some characters are incompatible with politics.
Do you think that was a mistake for him to get involved early on?
It's his choice. You know, you make choices in life. Is this a mistake or not?
Given the impact on the business.
I think Steve Jobs said one day, whatever happens to you, you never know it's good or bad until 10 years later.
Yeah.
You know? So you never know. So we're going to have to wait 10 years to be able to assess if this was good or bad.
Carlos, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers.
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello, I'm Joanne Surya. From the pressures of social media to the long shadow of the pandemic, young people today are navigating a mental health landscape unlike any before. And it's not just Gen Z. Millennials are also dealing with rising levels of anxiety, burnout, and emotional stress. So how did we get here? And more importantly, how do we move forward? To break down what's really going on inside the minds of today's youth and young adults, I'm joined by Dr. John Golden, consultant in child and adolescent psychiatry. Dr. Golden, thank you for joining me. Over your career as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, how have you seen the mental health landscape shift for young people?
Yeah, I mean, I've been a consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist for over 25 years. And during that time, I think it's fair to say that there has been a very clear increase in mental health difficulties amongst children and young people. Now, there's various reasons for that. One thing is that we are recognizing things more, we're picking things up more. And I think young people are also more open to talking about their difficulties that they're facing. So rather than kind of suffering in silence, young people are seeking help, or they're talking to their parents or their friends or teachers at school. So we're more aware of the kind of difficulties that young people are facing. So that's one of the factors. But I think in general, it's quite hard being a young person in today's society. I mean, from a sort of political point of view, there's greater gaps between rich and poor, and there's bigger socioeconomic divides, certainly in the UK and elsewhere in the world. And we know that poverty is associated with poor mental health. And when your parents are struggling to pay the bills and there are socioeconomic difficulties at home, that can be associated with poor mental health. Another big factor is social media. And we know that social media puts pressures on young people. There are good things about social media as well. But we do know that in the last 15 years or so that smartphones and social media have become more part of young people's lives. We know the kind of increased pressures that they're under, and I'm sure we'll talk about that in more detail in a little while. I think also, just getting back to the economic side of things, it's the first time that young people, certainly in the UK, are less well off socioeconomically than their parents. And I think also young people look to the future and they think, what kind of future world am I going to grow up in and live in? Politics is very divided. Things are getting very polarized. In that kind of way, we see a lot of wars and adults, doing things that young people think, why are they doing that? What kind of future am I going to have? There's the issue of things like climate change that is very important to young people, but they probably feel that adults are not taking it as seriously as they should do. So there are various things that are quite stressful for young people when they look to the future that can make them feel quite pessimistic, and maybe the rise of AI and worries about what kind of jobs they're going to be able to do in the future. So quite a few different things are making things difficult for young people today.
You did mention social media. I do want to talk about that for a bit. TikTok and similar platforms are designed to be highly addictive. What kind of impact are you seeing this have on children and teens in terms of attention span, sleep, and overall mental well-being?
Yeah, I think in terms of attention span, social media does not help people sustain their attention. So young people these days are not reading books, for example, as much as they used to, I don't think, because they're more likely to be looking at, short form videos, as you say, on TikTok or on Instagram. And so their brain is not being trained to sort of sustain attention in the way that hopefully it was in the past when, young people were doing things like reading more. So they're used to, seeing something that's kind of entertaining for like 20 seconds, and then the algorithm that you mentioned shows the next thing immediately. So they're moving from one thing to the next. It's designed to keep them on the platform. These social media companies, they basically want to get our data, and they want, the more time we spend on their platforms, the more time young people spend on their platforms as well, the more data they get, the more revenue they get from advertising. So I do think that social media companies should prioritize the mental health of young people much more than they do. And I think their real priority is the bottom line, making money. And unfortunately, they're making money often at the expense of young people's mental health.
Another big concern with social media, I would say, on platforms like Instagram, for example, they create this culture of comparison, right? Then you have users mostly sharing their best moments and not much negative content from their own personal lives. How does this shape self-esteem and identity in adolescence?
I think it's hard when you're a young person sitting at home looking at images of, glamorous men and women doing exciting things, and then you compare your life with the images that you see online, and it compares unfavorably very often because, as you say, people put their sort of best foot forward when it comes to social media, and often things are photoshopped that young people might not be aware that they've been photoshopped. So people look, in a way, their image is kind of unrealistic for young people to achieve in a sort of day-to-day sense. And so they compare themselves unfavorably. This affects their self-esteem, and they feel that they're not good enough, that they don't match up. And often this is happening, when they're on their own in their bedroom, looking at this through this screen at this world that's out there. And it can make them feel quite low and quite depressed and quite anxious that they can't keep up with what they're seeing. And it's not good, obviously, for their mental health to have that unfavorable comparison.
Given the digital world isn't going away anytime soon, what practical steps can parents and schools or even these platforms take to better protect young minds without completely cutting them off from this online social life that they have?
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be able to put the genie back in the bottle, as it were, so we can't turn the clock back. So we do need to learn how to manage social media. And I think it's very important that parents and adults and educators know what young people are looking at online and leave the lines of communication open for young people to talk to their parents or their teachers or trusted adults about what they're seeing. They might be seeing things that are quite upsetting for them. Young people as young as 7 or 8 might be looking at quite graphic pornography. I mean, that is happening way more than it should do, and that's upsetting for them, and that will affect their views of relationships between men and women and so on. So it's very important that when they're concerned or worried about things that they're seeing, that they do have the opportunity to talk to adults about them. As I say, the lines of communication really need to be open. Now, one of the ways that social media affects the young people's mental health in a detrimental way is through sleep and lack of exercise. So if you're spending a lot of time online looking at your phone, especially if it's late at night, you're not getting the sleep that you need. And we know that a good night's sleep is very associated with good mental health. So I often recommend that young people should put their phones away for at least an hour before bedtime. And I say this to parents that maybe it would be helpful if the whole family does that. So the whole family can charge their phones in the kitchen or something like that from a certain time in the evening, 9:30 or 10 p.m. or whatever is decided in that particular family. And the parents can model that. I mean, young people look to their parents as role models. And if their parents are looking at their phone late at night in bed and so on, the young people are more likely to do it themselves. So if you do not look at a screen for at least an hour before bedtime, that's likely to increase your chances of having a good night's sleep. So that's something I recommend. The other thing we talk about is green time rather than screen time. So green time means time out in nature, walking in a park, getting some fresh air. And we try to encourage more green time rather than too much screen time. Young people will look at screens, but we need to try and find a balance. The other thing I want to mention as well is in the UK, we have an online harms bill that has gone through Parliament and is currently being implemented. And the government are trying to put pressure on social media providers to take, for example, graphic images of self-harm or references to suicide or sites that promote eating disorders, these kind of sites that are unhelpful for young people's mental health. They're trying to encourage Instagram and Facebook and TikTok and so on to take down these sites and to police their sites more carefully. And they certainly are capable of doing this. They have the technology. Currently, they don't do age verification adequately. These companies can certainly police who is on their sites, but they're not doing it adequately. So, for example, we need much better age verification on TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and so on.
I think we can shift a bit from social media and briefly touch on the COVID-19 lockdown experience. When it comes to the younger generation, how did years of these types of restrictions and sometimes even long isolation periods affect their mental health and in terms of social development and anxiety?
The COVID lockdown was a very difficult time for many young people and families across the globe, obviously. And I think one of the things that was particularly difficult in the UK for young people and elsewhere was missing out on school. So schools were often shut for quite prolonged periods of time and children were not able to go to school. They weren't able to get the normal education that they needed to receive. And they also weren't able to socialize with other young people. So quite a few of the patients that I see nowadays, they look back on those couple of years of the COVID time, the COVID pandemic, and they think that really was not helpful for their mental health. They were stuck at home often. They were not able to see their friends. They were not able to get out to school, as I say. And it was a very anxious time as well. Relatives might be unwell or even dying. You know, the numbers of people that were dying at the time were very inflated, sadly, and many children and young people knew someone, perhaps a close relative even, who had died. And they also pick up on the anxiety of their parents. So fathers and mothers, their jobs were at risk. They weren't earning money in the same way that they normally might do when there is not a pandemic. So there was a lot of anxiety, and also, of course, anxiety about the pandemic as well in itself. So there was a lot of anxiety nationally and throughout the world, and young people picked up on that. So it was a very difficult time for a range of reasons: missing out on education, missing out on socialization, and great anxiety all around us.
How does this phase of missing out on so much, whether they're missing out on school or they missed out on social experiences, how will that affect these children from this generation in the real world as adults?
Well, we hope that there's not lasting damage done, but the reality is it does increase challenges for young people when they've missed out on a year or two of their education. So we know that, you know, young people who are doing exams and studying at a later stage in their school career suffered because they missed out on education during the COVID pandemic. So it doesn't necessarily have to mean that there's long-term damage done, but, you know, children and young people develop, and to some extent that period of time, their opportunities to develop were restricted. They didn't have, you know, if you were age 3, 4, 5, and normally you'd be in a play group, learning how to play, learning how to interact with other young people of your age, you were stuck at home usually at that time for that 2-year period, or much of that 2-year period. So normal opportunities to develop and socialize were missed out on, which means that young people have to catch up at a later stage. So one hopes that for the majority of young people, it doesn't affect them in a major way into their adulthood and into their, you know, professional careers and so on. But I do think it makes it more stressful to, for example, you know, study at the age of 11, 12, 13 when you've missed out on school at the age of 5 or 6. So, you know, there have been significant impacts, but we also don't want to be too pessimistic and think that it's, you know, caused definite long-term damage, because I don't think we can say that for sure.
We've been talking about younger children, so let's shift a little bit to talk about millennials. Why do we hear so much about this generation as being more anxious compared to others, whether they're younger or older?
As I said earlier, I do think that young people are talking more openly about their mental health challenges, and it's really good that the stigma has reduced. We have more actors and sports people and, you know, well-known celebrities who are talking more openly about if they feel depressed or anxious. And I think that's a positive thing. I think it's particularly important for males to feel that they can, I mean, it's obviously important for females as well, but I think males struggle with this more sometimes, saying when they feel down, when they need help, when they're feeling anxious. And males, to some extent, are getting better at this. There's obviously a lot of challenges that boys face, in particular, in relation to what it means to be a male in today's society. But people are talking more openly, and I think that's a positive thing. So I think that's one reason why we might say this is the anxious generation, because people are talking more openly about it. But I do also think that the things we've talked about already, like social media and comparing yourself unfavorably with people that you see online, and the kind of pressures to get lots of likes when you put a post out there, these kind of things are putting increased pressure on young people, and I think it makes them anxious. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have a more anxious generation of young people at the moment.
So you're saying millennials and younger generations are talking more openly about mental health. Do you also think therapy and mental health tools have become more normalized among younger generations? This is compared to older generations, or are they still facing some stigmas?
I think there's still some stigma associated with it, and we need to continue to sort of challenge the stigma of having mental health difficulties. I mean, everyone is prone to having mental health difficulties at different points in their lives. We need to distinguish, you know, normal unhappiness and sadness and normal kind of anxiety from pathological depression or anxiety disorder. And the ways that we distinguish that are things like how much is it impacting on your life. And I think it's really important that we do say to young people and to each other that, you know, being anxious sometimes is a perfectly normal thing to do. In fact, it's actually a helpful thing to be anxious when you're facing an exam because, for example, or a sports event or something that you need to perform at, because anxiety helps increase your performance to a certain extent. But if you have too much anxiety, it can impact on your day-to-day functioning, and it can become a kind of disorder which needs the right help and support. I think young people are more open to receiving therapy, to receiving help than perhaps the previous generation 20 or 30 years ago were, and that's a really positive thing.
With Gen Z coming up behind them, do you think millennials are paving the way for a more emotionally literate generation?
I think the direction of travel is for people generally to be more able to talk about their feelings and you know, as you say, to have a more kind of emotionally literate generation. I think that's a really positive thing. And I think that is one of the positive developments that we've had over the last 10 or 15 years. However, the rise of social media and the way society is moving is also in a more kind of polarized direction. I think we've seen that there's less nuance around, less kind of grey areas, more black and white. You know, you either believe one thing or you believe the opposite thing. And I think that's a real concern, and young people can get somewhat drawn into that. You know, I've seen young males, for example, get drawn into a very kind of polarized view of what it is to be a man, and, you know, very unhelpful influences like Andrew Tate and so on. We can discuss that if you want to in more detail, but you know, following role models who are really not very helpful, and that is a real concern when that kind of thing happens. So I think it's a mixed picture. In some ways, things are really developing in a helpful way. Young people are becoming more emotionally literate, more able to access help, more able to talk about their feelings when they're feeling low or anxious, more able to get support. But at the same time, they're also drawn into this world which is more polarized, and that aspect of society is not a helpful development, I don't think.
I do want to hear more about that from you, Dr. Golden. With figures like Andrew Tate being so popular among young boys and even young men, and then there was the hit show Adolescence on Netflix. Tell me more about how such figures and experiences are affecting this generation.
Well, I think some boys don't know what it is to be a man, or what masculinity involves, and they're struggling with that. And I think it's really, really important that they have positive male role models. And, you know, a significant number of young people grow up without, you know, one parent at home. Often it's the man who's not at home. So we have boys growing up in families where they might not see their father so much, or their father might be living somewhere else, or you know, they might not see him at all in the worst case scenarios. So I think that's really difficult for many boys, that they don't have the opportunity that would be helpful to them to have positive male role models. And then in the absence of that, they might be in their room looking at their phone on Instagram or whatever, and seeing people like Andrew Tate saying, you know, this is what it is to be a man. But, you know, if you look at some of the stuff he's put out there, it's extremely worrying. You know, he's talked about violence against women, and you need to dominate them, and you need to show them who's boss, and all this kind of thing, which if you're a young boy, you might be drawn into that. You might think, oh, okay, this is how I need to be a man. But it's obviously an extremely unhelpful role model to follow. So what we do need is more positive male role models around for boys in today's society.
And what can be done in this case when, as you're saying, some boys don't have these role models in their lives, and their only resource would be social media and what's being pushed in terms of content in front of them? What could be done to help this future generation?
Well, I think it's really important that, you know, society provides good facilities for young people. So sport is a really good opportunity to work as a team, to have good positive role models, to meet other people, to be healthy physically and get out in fresh air. So I think, you know, sports facilities, sports clubs should be more widely available at lower cost for young people to take part in. Similarly, youth clubs, opportunities for young people to, you know, get out of the home, meet positive adult role models, and meet other young people in a kind of healthy way. face-to-face interactions, either in the family or in society more broadly, are protective for young people's mental health. Being stuck in your bedroom looking at your phone all the time is not protective for your mental health. So we need to sort of shift the balance in that kind of way. And I think governments and society generally should be paying more attention to the well-being of young people. I mean, after all, they're the next generation, they're the future of our society, and we should be looking after them a lot more than we have been doing thus far.
Dr. Golden, I really enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so much for your time and your insights. And to the viewers, thank you for joining me. See you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The Vatican has confirmed that Pope Francis's funeral will take place this Saturday. World leaders, including Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, are expected to attend. Trump backs his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth over reports of a second signal chat leak. And organisers of the Oscars say movies created with the help of artificial intelligence can win top awards at the iconic ceremony. We are continuing our coverage of the death of Pope Francis, who died at 88 after a long battle with a chronic lung condition. Known as the Pontiff of Peace and a champion of the poor, his legacy resonates worldwide. The Vatican says his funeral will be held on Saturday at 10 a.m. in St. Peter's Square. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hays and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawia Alami. Thank you for both joining me this evening, John and Rawia. So obviously, lots and lots of information coming out of the Vatican today about the Pope and the details of his funeral. What more do we know?
Well, this is what's going to happen in the next few days until Saturday, which is the day of the funeral. Tomorrow, Wednesday, the Pope will be taken to St. Peter's Basilica. His coffin will remain there until the day of the funeral, of course, for people to pay respects. Now, it will take place, when we're talking about the funeral now, it will take place outdoors, right in front of St. Peter's Basilica. The Dean of the College of Cardinals will, of course, lead the service, the funeral service. He will deliver the final commendation, as it's called, which is like a concluding prayer, formally entrusting the Pope to God. And then after the funeral, the Pope's body will be moved to Sant Maria Maggiore, where he will be buried. And by the way, he is the first in a century, the first pope in a century not to be buried in St. Peter's Basilica. But this is the thing about Pope Francis, the late Pope Francis, that he did a lot of changes, and he actually did a lot of arrangements for his funeral last year, where he changed a lot of things. One of them, that he will be in a wooden coffin, not in the elaborate 3 coffins that usually popes are put into before the burial.
So really breaking with protocol in many ways with the Catholic Church, Jono. But who is expected to attend his funeral?
This will be a who's who of world leaders. So far, we've got names that have been put out there. Donald Trump has said he will attend the funeral. Vladimir Zelensky, Emmanuel Macron will be there as well. Prince William will be there. There was some speculation that even perhaps King Charles may be in attendance. But now we know that it's Prince William who will be representing the UK at large. There will be pretty much any world leader who is currently in a seat of power, be it prime ministers or presidents from around the world, will be in attendance at this. It will be on par with what we saw at Pope John Paul II's funeral in 2005. So we will be expecting a conglomeration of many, many world leaders who will all descend upon the Vatican when that funeral happens on Saturday.
And you obviously have reported on a Pope's funeral before. And I just want to ask you, what about the magnitude of people who turn up? I think a lot of us forget just how important the Vatican is as a place.
With the billions of people who are Roman Catholics around the world, we can expect it to be a mass of people who will arrive into Rome in the next couple of days to file past the body of Pope Francis. That will, as you mentioned, take place in St. Peter's Basilica, whereby the faithful will file past and will pay their respects. But we can expect it to go on for the next 3 days, whereby there will be these many thousands of people every single day going past there as well. It is of a magnitude that you've not seen before. The security getting in and out, because keeping in mind Vatican City in itself, although it is an autonomous country, is a tiny area inside the greater city of Rome. The security measures in place on the Rome side by the Carbonari and on the Vatican side by the Swiss Guards will be quite immense. You can expect there to be something on the scale that you've never seen before. We've seen the Queen's funeral. We know how extremely regimented that was. The history and the tradition of a papal funeral goes back almost as long as the Catholic Church itself, and these are unchanged. There's a 500-page manuscript which must be rigorously stuck to for the duration of the Pope's funeral. Right through to every little detail about the Pope's funeral is documented in this 500-page book.
Amazing. And I actually read there the Catholic Church is more than 2,000 years old, changed leadership 266 times. Wow. So they know how to put these processions on, if you want.
They have a lot of experience.
They have a lot of experience, exactly. But I wanted to ask you also, just moving forward, Rauya, the next step on choosing a pope, the next pope is something, once again, shrouded in secrecy.
It's a very complicated process, very secretive. We're talking about 250 cardinals from 90 countries, yet only 135 can vote, who are below the age of 80. Now, we're talking about 15 to 20 days usually after the death or the funeral of the Pope. The cardinals they swear an oath of secrecy. They are completely cut off from the outside world, no communication. They will sleep, or they will even, as I read, actually, they sweep usually the Sistine Chapel for any listening devices, or spy devices. And all the cardinals will stay in St. Martha's house, where the Pope used to live, until they choose the cardinal. Now, the voting happens in a very interesting way, because they vote twice a day, each day that they're there. They vote in the morning, they vote in the afternoon, and they keep voting until one cardinal gets 2/3 of the votes, basically. And after every voting, they burn the cards, and that's why we have the white smoke or the black smoke. So if no cardinal has been chosen, no pope has been chosen, therefore they will burn the cards, adding some chemicals that will make the smoke black. But if they do, then they use chemicals that will make it white,
but
signaling.
It can be quite stressful because sometimes it comes out great, doesn't it?
Yeah, sometimes you're not sure. Because it's changed, and it's like you said, it's chemicals now. Previously, it would have been hay, would have been what would have been used, and the damp hay would have given out a white smoke. So that would have been previously what was used to indicate that habemus papam, that moment where you would say we have a pope, could finally be announced. But it will be a media frenzy of just 47,000 cameras focused on the Sistine Chapel chimney. But we are, as you say, 15 to 20 days away.
And it can take days, by the way. I mean, the longest one, I think, took 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, there has been the famous reason why it is a conclave and why they go into the Sistine Chapel and why they're locked inside and a Faraday cage is placed around, meaning no signal can get in or out of the Sistine Chapel for mobile phones. There is no Twitter or there is no Instagram while they're there, unfortunately for them. The whole reason behind it is because many hundreds of years ago, it took them so long that the public of Rome decided eventually to just lock them into a room. They still didn't make up their mind, so they took the roof off of the chapel and said, right, now you've got to make a decision. And so very quickly the popes decided, OK, we'll decide. It's going to be one of us.
And they took the roof off the chapel and also said they could only eat bread and drink water until they had made a decision. So that's how they once put pressure on them. But, Jono, the man who is in charge of the Vatican right now, his name's Kevin, and he's from Dublin. Can you tell us more about Kevin from Dublin? Yes. I feel like everyone knows a Kevin from Dublin.
Well, it's quite generic. This one seems...
I'm sure Jono knows.
I don't know him personally, but he seems quite qualified for this position. So Kevin Farrell, he's held several positions in the US. So although, yes, he was born in Dublin, the majority of his clerical career has been based in the US. He served as auxiliary archbishop for Washington, having been appointed by Pope Benedict XVI, or Pope John Paul, I believe. He also went on to serve as the Bishop of Texas after that as well, at which point, I believe in 2017, he was called to Rome by Pope Francis, who said that, and famously, Pope Francis had a very good sense of humour. And he said, I believe Texas might need a better bishop than you. So he recalled him to Rome for a lesser position than what he currently has, which is Camerlingo, or the Chamberlain, and means that he is in charge of everything, right through from the second that Pope Francis will have passed away until the conclave takes place, including all of the voting. He is effectively running the shop in the Vatican right now. And although no big decisions will be made by Kevin Farrell, he still is the guy who, at the end of the day, at the moment at least, is somewhat of an interim pope without any of the title. He will retain
But theoretically, he can be voted as the pope, yet practically...
Theoretically, yes. So it has happened twice, whereby the Camerlingo of the entire conclave has been voted as the pope. Obviously, this guy, we're going to see a lot of him. We're going to see him during the papal funeral mass. So we're going to see a lot of this guy. We saw him seal the papal apartments with the wax. So we will see him a lot. He made that announcement in somewhat of a mixed Irish-Latin accent, unusually, yesterday, to announce that, unfortunately, and sadly, that Pope Francis had passed away. So we will see a lot of this guy in the next couple of weeks, which you would think would make him a contender. But given history, it seems that although you may be the Camerlingo, you will not be guaranteed a seat, so to speak, at the table. He is of voting age. He is 78 years old. But there are a few other candidates who, it seems, are far more the favourite to take the position of the 267th Pope.
Absolutely fascinating, the inner workings of the Catholic Church. It's amazing.
I mean, there's a lot of talk or prediction or questions whether the next Pope will be from Africa, or is he going to be the first African Pope? And the thing is, I've read some information saying that even if the next Pope is from Africa, he wouldn't be the first African Pope. Apparently it happened 3 times in the past. Wow. And the last one was Pope Gelasius, who died 1,500 years ago.
You got to go back.
And he was from Africa.
Yeah, you have to go back a bit for that. Yeah.
There's been a lot of Italian popes right through, and I mean, from memory, certainly from my grandparents' time, any of the popes right through until John Paul I would have been Italian popes. Then the break from tradition was John Paul II, who was Polish, and then you had Pope Benedict XVI, German, and then finally Argentinian Pope Francis. So there has been a break from the Italian, and although they do hold the majority in the papal conclave, the majority, I believe it's 30 or 20 of the cardinals are actually Italian. So there is a solid chance it may be one of the Italians who do.
There are some American.
There are some Americans.
Well,
there is an amazing Filipino cardinal who also looks like he could be a shoe-in for this. But really, until those conversations are happening, which will be starting from now, and although it's not an election campaign, this might be the election campaign for the biggest job in the world. but nobody's actually campaigning. So it will be an interesting number of dinners, I think, held over the next couple of days in Rome as the cardinals begin to descend upon the Holy City.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, and I'm sure we'll be talking about it a lot more. Thank you so much for that. Stay right there as we take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines around the world today. A Hamas delegation has departed for Cairo to discuss new ideas aimed at securing a ceasefire in Gaza. The proposed plan includes the release of all Israeli hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails, a formal end to the war and a complete Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. The last ceasefire collapsed a month ago when Israel resumed bombing in Gaza. Harvard University has filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration for freezing federal grants worth $2.2 billion. The university claims the freeze is unlawful and would hamper critical disease research. The Trump administration froze the funds after Harvard refused to comply with demands to suppress student protests and screen international applications based on their political views, particularly regarding Palestine. Now, U.S. border authorities are grappling with the wave of egg smuggling from Mexico. It comes as American consumers are seeking relief from record prices for eggs, which are exceeding $10 per dozen. The price disparity has created a thriving black market where a dozen eggs is selling for around $3. The crisis stems from multiple factors such as the avian flu outbreak, which has devastated poultry flocks nationwide. A European Space Agency project is assessing the viability of growing so-called lab-grown food in space. The experiment is expected to reduce the cost of feeding an astronaut, which can be up to $26,000 per day. Now, US President Donald Trump is backing his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth after reports that military attack details were shared in a group chat that included Hegseth's wife, brother, and also personal lawyer. In the second signal chat, the US Defense Secretary shared information about airstrikes against Yemen. Here's what the president had to say about the issue when questioned by reporters at the White House Easter egg roll event.
Oh, total. Why do you even ask a question like that? We have recruitments that's at an all-time high. The spirit in the armed forces is fantastic. No, great confidence. Are you bringing up Signal again? I thought they gave that up 2 weeks ago.
There was a new report this weekend that he used it in a separate chat that included some family members.
It's all just the same old stuff from the media. That's an old one. Try finding something new.
Okay, so pretty dismissive there from President Donald Trump saying find something new. But what more do we know about this latest signal leak?
Well, we know at the time that when Donald Trump was questioned that he didn't actually know or he wasn't aware that that this story had just broken. We do know the details, at least loosely, from what we've been given. And we know that now news sources like The Guardian have said that they have verified that the signal leak is accurate and is correct, because up until now we've seen some denial about this. And now that we have what we would say is somewhat confirmed proof, we do believe that it is accurate, it is true, and it does seem Pete Hegseth has shared this information with his wife, who, by the way, is a former Fox News correspondent, and with his brother, who is now also in the administration in a wonderful show of nepotism. So you do have to question also who is sharing the information like this of such a sensitive nature with their family members, which begs a whole other question. What we know about what's in there is limited with regards to what it discusses in more detail. We know that it is a very, very confidential information, in fact, so much so that it would carry a prison sentence for anybody had they been found with such vital, sensitive information in any other given day. But we don't know exactly what has been shared and exactly what's in there.
But once again, Raul, Pete Hegseth has actually been speaking to Fox and Friends today, and he did co-host on the network for 10 years. And what he's saying is that none of this is based on reality. What happens is he blames staff that has been fired for leaking information to try and sabotage Trump and what the administration is trying to achieve. There has been some rumours that Trump was possibly looking for a replacement.
Well, yes, there have been some rumors. They're based on an NPR report citing U.S. officials saying that Trump is looking for a replacement for Hegseth. However, the White House yesterday blasted these reports, saying it's fake news. And then we heard not just from the White House, from President Trump himself, who kept saying that Pete Hegseth is doing a great job. And also the White House spokeswoman was saying that Trump has full confidence in Hegseth. So whether these rumors are true or not, to be honest, there's no way to tell. But I think it will unfold in the next few days, probably, or next few weeks.
What Hegseth has said is that they are retrospective. So this is now looking back at something which occurred in March. What the administration has said is that this is, as we pointed out, it is former employees who are disgruntled, who are saying that this information was leaked in advance. There may be some truth to that. And then the question is, well, why is Donald Trump saying no? And I think his exact words were, Pete's doing a great job. You know, everybody likes Pete. There's no issue. And the reason is, I guess that's the hill he's going to die on. This is his administration. He has appointed these people to this position. He has faith in him, in that position. And therefore saying anything other than Pete's doing a great job is kind of admitting defeat. And if we've learned anything from this administration as we head on for almost 100 days, we've learned that defeat is not really part of the lexicon.
So we're 93 days in, actually, and that's something I wanted to touch on. Pete Hegseth was controversial as a pick for this position. We know that. We talked about that previously. But is it all about loyalty, do you think, when it comes to the Trump administration, Jono and Rawiya? Is this what we're seeing now? He's going to stand by absolutely everything, even though this was actually a second leak, because we know Jeffrey Goldberg from The Atlantic, a journalist, was added to the first Signal group chat. So it seems to be a little bit confusing at the moment.
You're looking at a cabinet that is controversial across the board. There's been very few appointments, and again, Rawiya and I discussed this earlier, there's been very few appointments that he made that were not in some way controversial, people who you would think otherwise may not be qualified for the position. He has to stand by the decision. You're not long enough into this cabinet to say, well, OK, well, maybe a change is necessary or a change is good. Certainly the inside information would indicate that perhaps there may be some flutters of uncertainty and uneasiness at play underneath. But the attitude seems to be, if they're not playing ball, get them off the field. And again, we're very early into this administration. You do have to stand by the players and say, this is who I think is in the right place. And I think that he will do that for the longest time, until such a time when, because people have called for Pete to resign, that's not going to happen.
I completely agree, to be honest. This Pete Hegseth was definitely one of the very controversial appointments that President Trump did when he took office. And there were many other controversial appointments as well. But it's obvious that President Trump chooses his cabinet or people surrounding him based mainly on loyalty. There were questions also about Steve Witkoff, the super special envoy for President Trump to the Middle East, to Russia, and now to Iran as well. And so many questions were raised as to why him, especially because he is a real estate lawyer. He started off as a real estate lawyer, and then now he is a real estate mogul. He has no experience in politics whatsoever. But this is it. I think a lot of people or a lot of experts see that President Trump has learned his lesson from his first term, where he felt backstabbed and betrayed by a lot of his aides and a lot of people that he appointed, and he decided that this time around it's going to be based on loyalty. Loyalty comes first.
And what he's appointing are businessmen, effectively, at the end of the day. You are looking at
similar people too.
They're similar to him, but they are also, and he's rightly in his own words pointed out previously, This country the US is a business, and therefore businessmen should be able to run a business. So what he has done is appointed people who do know business, and he stands by that. And at this stage of the early stage of the administration, I think that it's a trial and error situation. If this turns out to be true and it's the second slip up, then perhaps a conversation may be had about Pete Hegseth's future within the Trump administration.
So you don't think we'll see any dramatic moves when it comes to Pete Hegseth's career in the White House?
I don't think not immediately, but maybe depending on what else leaks, to be honest with you, or more proof of what has leaked. I think then maybe we will see some decisions by
because when the story first leaked, I did think to myself, surely they must just be unlucky to have been caught or to have added a journalist to this, because I'm sure, and this is the way, I know we shouldn't say it, but maybe a lot of people communicate now because it's almost instantaneous.
I don't know what Signal is. I had to do the research behind it to find out what Signal is, why am I not on it, and who's adding their wife loosely, but and it is encrypted. But who's adding their wife onto those chats to have those conversations? And again, if it is sabotage, then it's been well orchestrated. If it is a slip up, then yes. Is it dramatic changes? No. Drama? Yes. I think we're in for another dose of drama. And every single week this administration is biting back on another headline that it really doesn't need. It doesn't need to kick off Easter Monday with this story of all things. And it certainly didn't need this to be the latest headline to hit and take more attention to the Trump administration. It's not what they needed this week.
No, absolutely. Yeah, let's have a look. Let's see what comes of Pete Hegseth's future. But stay right there and we'll be back in just a moment. In other news, the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, says the US and India have finalized the terms for a trade deal. It comes after Vance met with India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Delhi. India is among a number of countries negotiating trade deals with the US during Trump's 90-day pause on higher tariffs. Correspondent Ishan Garg tells us more from New Delhi in India.
Trade has been the focal point of J.D. Vance's India trip. When Mr. Vance met India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday for very lengthy conversations, the meeting concluded with the two sides announcing that they have now decided on what's called the terms of reference of a bilateral trade agreement. This essentially means that the two leaders have decided on the directions and the overall contours of how the negotiations of this trade deal are going to take place. The two sides say that this agreement is going to be crucial to boosting India-US bilateral trade to about $300 billion by the end of this decade from about $129 billion that it currently stands at. Now, this trade deal is crucial for New Delhi because it is hoping that through this deal, it will be able to cushion some of the impact from the US tariffs. US had announced 26% tariffs on New Delhi, which have now been paused for 90 days. But many analysts had said that if those tariffs were to continue, India could be hit with nearly $7 billion in losses in trade every single year because of them. Now, India's tariff rates compared to other countries are still relatively low, but still New Delhi is hoping to negotiate a trade deal with the US, and it wants to provide the US lower import tariffs on a variety of products, all the way from cars to automotive products, and that's something that US President Donald Trump had wanted from India all along. But analysts are also saying that J.D. Vance's visit to India is also to, in a sense, ensure that this trade tension between US and India does not derail the overall relationship, which is perhaps why when he was speaking to academics and bureaucrats in the North Indian city of Jaipur, he said that apart from trade, defense ties are also crucial for New Delhi and US ties at a time when both sides want to see a more secure Indo-Pacific region. Ishan Garg, Al Arabiya News, New Delhi.
Now, organisers of the Oscars have issued new rules that say films made with the help of artificial intelligence will be able to win top awards at the ceremony. They say using AI and other digital tools would neither help nor harm the chances of achieving a nomination. So, first of all, I just wanted to say, Rawiya, really, these rules feel like something out of the future, and they're pretty controversial.
They are indeed. I mean, they could be the future of cinema, or they can be the end of it. And actually, this is what the Hollywood strike was all about. It was AI being the enemy number one of Hollywood during that strike, which happened in 2023, because they, you know, actors, writers, everyone is afraid for their jobs, that AI is going to replace their jobs. Now, with these new, I don't know, with these new rules, are there any sort of details about how much AI can be used, how the AI is supposed to be used? Because as we've found out that even in the last Oscars, Adrian Brody won Best Actor, even though his voice was altered by AI so he can get a better Hungarian accent. Now, I think personally that if AI is going to be used and allowed to be used in movies, then at least on the judging panels for such you know, big prizes like the Oscars, then we should have experts that can tell us how much AI is being used. Is it being used within the framework of the rules of the Academy or not?
Impossible to police.
Which is very hard.
You know,
we
when we're having these conversations, how will they even know? I don't know.
90% of what I see online these days, I have to question and wonder, is this AI? Am I looking at a deep fake? And I think a lot of these, it's now gotten so sophisticated that it's almost impossible to tell the difference. And I think we're at the point whereby AI has been seen as a help and not a hindrance, not just towards acting, but also towards every element of our life. I find it very difficult to now not embrace AI. And I think if actors, and with all due respect and all credit to them, perhaps that's where the industry is going to. Perhaps it is going to a place whereby we're making movies that are Avatar-esque, or they are made with actors using CGI and the benefits of AI. Perhaps that's where we're going to, and it's a case of diversification is the key to survival in an industry. We have seen already many industries be affected by developments moving forward. If we take it back 100 years ago, mining, milling, those industries were all being done by hand, manually. Those things are now gone the way of instruments. We now use tools and computers to do the same work for us. Likewise, computing, and there's a really good movie that was out about how computers were basically people sitting in a room up until the 1960s. AI is just the next advancement on that, and actors will need to diversify in order to keep jobs or keep themselves relevant.
That's true, but there's also a copyright issue here, and that's what some of the actors actually brought up, like Susan Sarandon, Scarlett Johansson. They're saying that basically AI, because it uses already copyrighted material that is posted online, whether it be, you know, stories, scripts, or anything else, then basically using such material is infringing copyright laws and possibly misrepresenting some of these actors, whether in their likeness or misusing their names, misrepresenting them, and therefore actually there are a lot of lawsuits. OpenAI and other tech companies are facing multiple court cases.
Yeah, copyright's been a big issue, hasn't it, really, since the internet in many ways. But also, just when it comes to stuff like AI, I was thinking earlier, what about creativity? You know, people are so creative, and what happens now if you can just put something into ChatGPT and you can almost write a short story? Does that not kill a little bit of the creative world?
My concern, Leigh Ann, is that we're stifled creatively when we come to movies at the moment, because it realistically, anything that I've seen in the cinema recently has been a remake of something, a musical that's been taken and turned into a live-action remake, or a live-action remake of a classic movie like The Lion King. That's kind of what we're getting when it comes to movies these days, and new ideas seem to be few and far between. So instead of saying, well, AI is not assisting us, it's actually stopping us from being more creative, and people aren't sitting down in order to write things anymore, perhaps we need to look at AI and say, okay, well, this is going to give us new ideas. Finally, we're going to get new movies and not the same rehashed
But is it
tripe.
new ideas? Because it's actually generating old ideas.
But if it is, it's still that's
learning.
exactly what Hollywood's doing. I find it difficult right now to think if Hollywood's doing anything that's not just rehashing old ideas, putting the same movies out, doing sequels to movies that nobody really wanted. And I think Well, where's the fresh ideas? Where's the new idea? It's been a while since, I think, Oppenheimer, maybe the last movie that I thought was original, but again, it's based on a true story.
And I went to the cinema last time and I actually watched Bridget Jones, and that's just the sequel. Yeah, so it's a follow-up, so it wasn't really original, but I'm a lot older compared to the first one, but it was absolutely brilliant. But, you know, we speak so much about all of this, but AI could be good for one thing, Rawiya. I actually saw that has been used to de-age some actors. Yeah. So the likes of Tom Hanks.
I completely endorse and agree with that use. It's wonderful. I endorse it.
I was wondering if Al Arabiya would, you know, get a de-age.
You should speak to them.
Yeah, maybe. I think so. I think it's a good idea.
No, it's visually only. It's not in real life. It doesn't actually de-age you in real life. It's just for the cameras. You're aware of that, right? Because
we work in front of cameras, so that would work.
You still have to look in the same mirror at the end of the day, which is the unfortunate
part. But as long
as
it's not going out on the camera, that's okay. We could always get a ring light over our head for the mirror. But just one thing that fascinated me when I was reading the story a little bit earlier, and we touched on this earlier too. They're changing the rule for people who nominate for the Oscars. I don't really know. I'm not very good on the movie side of things, but what
That is shocking, to be honest. Well, according to the new rules, that all members of the Academy, 6,000 of them, who vote on different movies and films, they are obliged to watch the movies, which makes me think, what were they doing previously? Before? Exactly. They weren't watching, and therefore, how were they voting? And how can we trust the results, you know? Doesn't that sort of undermine the credibility of the Oscars in general? If people were voting without actually watching the movies?
Honestly, I honestly thought people sat down and because that's what they're paid to do, right? I'm sure there's a fee involved here.
Of course,
the money's coming from somewhere. I thought they were sitting down, watching every movie. I trusted in them. That was what was happening in advance.
Too.
We need to do somewhat of similar to a papal conclave. I'm pitching this idea to Hollywood.
Yes.
Lock them in a room.
Exactly.
Watch all the movies. And then you can pick a winner for the best motion picture. Perfect.
They can just have bread and water until they decide, basically.
I was shocked, honestly. That was shocking for me. And it made me think about all the movies, great and non-great, that actually won the Oscars in the past.
And the ones that missed out. What if they didn't watch it?
The ones that missed out, exactly. That were really good.
And some, I think, the Oscars didn't often get it right, and now I know why. No one was watching it.
Except La La Land.
Oh,
they
but
got
my
it very
favourite.
wrong.
Oh my gosh, I was just about to say that.
I think they got that wrong.
Oh, really? You didn't like La La Land?
I didn't love it. It's very happy, clappy musical, and that's fine.
Oh my gosh, I loved it.
See,
I didn't see it.
You could be on the Oscars committee. You didn't watch the movie.
Voting on the Oscars.
La La Land.
I think it's like Wicked. It's an acquired taste.
Yes.
And I think you have to be in the right frame of mind. And I think I watched it on a flight, and that's not the right frame of mind for it. So.
Oh my gosh, that's so
Again,
interesting.
that's an opinion.
There we are. I love that opinion.
At least you watched it.
Yes.
At least. Yes, I'm overqualified for the Oscar committee.
I still have a little tear in my eye when I think about La La Land. It's brilliant. You have to watch it. But anyway, we're moving on from that, and we're going to go on to another sequel, and it's the final sequel. We've reached that point in the show where Jono and Rawiya, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day, and I always love these stories. Jono, I want to start with you because I want to talk to you about what you've come up with. Apparently, kids shouldn't be doing chores.
Not my words. Not my words, Leigh Ann. Getting kids to do household chores is apparently dying out. Parents are now saying that it is not fair and that it in fact amounts to child cruelty. And this is not just one or two, but a sign that seems youngsters are being increasingly mollycoddled. 1 in 5 parents say they actually think it's harmful to make the kids do simple tasks, make the bed, mow the lawn. All these things are seen as surmounting to child cruelty, which I think is a little bit ludicrous.
I think I agree. That's ridiculous. Even though I hope my parents are watching, to be honest, because they made me do so many things.
Mowing the lawn, this sounds nice. Mowing the lawn, making the bed, this sounds nice. Like, find a child from a farm who's been sent out to milk the cows and then come back to me and tell me that may amount to child cruelty, but this seems okay.
Yeah, that seems okay. Not just that, there are studies now that prove, I mean, you keep seeing them popping up on social media, that kids who do chores turn up to be much more successful adults, much more responsible adults as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I was thinking, doesn't make sense.
I was thinking about this because I was thinking, you know, if you don't do chores, one, sometimes you're rewarded with pocket money. So that's always quite nice. Or you also go on to your life outside of home, and you know how to cook, you know how to wash your clothes, the simple things of life. So are kids going to be missing out on these vital skills that they really need?
Well, it goes further to say that cleaning the car is apparently the worst thing you can make the kids do. And some...
What happens if they find money under the seat?
Well, a rare treat these days. Nobody carries cash anymore.
That's true.
But the issue is that these kids then, as you said, there's very little life skills. But parents are saying that it doesn't really matter what tasks they ask their kids to do, because the kids are refusing to do the household chores anyway. And I understand there's a slight generational gap here when I tell this story, but there may have been a slightly more strong-handed approach to saying no to chores when I was younger than there is now, and I think that might be the difference.
I think kids are very
absolutely
privileged nowadays. They are, to be honest with you. They can refuse, they can have a choice.
Do your kids, do they refuse, your kids?
No, to be honest, they don't. When I ask them to do something, they do, quite honestly.
Is there repercussions if they don't? Because that's what I think. The repercussions are less these days than they would have been previously.
There are, probably less than what
for sure.
Repercussions for me if I said no back in the day. But, I mean, no.
I mean, I'm hardly one to talk. I got to be honest, I was absolutely terrible as a kid doing chores. I think it was a nightmare for my parents. And I don't think they pushed me hard enough in order to do those chores. And once I went to university, that element of trying to adult was far more difficult, because I genuinely didn't know what the different buttons on a washing machine meant. I didn't really know how a microwave worked. Loosely, I say loosely.
Oh, John,
that's funny.
I lived with lots of them in halls like you.
I had a conversation with my son, actually, a couple of days ago, and I was telling him he's going off to university at this summer, basically. And I was like, do you know how to do your laundry? And he's like, no, I don't. I was thinking, this is a good lesson. I need to teach him.
Here's a hack, another hack. This is great for the iPhone. If you just open the camera app on the iPhone and you put it up to your laundry label, it will tell you what you need to do.
No way.
With the clothing. Not a joke. I found this out only when they did the iOS update. I found this out, and I thought, well, that's it then.
You don't need to do chores. You don't need anybody to teach you.
Isn't it?
You can Google or YouTube everything. There's instruction videos on everything.
If my mum's watching, I did everything I was told to do, because my mum is not a woman you say no to. And quickly, Rauya, yours about someone in quicksand who fell in love.
Yes, a Michigan man who got stuck up to his waist in quicksand, and that was on Lake Michigan Beach, one of the beaches. And of course, apparently this is not the first time it happens to him. He managed to free himself last time, but this time apparently it was really, really difficult. Yet he had a colleague of his. They both worked together, and they're really close friends. But they discovered during the incident, apparently, that they had feelings for each other. So he ended up being saved and has a girlfriend now as well.
And got caught in quicksand twice.
Yeah, that's unlucky.
That's unlucky.
Probably more.
I don't know if he's looking for it or if that's unlucky. But thank you so much for those great stories and doing your chores on choosing those quirky stories, because I want everyone to know, the audience watching, you have
it's
to
not
do the
easy, by the way.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Is there pocket money?
Yes, there's pocket money.
You did say that earlier.
Yes, it comes once a month. Thank you so much to today's guests, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and Al Arabiya senior presenter Rauya Alami. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The Vatican has confirmed that Pope Francis's funeral will take place this Saturday. World leaders, including Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky, are expected to attend. Trump backs his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth over reports of a second Signal chat leak. And organisers of the Oscars say movies created with the help of artificial intelligence can win top awards at the iconic ceremony. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. And of course, that is followed by The Dressing Room. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, President Putin signals willingness to hold direct talks with Ukraine and sees President Zelensky following suit. We ask, what's at stake ahead of peace talks hosted by Kyiv's allies in London tomorrow? Plus, we look back at the life of the Pope Francis, who has passed away yesterday at the age of 88. We ask, what's next for the Vatican? Hello and welcome to the programme. We're going to begin with the war in Ukraine, which has been raging now for more than 1,100 days. Some analysts are now saying that Russia could finally be ready to discuss an end to this conflict. This after the Russian President Vladimir Putin said that he looked positively on peace initiatives and signalled that Kyiv could follow suit. Well, it's the first time that Russia has suggested the possibility of direct talks since the early days of the all-out war, which began in 2022. Well, let's get more on this now with the former head of the British Army and the former Chief of the General Staff, General the Lord Richard Dannatt. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Lord Dannatt. Always a pleasure. Just want to ask you, first of all, we're hearing from the Russian president saying that there is this potential for direct talks now between him and the Ukrainian leadership, we presume. Does that sound promising to you?
Well, I think any offer of talks is promising. I think President Zelensky has said previously that he is willing to have talks. So if the Kremlin is now saying that they're willing to enter talks, then that has to be a positive sign. Of course, the question is, what are they going to talk about? And what are the terms and conditions that particularly the Kremlin wants to put on the table?
And just in terms of, you know, the other latest developments of the last couple of days, I mean, there was this Easter truce. And I'm wondering if you think that was a positive step, or, as some people would argue, a bit of a marketing gimmick.
Well, it doesn't seem to have been a huge success. Taken at face value, it seemed like a reasonable thing to suggest at an important time in the annual calendar, namely Easter. But it would appear that it has been characterised by many ceasefire violations, and therefore it probably should be regarded as something of a marketing gimmick and something that didn't really have much substance to it. You could actually be rather more malign about it and say that it was something that the Kremlin suggested and then would then criticise Kyiv and the Ukrainians for breaking. In other words, putting the Russians, in their eyes, certainly on the moral high ground. So I think one shouldn't attach too much to this apparent 30-hour ceasefire. What is more interesting is to see whether there is some substance to a potential dialogue between the Kremlin and Kyiv now.
One of the things we've seen since President Trump returned to the White House is a flurry of diplomatic activity. And I'm wondering if you think there is anything to show for that nearly 100 days of diplomatic action. Any progress in your view, sir?
Well, I think one has to be honest and say that I don't think there is much realistic progress. If anything, there are some rather worrying developments of a negative nature as far as Ukraine is concerned. Donald Trump has talked about the need, in his view, for the Americans to switch their focus away from Europe, much more to focus on the Indo-Pacific and their challenge from China. So that is a significant factor. I think in the early exchanges by Donald Trump and his spokesman, Quite a lot was given away. Quite a lot was given away in the context of any ceasefire would be along the lines of the current status quo on the ground. In other words, Russian troops occupying some 20% of Ukrainian sovereign territory would be allowed to stay there, and also giving up for a very long time the notion of Ukraine joining NATO. So these are rather negative issues as far as Ukraine is concerned. And then, of course, remember that there was a short period when the United States, in order to make the point, stopped providing intelligence and information to the Ukrainian armed forces, which actually played out very negatively, albeit for a short while, on the battlefield. So what really has been happening over the period that Donald Trump came into power is not very encouraging from Ukraine's point of view.
Why do you think President Trump views this conflict so differently from how his predecessor viewed it, and also how pretty much the rest, with one or two exceptions, of the collective West views this conflict?
Well, I think we have to look at the character of Donald Trump. He likes to characterize himself as being a businessman, as someone who can make deals, and he's got quite a track record of doing that. He tried to make a deal with North Korea. Not much actually came out of that. He did make a deal with the Taliban with disastrous consequences. So on this occasion, he thought that he could probably strike up a relationship with Vladimir Putin and strike a deal with him to end the war. Well, it turns out that this is not the case. However, there is one deal that very much interests Donald Trump, and that's trying to persuade the Ukrainians to sign away their rare earth minerals. So what we're seeing is Donald Trump, the deal maker, trying to live up to his own reputation, but frankly, with pretty disastrous consequences so far for Ukraine, and more widely for the collective security of Europe, which of course is where countries like the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Poland, the Baltic states, Finland, Sweden, have a very, very well-developed interest.
Ukraine's allies are going to meet in London tomorrow, and I'm wondering if you see that and the involvement of the United States in those talks as perhaps being an indication that there is a little bit more coordination now that we're approaching the 100-day mark of the Trump presidency, coordination between the Americans and their European allies.
Well, I think that's encouraging. Again, rather like the early part of the conversation that you and I are having, it all depends what the agenda is and what the discussion items are that are on the table. But certainly it is positive that the United States, United Kingdom, France, Germany, Ukraine are sitting down together and trying to formulate, I assume, a common negotiating position, which, if the Kremlin is offering talks, then at least there is an agreed Western and Ukrainian position that can be put on the table and form the basis of an agenda for a discussion with the Kremlin. But there's an awful lot of ifing and butting in what I'm saying, to be absolutely frank.
I mean, the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, I don't know what your assessment has been of his handling of this, because he's obviously he's walking something of a tightrope between Brussels and Washington. He's also volunteered British forces as part of a future peacekeeping force in Ukraine. Do you see a role like that for the United Kingdom?
Well, it's an interesting question. It's an important question, but I'm afraid it currently is a rather hypothetical question. I think it's hypothetical because we haven't got the basis of a ceasefire. We haven't got the basis of a peace agreement. And without a basis for either of those, it's very difficult to know on what further basis you can then orchestrate a procedure whereby the ceasefire, if that's what is decided, can be monitored. Now, there's all kinds of options where that is possible, some of which are extraordinarily unlikely, and all of which, of course, are subject to Vladimir Putin saying that he will not tolerate Western or NATO troops in Ukraine. So Keir Starmer, who I agree, is trying to tread a very fine line between relations between London and Washington and relations between London and Brussels, of course, bearing in mind that Kyiv comes into it as well. He said that he was ready and willing to put British troops on the ground. Well, he might be ready and willing, but frankly, the British military isn't really ready to do that. And judging by the response from most other Western capitals, I'm not sure that they are either. So we are building a hypothetical question on a hypothetical situation. We need to see more evidence of a ceasefire plan before it can then be determined how that's going to be monitored.
OK, well, let's look at numbers instead then. And you're quoted in the British press as suggesting that not enough is being spent on defence of the United Kingdom. I think you're quoted as saying that 2.5% of British GDP should be spent on defence. I mean, is that enough? And are you seeing signs that this relatively new government in the United Kingdom is taking steps to address that?
Well, it's encouraging on the one hand that the relatively new government, as you describe it, in the United Kingdom has realised that we have got to spend more on defence and that 2.3% of GDP is insufficient, bearing in mind in the days of the Cold War, we were spending 5% of GDP on defence, with the result that that deterred Soviet aggression and that Cold War never turned hot. Now, the government has said that it wants to raise spending to 3% at some point in the future, perhaps towards the end of the decade. Well, that is also encouraging. But frankly, the issue is a here and now issue. You have to ask why Germany is now significantly increasing its defence spending, why Poland already has, why the Baltic states already have. And the United Kingdom, although it may have financial pressures of its own, frankly, if it wants to be taken seriously and wants to make a real difference, both to our own national security, European collective security, and our contribution to Ukraine, must decide very soon to increase to 3%, or indeed even as far as 3.5% of GDP to be spent on defence, and as soon as possible.
One thing we've heard from the British Foreign Secretary David Lammy is that he says President Putin wants to, quote, recreate the Russian Empire and suffocate the countries around its border. I wonder if you share that assessment and really sort of to summarise everything, how dangerous a juncture do you think Europe is at right now?
Well, I think we have to examine Vladimir Putin's speeches, Vladimir Putin's writings, to gain a good understanding of what he really wants to do. We have to remember also, scrape him to the core, and you've got an unreconstructed KGB colonel whose beloved Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact military forces disintegrated at the end of the 1980s as a result of the cohesion of the West at the end of the Cold War. He would love nothing more than to recreate some of the influence of the heart of the old Soviet Union, in other words, Russia, into a greater Russia. And the first stage of that is to expand Russian influence into Ukraine. And remember that Ukraine, when translated, effectively means borderlands. Borderlands of what? Well, Putin would see the borderlands of Russia. So we have got a well-documented and a well-stated intention that he wants to expand the Russian influence. But the question of really how you go about it. The rules-based world order that's been in existence certainly since the end of the Cold War and really since the end of the Second World War does not stand for aggression into the sovereign territory of a neighbouring state. And that's exactly what he's done as far as Ukraine is concerned. So it's not surprising that decent-minded other states, like the United States, like the United Kingdom, France, Germany and Poland, are all standing with Ukraine to say, no, this is unacceptable.
Just lastly, Lord Dannatt, to wrap up our conversation, are you optimistic that out of all of this will emerge an independent Ukraine?
It would be a disaster if Ukraine was to be subordinated to Russia. It would be a disaster for the rules-based organization that I was just talking about. Now, this war has got to come to an end at some point. I would like to see it come to an end sooner rather than later because too many people are dying and too much infrastructure is being damaged. But on what basis it's going to end is very difficult to see. The nearest example I can think of and can quote is really how the Korean War came to an end in 1953. It started with aggression, a lot of fighting, 3 million people lost their lives. It stopped with a ceasefire agreement. There's been no peace settlement. And this comes back to an earlier part of our conversation. To maintain the freedom, if you like, of South Korea, the United States has had to underwrite that. And there are more than 25,000 United States troops in South Korea today. Now, if we're going to do the same after a ceasefire in Ukraine, Are we serious about putting a large number of European troops, notwithstanding Putin's objection to that, into a sovereign Ukraine? All these are really important questions, and we're nowhere near an answer at the present moment.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, General the Lord Richard Dannett. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Well, for more, we're joined by Ambassador Thomas Pickering, former US ambassador to Russia. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've been hearing from President Putin saying that, yes, indeed, there were multiple violations during the Easter truce. But, he says, the Russians are ready for direct talks. Does that sound promising to you?
It does sound promising. I heard it last night and thought that this was something of a break. It is surrounded by uncertainties, including the fact that the Easter 30-day truce broke down on apparently both sides, as well as the fact that the American Secretary of State says if the talks don't move, we may move on, which is a threat of some kind that may well have sparked President Putin's response, or in fact, it may not have at all. We're still waiting to kind of see how the pieces fit together in this and whether there is a next step of real talks. There'll be meetings in London next week with Europeans. There'll be, we think, some meetings between the American negotiator and or President Putin to see whether that moves out. And the real question for us is, will there be a Putin-Zelensky meeting? And if so, how will that work out? None of that, in my view, is chiseled in stone, so to speak. It's all part of what is a dynamic here, which indicates the Russians may be more interested than they have been. President Zelensky has certainly changed from his unwillingness some months ago to move without certain assurances, now to move on the basis that he will have an opportunity to talk directly with the Russian side.
OK, you've raised lots of important points there. I mean, let's pick up on the point you made about this threat from President Trump that the Americans could walk away from this whole process if patience really does run as thin as it looks like it's running. I mean, who stands to lose more in the event that the Americans just say, we're done with this, leave it to you? The Russians or the Ukrainians?
I think that both sides stand to lose, given the fact that the Russians seem to be in a more forward military position, but far from a perfect answer to their goals. They may, in this particular case, have a little bit less to lose, which is why I think international attention has turned to President Putin's statements, which seem to be what I would call a swerve in the Russian steady path that they want to win this militarily, and the talks are a way designed to achieve that, but they have no flexibility. This is not flexibility in substance, but flexibility in process for diplomats usually precedes flexibility in substance.
I mean, what's the incentive for the Russians to hold talks at this particular moment? I mean, that's the Trump desired outcome, because he set himself this target of achieving peace within 24 hours or possibly within 100 days of assuming the presidency. But why should that suit the Russians? And what's their incentive to stop the fighting now, especially if they have the upper hand?
It's an important question, Tom. It gives them an opportunity to exploit what has been President Trump's indication that he was prepared to support them in acquiring the territory they have already captured and not seeking to support Ukraine in seeking the return of that territory, eastern Ukraine and Crimea. And that would be not a perfect victory for Putin, but a way to stop the loss of personnel, which I think is beginning to show some substantive irritations, if we could cause it that way, in Russian public confidence that President Putin's now 3-year war is a howling success. And it would allow Putin to say he's gained a great deal, particularly territorially and maybe politically, to do that and begin to stifle some of the loss in public confidence around the world that he suffered. He's quite isolated. And finally, allow him to claim enough of a victory to continue to, in effect, be able to dominate the Russian political scene, something were he not able to do might well lead him into a process of public confidence being well enough undermined to lose his position. And he and others who are in similar positions around the world have relied very heavily on wins in war to retain their public position, which gives them at least some guarantee of immunity against being put in jail by their publics.
One other thing we've been hearing from the Kremlin, they're warning against rushing the Ukraine peace talks. I mean, do you think that's how they feel? Do you think they feel like they're being rushed by the United States and indeed the United States' Western allies?
It may be in part how and in what way they make it clear that they're going to seek a significantly high price in the peace talks to justify their engaging in them rather than to continue the military conflict, which has been their strategy up until now.
We're coming up to the 100-day anniversary of President Trump returning to the White House. I mean, when you look back on these last 90, however many days it's been, I mean, how much progress, what achievements do you think can be attributed to the Trump administration in this regard?
This is a very difficult question to assess, in part because most of these steps that President Trump and his team have taken are under judicial pressures, if I could put it this way, suits and decisions by senior courts in the United States that have certainly frozen what they're doing, and some have even ordered undoing of what they have been doing, mostly in the domestic context, including the deportation of immigrants to Central America, and other important questions for President Trump in light of the popularity he seeks to inspire, if we could put it this way, by handling the immigrant problem as he did in the electoral outcome, in which he attributes a good bit of his imputed success to dealing with immigration in a harsh, firm, and finalized manner.
Okay, I mean, do you think President Trump is right to be trying to build ties with the Kremlin and with specifically the Russian president?
He seems to believe that this will be important to bring about a peace settlement. He does seem to be generally impressed by the idea that a peace settlement can redound to his popularity and advantage internationally, something that in the first 100 days since the election has been under, if I can be carefully diplomatic, under serious strain. There has not been a large garnering of international support, some dropping away and some criticism and some uncertainty, particularly as our European friends and allies will know. And so the ability to recover, if we could put it this way, some of the directing leadership for international activities of significance would be important for him, even if that ended up in getting the half of the loaf that he has sought to gain at the beginning. The 24 hours, I'll solve the problem of Ukraine, is obviously well gone. 100 days is not 24 hours.
But there's a danger, isn't it, that, you know, this is a rush deal and it's not necessarily the best deal and it's not a lasting deal. I mean, history's not going to look back too kindly on this, and there will also be those who say that basically capitulating to most of the Russian demands, no NATO membership for Ukraine ever, handing over those 4 regions that are disputed. I mean, there isn't an awful lot of difference between that and outright surrender, is there?
Well, there is, if, Tom, you go back to the notion that when he started, it was, we'll occupy Kyiv in 24 hours, then we'll roll on. And there were many of us who were concerned that rolling on meant going beyond Ukraine, either into Poland, which would have certainly sparked Article 5 of NATO, or to Moldova, which is not linked to any defense system, and rolling over that particularly small but important territory in which, as we know from history, Russian military presence is still significantly important. So there is a difference between settling now and settling for what were assumed to be in February 2022 his most expansive ambitions in terms of territory, at least, and territory seemingly coupled with international leadership influence. And therefore, one could see it as some reduction of demand. But President Zelensky, on the other hand, would have suffered as well some kind of a backlog in not being able to recover Crimea, the 4 eastern oblasts, and perhaps certainly being forced out of Kursk Oblast in Russia, where some Ukrainian forces still persist in military activity.
I mean, it's sometimes said by analysts that President Putin, ever since he first came to power in the year 2000, has been pretty much focused on rebuilding what he sees as Russia's rightful empire, the Soviet Union, and the loss of that he's characterized as being a massive humiliation. I mean, do you think this is really what he's trying to achieve? Do you, as someone who knows Russia well, think that President Putin's desired outcome is simply to turn back the tide on what happened in the late 1980s and early 1990s?
I think that some of that is certainly there. The really interesting question is how much he is dominated by the notion that were he not to succeed and not to be able to claim success, this would endanger his continued leadership in Russia, and therefore put him in a position of one way or another being forced out, and the consequences of that might not be very pleasant in terms of how that happens in places where dictatorship seems to fail to be able to establish its permanent presence, if I could phrase it that way.
And just pivoting back to, the U.S. perspective on this conflict, we heard Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State, saying that patience is wearing thin. He didn't say patience with whom, though. What's your interpretation? Do you think he's more impatient with the Ukrainians or with the Russians?
Well, it's interesting because that, I think, is still up for decision. It has a question mark over it. Certainly, President Putin's statements on this Easter weekend and the proposal for a 30-hour Easter truce from the Russians indicates that it may well be connected in some way or another with Secretary of State Rubio's statement about patience is not an eternal virtue with the United States, and we may move on. Zelensky, in many ways, President Zelensky, has more to lose in this. He has less territory now than he had in February. He has clearly established that he is the victim of aggression, at least in a very broad way in the international community. And therefore, the notion that victims of aggression do not succeed in self-defense under a situation in which equity, justice, fairness, freedom, democracy are seemingly still important international goals for the largest majority of nations in the international community, certainly in the United Nations, would seem to be a real setback that people should be concerned about, not just in terms of U.S. perpetuation of Trump's presidency and success there. We do know that apparently U.S. Representative Steve Witkoff has begun to share what real estate people call a term sheet with the Europeans and with others who are at least potentially important U.S. and Ukrainian allies that may well, from its name and character, lay out the goals that the U.S. believes should be achievable in the negotiating process on which we may be about to embark, about which there's some serious uncertainty, as you have seen in our conversation and the discussions we've had. So those are all things that I think are very much to be kept in mind in this very uncertain situation, which is evolving, which has shown some potential for positive signs, but many question marks. And beyond that, will there be a peace to follow ceasefire, to accompany ceasefire? Will there be the guarantees that President Zelensky hopes to have in terms of the fact that the ceasefire will not be just a stopping point for Russian rearmament, rebuilding, and reassertion of military force, but something that has a permanent characteristic with it, and that permanent characteristic can be something in which he and the Ukrainians can have confidence, given the support that they would have from the international community and certainly Europe and NATO. All of those remain out there to be settled in this very, very important diplomatic process. So we can say we're seeing the signs of the beginning of change, but we have been through that now for quite some time, since 2022. Sure. A significant number of ceasefires, and none of them has held yet. So the record is, put it this way, creating serious doubts until we see much more capacity on the field of substance and action to perform in ways that show us real progress.
Okay, I mean, do you think this basically boils down to the fact that, you know, there is a growing realization in Washington that it's not quite as simple as picking up the telephone and ending this war in one simple conversation? This is a highly complex conflict with many moving parts, and it's going to take time and patience.
Well, there was grave doubts when the 24-hour solution was touted that indeed it had any sense of reality connected to it. Now, 100 days in, that particular set of doubts is now, I think, reinforced for most people who follow this situation fairly closely. One should not, however, sell short totally the fact that no progress has been made. If President Putin has now moved from no negotiations and complete military victory to part of a process that has negotiations involved, from something that in one way or another seems to be a need for ceasefires, either to rebuild, reboot, rearm, or preserve human life, at least in those areas of the world for which he has responsibility, that may give us a little bit of an indication that we need to pursue this very, very carefully, and that this has not yet the quality of an open door, but it has the quality of a door that might be able to be swung open.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us.
Thank you, Tom, very much. Delight to be with you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Sure.
We're going to turn our attention now to the life of Pope Francis, who has been called an energetic revolutionary and a reforming outlier in the history of conservative heads of the Catholic Church. Well, the pontiff was 88 when he passed away early on Monday morning after a bout of medical issues. Well, tributes are continuing to pour in as the Pope lies in state at the chapel of his Santa Marta residence. Well, world leaders, including President Donald Trump, President Volodymyr Zelensky and the French leader Emmanuel Macron, are going to attend a funeral service on Saturday in front of the St. Peter's Basilica. Meanwhile, flags across the world are flying at half-mast as dozens of countries declare national mourning. Well, after Pope Francis is laid to rest, the world will then turn its attention to electing the next leader of the Catholic Church, raising concerns over losing the progressive streak that the late pontiff brought to the Church. Well, an intense conclave will take place within the walls of the Sistine Chapel, begging the question, will the next pope be an anti-Francis force, or will the deciding 135 cardinals continue in the path laid by the late pontiff? Well, let's get more now, and we can speak to Candida Moss, who is the author of God's Ghostwriters and Cadbury Professor of Theology at the University of Birmingham. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Professor Moss. Some people describing the late Pope Francis as caring, others using words like down to earth. What would be your way of describing the late Pope?
I think when we think about Pope Francis, what comes to mind is a man of great compassion and empathy, a man of the people, and someone who always went above and beyond to be in touch with the people from all walks of life, be they prisoners, as we saw just last week, or children, or people with disabilities. And I think when people remember Pope Francis, that is what they think of.
I mean, he was working right until the end, wasn't he? His last function was on Easter Sunday, and he died the following morning. Was he something of a workaholic?
This has been said about him. When he was hospitalized for 5 weeks in February and March, he was working from his hospital bed. He was often said to be sitting in an armchair working. He was issuing directives. He was talking to cardinals about upcoming canonizations. And certainly when it comes to Easter, which is the high point of the Catholic liturgical year, this was an important event for him to participate in, but he still prioritized. He prioritized meeting with people. He prioritized visiting prisoners, and he prioritized liturgy and the Catholic laity over more politicized meetings, such as that with Vice President Vance.
Indeed, and lots of reaction from all across the world. Most world leaders you can think of have given some kind tributes to the late Pope. Some people say he charmed the world. I don't know if you agree with that. How do you think he did that?
Well, he was a man of great personal charisma, and it's very hard to be critical of Francis the man because he really walked the walk. I think when people think of Pope Francis, and this was really what the Catholic Church needed at the time, he was a moral authority. He was someone whose behavior meant that he could act as a conscience for Christians worldwide, regardless of whether or not they were Catholic, because he had kind of thrown off the kind of trappings and pomp and circumstance of the Vatican in favor of the kind of down-to-earth mission and pastoral day-to-day work. So he may have charmed people with his personal charisma, but he did also take bold steps to try and reform the Catholic Church and to modernize in certain respects, both by reaching out to LGBT Catholics, divorced, remarried Catholics, and members of other religious groups. He was known for talking about how members of other religious groups could also go to heaven and how even non-believers and atheists would find salvation eventually.
So it sounds like you're saying he really changed the institution.
Well, he tried to, but the Catholic Church moves very slowly at a glacial pace. So what he changed was really the tone of the church, where people have been critical as they have said, well, he changed the tone, but not the lyrics. Many of his reforms weren't sort of ushered into kind of official church teaching or canon law. They were instead off the cuff or ad hoc remarks that Pope Francis himself made to individuals. They weren't sort of formal ex cathedra statements that changed church teaching.
But you're making it sound like he made it much more inclusive as an institution, or at least it made it sound like it was more inclusive as an institution.
Definitely. Pope Francis did make the church more inclusive. He was welcoming people in and accepting those that the church had previously sort of excluded, particularly Catholics who had felt excluded beforehand. But I think the question here is Pope Francis was welcoming. Pope Francis wanted to invite everyone in, but he didn't invite everyone in ways that have sort of lasting permanence in the Catholic Church. And in terms of his legacy and his desire to have a more welcoming church, that will be seen in the actions of his successor, whoever that is.
Indeed, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But let's just finish off with Pope Francis. According to an opinion poll, where you are in the United States, 75% of US Catholics viewed Pope Francis favourably last year. But that's down from about 90% in 2015. And I just wonder why you think it is that during the course of a decade, about 15% of US Catholics took a less favourable view of the Pope.
Well, I think his initial high performance rating was based on just personal charisma and all the things you saw him doing. He really was sort of embodying Christian values. But in the last few years in the Catholic Church, particularly in America, there has been a spike in conservative Catholics. More Roman Catholics, particularly young Roman Catholics, are embracing much more traditional forms of Catholicism, including Latin Mass and adoration, which these are practices that we associate with pre-Vatican II in the 1950s. And with that spike in conservative Catholics, we see more people who are critical of Pope Francis and who are opposed to his reforms and efforts to make the church more inclusive.
And when it comes to politics, obviously Pope Francis met J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, only a couple of days ago. Do you think it's fair to say that on occasion it sounded a bit like he was sparring with President Trump? For example, he talked about plans to deport migrants, calling that a disgrace. He also expressed unease about cuts to foreign aid and domestic welfare programs. I mean, do you think it's fair to say there was a clash of cultures really there?
Absolutely. I think that when it came to Pope Francis and everything that he stood for, his focus on the poor, the vulnerable, and immigrants, all of which are solid, ancient Catholic teachings that go back as far as we have records, that Pope Francis and President Trump were quite strongly opposed to one another. And that goes back to the beginning of Pope Francis's time as Pope. He criticized Donald Trump back when he was talking about building a border wall, for example. And so I think what we see in Pope Francis is a man who sees that it was his responsibility, his moral responsibility to speak truth to power, particularly to powerful and wealthy nations, whom Pope Francis saw as having a moral obligation to help immigrants and the poor.
And in terms of who replaces Pope Francis, I mean, obviously lots of names are out there. I mean, there's a large number of cardinals, and we couldn't possibly name all of them. But there are some American cardinals, and some people saying one or two of them, notably the Cardinal Joseph Tobin of Newark, Archbishop Robert McElroy of Washington, Cardinal Blaise of Chicago. I mean, there's some of the names that are being bandied around in the press. I don't know if any of those names mean anything to you and whether you think the next Pope could be an American, because that would be a first, wouldn't it?
It would be a first. And I have to say these are three very different men. So the Cardinal from Washington, D.C. would be very much a kind of Francis Bergoglian Pope, if appointed. He has been very vocal on issues of immigration, whereas Cardinal Tobin is more conservative. In terms of could we have an American Pope? Theoretically, of course we could. I think the interesting question is whether or not the College of Cardinals, which is now more global than it has ever been, thanks to Pope Francis, and has much higher percentages of representatives from South America, Africa, and Asia, will want to see power in an American Pope just as a matter of principle. There's a very powerful and, shall we say, fierce American president right now. And will the rest of the world's cardinals, who probably will have felt strongly about President Trump's comments about their home countries, about his position on immigration, and of course the cutting of programs like USAID, will they want to have an American Pope at the same time as this president? If you couple that with the sex abuse scandals that plague the American church, I think it's highly unlikely that we could see an American cardinal.
Okay, so what do you think is a more likely scenario? I mean, are there any front runners out there? Do you think that's a likely next pope?
There definitely are. There's a handful, and it depends on where they come down on these issues, more conservative or a more Francis-type leader. We might see Pietro Parolin, who is the Vatican Secretary of State and kind of a consummate diplomat. He is the person who met with J.D. Vance on immigration. He could easily become the next pope. If we were thinking more progressive, perhaps Matteo Zuppi, who is from Bologna, who has been very vocal on issues related to poverty, but also supportive of LGBT rights. For conservatives, we might see our first African pope in 1,500 years, probably in Cardinal Bazungo Abongo from the Congo, who is perhaps the most powerful African cardinal right now. And we also might see our first Asian pope, and that would be Luis Tagle from the Philippines, who people were talking about as a potential pope back in 2013, and who, as a sort of moderate, more central figure, might be able to win votes from both conservatives and liberals. Whomever is elected, though, has to win the favor of cardinals from around the world. It is no longer the case that one can be elected pope merely by currying favor with Europeans and North Americans.
Yeah, certainly. It's a much more international body of people, isn't it? Just lastly, I mean, do you think the legacy of Pope Francis has really determined, in a way, and changed who the next pope will be?
Well, the future of his legacy lies in the hands of his successor. But I think one part of his legacy, which is important, is the shift in tone. Francis, unlike his predecessor, he has grounded his authority not just in his status as Pope, as leader of Roman Catholics around the world, but in his personal conduct and behavior. People looked to him as a moral authority because they liked him and they believed that he was authentically a good person. And I think it would be very hard for Pope Francis's successor to immediately don papal ermine and the papal tiara again and assume all of the trappings of the papacy without also looking to follow in Pope Francis's footsteps as a man of the people.
Okay, well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. We really appreciate you taking the time to join us here on Al Arabiya News. Candida Moss, thank you very much indeed.
Thanks for having me.
We can talk more now about the late Pope and who might replace him with Ruth Gledhill, the assistant editor at The Tablet. That's the leading international Catholic journal. She's also the former religious affairs correspondent at The Times. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Just want to start by asking you how you think the 266th Pope, the first Latin American pontiff, is going to be remembered.
I think he'll be remembered for his legacies in the areas of the environment. Early on, he produced this encyclical Laudato Si, which has had a really dramatic influence on parishes, on people's activism, on environmental issues, and on the wider world beyond the church as well. And he did establish himself very early on in his papacy as a leading prominent voice on arguing for the current global warming situation to be addressed. But more recently, he's become very known for being very outspoken on issues around poverty, around refugees and migrants, and around war, conflict. And admittedly, previous popes have been outspoken in these areas too. After all, it's very much in alignment with the Christian gospel to speak about poverty and the poor and the rich and on issues like that. However, I think Pope Francis has made a particular impact because of his skillful use and his team's skillful use of the modern media and the opportunities represented by social media and other modern media to really get the message out there. And he's really used that to great effect. The other thing he'll be remembered more to do with internal church governance is his trying to grasp the issues of Vatican reform, especially around the areas of finance, which he did pretty effectively, and then the area of sex abuse of paedophile priests. And some of his critics would say that he could have been more effective on that, but he did really try very hard to do his best on that, and did change the culture of the church, or certainly began to change it to one where more openness and more honesty now does exist around that area, but there's still a long way to go. He also introduced this concept, or reintroduced it if you count the very early church, this concept of synodality. That was an attempt really to try and make real in today's church the reforms of the Second Vatican Council, which I think he really wanted the modern church to be a post-Vatican II church. And that runs counter to the views of some traditionalists who I think might even like it to be pre-Vatican II church, or at least not to be too much modernised. You know, they want to return to the Latin Mass and that kind of thing. So, again, that has proved popular in parts of the church and not so popular in other parts of the church. So I think his successor, well, one of the things Pope Francis was, he was an elderly man when he was appointed Pope. And he was a man in a hurry because he never thought, I think, that he would last as long as he did. He had more years than perhaps he thought at the start of his papacy. And so he used that time to good effect, but he was always trying to do so much, trying to get so much done.
Sure.
And
I just want to interrupt you. I just want to interrupt you there, Ruth, because you make a really interesting point, and you made that point right at the beginning as well, where you said that as he sort of eased into the job of being the Pope, he started being a bit more outspoken. And I'm just wondering whether you think, and this ties in with what you were saying there about him being elderly and living longer than he thought he probably would, where the popes tend to get a bit more audacious, a little bit more daring in terms of stepping over the established lines to take on issues as they get more senior in the role?
Well, I don't know really. I mean, I think with Pope John Paul II, his predecessor but one, you know, he was the Pope for such a long time. I mean, one former editor of the tablet, John Wilkins, never had a conclave in his whole time as editor, because Pope John Paul II was editor for so long. And then in the last few years, you know, we're having we've had Benedict and now Francis. And so I think that from the short time of experience, I might suggest it normally goes in the opposite direction. Popes become a bit more conservative as they get older. Certainly Benedict, when he was a younger man and was at the Second Vatican Council, you know, he seemed to be quite liberal on many fronts, but maybe it was the experience of the council, or some people say it was the experience of the riots in Paris in the 60s. Anyways, he became much more conservative as he got older, and he was quite a conservative pope in the end. And actually Francis, when he started out, he made some quite radical sounding comments. So, for example, on the gay issue, he was the first pope ever to use the word gay. You know, most popes would not have used the word gay at all. And he said, "Who am I to judge?" famously, when he was on the plane on the way back from his first foreign trip. And he said, if gay men come to God with love in their hearts, who am I to judge?
So you're making it sound, sorry to cut you off, I mean, you're making it sound like, Pope Francis set a very different tone for the papacy from his predecessors. Is that a fair comment?
Well, I think that is a very fair comment, and you've hit the right word there, tone. So he didn't change much, if anything, theologically, but he did change the church's tone. And I think that was a really significant change, and one that would be really interesting to see if his successor continues through with that. So, for example, Pope Francis decided not to live in the traditional papal apartments, but instead in the Santa Marta residence, the Vatican guest house. Will his successor live there, or will he return to the papal apartments? Because whatever he does, he'll be sending out a message, won't he? And then likewise with the clothes the Pope wears, will he, like Pope Francis, eschew the red shoes and the white trousers and some of the finery that's been associated with popes over the decades and centuries? Or will he just insist on the simple white that Pope Francis insisted on right from the very start? So I think there's a number of challenges facing his successor, because whatever he does, it's bound to be interpreted, to the ends of the earth.
Sure. Let's talk a little bit about who that successor might be. But before we do that, let's talk about what happens next, because obviously the funeral is set for Saturday. Then there's the conclave. I mean, what's your hunch? I mean, how long do you think we could be looking at? I know it's impossible to answer, but I mean, do you think there are some obvious candidates waiting in the wings?
Well, the bookies' favourite one of the bookies' favourites is Cardinal Tagle of the Philippines. And he's someone who's seen as being kind of very much in the image of Pope Francis in many respects. Some say he's fallen out of favour more recently, but I think he's still a favourite. Then Cardinal Parolin is another favourite. And then Cardinal Robert Serra, even maybe, who's been around, who's quite an elderly one, who's been around and been mentioned in previous conclaves. And then, we've even got Arthur Roche, who's from England, who's over in the Vatican at one of the dicasteries. And he, again, could be seen as possible favourite, although he hasn't really been mentioned by the bookies. But he's the one English one, I think, name might come up from time to time. And so the successors, the potential successors, people being talked about, range from conservative to much more in the mould of Pope Francis. He has rather appointed a lot of cardinals. So the college has a lot of people appointed by Pope Francis. Only the under 80s can vote. Only the under 80s are in the college. So I think that there is a strong chance that his successor will be somebody who is in a similar mould, but maybe someone who might take things a little more slowly, or might try and have a period of stability. It's not that Pope Francis was, led an unstable church, but I think people did feel that he was trying to change a lot of things, even if it, in the tone and the manner of the church is the way it was perceived.
Okay.
Even just the way he appointed cardinals, it was, everything he kind of tried to make more informal and to take some of the pomp and the labyrinths in bureaucracy away from it. So I think his successor might very likely try and bring what is perceived as stability back into the equation.
Sure.
But how conservative he will be, I just don't know, because I'm just not sure how much support there is left in the college for a very conservative cardinal now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the cardinals that Pope Francis appointed. There were cardinals from Tonga, Haiti, Mongolia. So, it really seems like he created a much more inclusive church, internationally speaking at any rate, during his decade or so in that role. But just to wrap up, we're talking about a 2,000-year-old institution here. Are you seeing its influence, or do you think it's fair to say its influence is declining, or do you think its influence is growing?
Well, in my view, its influence is growing, and certainly it's growing in importance. And I think particularly at the moment, it's difficult to say for sure, actually, to answer that question either one way or the other for sure at the moment, because of, what's happening in the world at the moment, the wider world. And with what's happening in the United States and in other countries where there's this resurgence of a particular kind of right-wing politics, Pope Francis was very much a voice on the left. I mean, he was coming from the Christian gospel, obviously, but in political terms, he was interpreted often as being on the left side of the political equation. And I think many people would feel that his was a voice in such a prominent position that was needed at this time. So I think the world it'll be a loss that he's not with us anymore. And the church will feel that loss. And I think a successor will need to be able to work within this kind of current political, very complex and unpredictable and, in some respects slightly frightening political situation internationally, to bring some stability. That's why I think they might go for someone who is capable of bringing stability both to within the church and maybe of impacting stability beyond the church in the wider world as well.
And just lastly, I mean, one of Pope Francis' last public engagements on Easter Sunday was to meet with the US Vice President J.D. Vance. It was a brief meeting. Do you think the two men manage to see eye to eye?
Well, certainly both men, including J.D. Vance, are very committed Catholics. Pope Francis was a very committed Catholic, obviously, and so the fundamentals of their faith are the same. And J.D. Vance, for whether one agrees with him politically or not, his faith is, he's a devout man, and they have that much in common. So I think that there would have been a meeting, certainly of spirits.
OK. Well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. Ruth Gledhill, Assistant Editor of The Tablet. Thank you very much indeed. Well, that is all we have time for today's edition of Global News Today. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Welcome to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. Gentlemen, how are we?
Really good. Really good.
Good,
mate. It's been a long weekend.
It's been quite long, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's been quite long.
It's been long,
What,
mate.
you been up to much? What did
Mate,
you get up
what
to
have I
over
been up
Easter
to over
weekend?
Easter? Over Easter, what do I do over Easter? Kids, mate, they're like 3.5 weeks off school, innit? So you're at the end of it now. So you're. I'll tell you what I did do. 2 things actually. I had a golf lesson with a whole family golf lesson. lovely.
You probably needed it.
Yeah. I've gone to the geezer. He said, "How much?" He said, "Do you play?" I went, "I've been playing for 20 years, mate, but I need to reboot the whole swing." He's gone, reboot. Right, listen, right, and he's gone, right, let's have a look at you, and he's filmed me, right, and like, you know when someone films you and he's looking over and going, like, what have I seen?
All over the go.
So he's holding. I've never ever done this. He's trying to hold my head when I'm swinging. Don't move your head. I keep moving my head like that. So, Carly's
like a naughty school child you are.
He's going, no, you keep moving. I'm saying, Matt, I don't think I'm moving my head. And then he shows me the video, and my head's doing this like mad thing while I'm swinging. And then Carly's like laughing their head off at me. The boys are playing, and I don't know if you play with the boys. Like, golf can be dangerous, right? You have the rules. So stressful for me because they're swinging clubs and they're missing each other by that. Like walking in front of tees, so it was good. I want to play football. I want to play golf with the kids, so I want them to learn. But it was just stressful. So that's what I've done on Saturday, and I actually played football yesterday for my team. I ain't played football for 6 months, Coley.
How'd that go?
Yeah, normal service resumed. No.
Breaking ankles,
mate. I feel like a bag of spanners today, mate. I needed a shoe on to get me out of bed. Yeah. You know when the alarm goes off, I tried to get my neck up, my neck sore. Good shout out though. We played a team from Silvertown, and I'm looking over, and like you think you're playing. It's good, like what they're gonna be like. They were great lads. Like none of that silly kicking, smashing me or anything like that. Good banter on the pitch. We won 4-1.
You get any mums' names or? Or did you just leave that one alone this time?
If people haven't listened to that episode, they'll be thinking, "Mum's name."
Yeah. Did you get any details?
No, do you know what the banter? It always makes me laugh. Like the ref turned, and the ref was good value as well straight away because, mate, it always stuns me how serious everyone takes it on a Sunday. Like,
that's what I can't. That's what I can't handle.
Yeah,
I can't handle that. Like, I just want to roll out and just go out for
a bit of fun.
Yeah, but everyone's got expectations, like high expectations as well. So, listen, mate, see what you used to see on the TV. Or Match of the Day. That's not me anymore. I can't do it.
I ain't that man.
I'm not that man anymore. So I don't want to disappoint them.
Yeah,
like, used to go, well, Colin really used to be something. Look at him now, he can hardly move. I'm better than him.
I've had that as well. Yeah. Oh, it's horrible.
I had that in the height of my career. I remember I was in the
height of my career.
The height of my career.
No, we was in Iron Napa.
Levels.
We was in Iron Napa, right?
Yeah.
We was in Iron Napa, and I was, when you're coming through like the square and everyone's boozing and it's like a good party vibe. And there's these kids playing football. Yeah. And I've seen the football and I'm half cut. And the guy's gone, I've gone, yes, mate, give me a kick. And I was like, there's Joe Cole. And I thought, right, because I love a football, so I thought, right, I tried to do some moves, right? Yeah. And I looked like I'd never, ever seen a football. It looked like the football was not my friend, right? Yeah. And I could hear this little kid going, Dad, I thought you said that was Joe Cole. he went, he is, son.
No, he is. He's just out of practice.
Yeah, I heard it. I just skulked off into a bar and just had a word with myself.
Bridget, you've got a 5-a-side football pitch in your garden.
Yeah, I have to be fair, yeah.
Do you use it?
Do you know what? My kids always use it. They always have mates over and that, and I've got a ball launcher and stuff, but that's that's my part now, just operating the ball launcher. Like, my knees just ain't what they used to be, mate.
Launcher at your son's head.
Yeah, basically.
You've got to wear a helmet when you
play. Mate, I had it done and they didn't use it for about a year. I thought that was a waste of money, and they both put into it.
Do you know what, right? Your garden, Bridget's garden's like,
it's
like Euro Disney, mate.
It is.
They've got brilliant launchers,
They got bunkers.
They got a swimming pool. They got little areas.
Oh,
man.
it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Treehouse, mate. You got a treehouse here?
Yeah.
No, we did have one actually.
Did you?
It got replaced by the football pitch.
Oh, see.
Yeah. You're like...
just plant another one. Yeah. Plant another tree and put a treehouse in it. Like,
plant a tree.
Plant a tree, not plant a treehouse.
To be fair, it's a
plant
nice
a tree,
garden.
let it grow, then put a treehouse in it.
It come in use at the weekend actually.
Go on, tell us.
We basically, when I used to go on holiday when the kids were a bit younger, I used to pretend to be a zombie. And basically I used to chase the kids around like after dinner.
Yeah.
Our kids used to absolutely love it. become a thing at the house. Whenever kids come over, they're always like, "Oh, Dad, be the zombie." So basically, about 10 o'clock, it's got really dark, and I've got the garden speakers, and I put a load of haunted music on. And basically, I go out in the garden, and they've just got to walk around the garden, and there's me just popping out of bushes, chasing after them and everything. So I spent an hour doing that the weekend, but the kids loved it. It's it was a good laugh. You can imagine, can't you? Got all like wolves howling and everything. I'm just in the bush jumping out.
That'd be so good if you're a kid, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you're a kid.
My knees were in bits, mate.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. I'm thinking about my knees.
Injection, I felt all right, and I think that was too much. Crouching in bushes and running around.
You pushed it to the limit.
To be fair, your walking gait's a bit like a zombie now, anyway.
It's always in character. Always in character.
You guys, what did you get up to?
My son was down, obviously, from Hull. He had Caden. Yeah, Caden was down from Hull. He didn't have a match this weekend, obviously, and so we went to watch his brother, because his brother's just signed. His younger brother's just signed for West Ham.
Yeah.
So went to watch him train and that was and it's his first week. So we went to go and support him.
First week on the, because he's going into the apprenticeship
No.
Year 11. No,
so
he's year what?
The older one's already he's already a scholar at Hull City.
Year 12. Well, I don't know.
Year 12. And then the younger one's he's under 14, so he's just signed. So basically, he's got 15s and 16s until he gets his scholar.
Right.
So we just went. He's just first time in the system. I think his older brother, Caden. He got into the system about under 12s, under 11s, under 12s. Yeah. And then now his younger one, I left it a little bit later because I wanted him to develop certain aspects of his game before he went in. And I'm a little bit judgy because I'm a striker. Yeah. But his brothers are left back or left centre half. So I didn't really know what I was seeing there. Do you know what I mean? So I couldn't really judge it. So I had to put him in and say, you can swim a little bit. Yeah. But I was a little bit judgmental on the younger one because I know that position and say, he's missing that at the moment. I ain't gonna put him in yet. So it was a family thing and a decision where we said, he's ready now. He went to Arsenal. Yeah. For one reason or the other, didn't get the contract there. Yeah. Nah. He's at West Ham because I said, just come home. Can't trust these people's judgments. Do you know what I mean? So he's at West Ham.
Do they support each other, Coley?
Yeah. They've actually got. Because now they understand, like, this football's a full-time job. It's not just a game anymore. They're kind of like, I really want to do this. So they kind of gravitate towards each other and they give each other advice, which I think is quite cute, actually. And on the weekend, I was actually, not on the weekend, on Friday, I was actually coaching them.
Right.
But against each other, because the older one's obviously a defender, the younger one's a nippy kind of striker. So it's good for them to... And it's actually natural. It's been natural how they've developed because one's always been attacking one, did it? And the other one's always been on the defense. So it's the same personalities, which they get a lot out when they train with each other. So it was amazing to have them both down and teaching them a thing or two about football. But hopefully, they go on and do what they want to do in their lives, and I can only be there to support.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. That's fantastic. We'll start off. I think we hit out the bat here talking about Spurs because it was an amazing night for the club. Thursday night, Solanke breaks the duck with a decisive penalty. His first goal since January. That's incredible. Anyway, because I really like him. A 1-0 win, and that 1-0 win in Frankfurt. We've been there, Coley, and I think we talked about it last week on the episode. That is an unbelievable result because it's a tough place to play, and nobody saw that coming with Spurs. Everyone was thinking that's going to be it. Andrew will have his resignation note ready, and it's the season over. But incredible result and performance. Yeah,
look, for Ange personally, it's a great result for him. He's on track to saying what he said he was going to do. Second year, second he might win a trophy because he said, what did he say at the start of the season? On my second year, I always win something.
I always win something. He must
That's
have been
pressure.
feeling powerful that press conference.
Mate, so he's on track still, you know, like, although it's not been a great showing in the league,
yeah,
he's on track to go on to say what he was going to do. Do what he was going to say. So, or was it the other way around?
Say what he
was going to do. My brain's a bit slow at the moment, ain't it always? But look, for me, when you look at that team, that's got to galvanise them to get to some better results for the back end of this season. Because you know what it does? The back end of this season now, it kind of just sets you up for next. Even though you've had a poor season, the last 5 games, do you know what I mean? That's got to set you up for the next season to say, do you know what? We've got something to look forward to. I don't know whether Ange will be there or not. But
do you reckon if they win it, he's still there?
I had this question, Bridgie, posed towards me. I said, do you know what? I remember when Moisey won the Conference League. He should have actually. I think he should have walked then. Drop mic. See you later. Do you know what I mean? But then, because you know that the crowd's a bit toxic at the moment towards Ange, there's sections of the crowd and they're quite influential. Sometimes if he wins this, he can leave with his head held high and say, "Listen, I said I done what I said I was going to do. Bosh. Hold that. Find somebody else."
I'd love to see a manager drop the mic properly after doing something like that. Do you know what I mean?
It's too much money in it.
No,
too much money in it.
Imagine how saucy that would be.
Oh, bro, look.
In the press conference afterwards. Just like, don't even go to the dressing room.
It'll look saucy, but the bank account's light.
Ain't happening, is it? Ain't happening.
Yeah, there's a negotiated exit.
There's about 10 million there. Just like, you can't walk away from that. Call me whatever you want.
A little Harley Davidson.
But he is at the end of his contract. He is at the end of his contract come May. So yeah. So if they offer him something at the end of it by winning it, then if he takes it's on him. But I would say, listen, I'll finish off here. Do you know what I mean?
Take it and walk next season.
No, but it will guarantee him a great job the next job. Do you know what I mean?
That's why I think money. I think that's why I'd like to see any manager do it, because I think it would just. One, I think it's really integrity. It's like, you know, like I think the footballing world will go, I respect that. You're doing that, do you know, because he's coming for so much fire from the media. You know, and he's started, hasn't he? Every interview's been back and forth. Did you see? I don't know if you saw after the game when they won, the coaching staff looked like a group of men that have just kept their jobs. Do you know, they look so like buzzing. You know, like. And you just, the cynic in me was sitting there because I was in the studio. I did cover the Chelsea game, which was dreadful. We get onto that against Warsaw. But I was Tottenham game there and I saw him. And my cynic in me was like, oh, why are you celebrating? You're only it's only the semi-final. But then you think the personal element of it. A lot of them boys could have been looking for a job next year. And you don't know the situation with their family. They proper celebrate, didn't they?
Yeah, but we've talked about every week, haven't we, about when's he going to get a sack? So it's no surprise, really, is it? We're always talking about him and how long he's got left, really. There ain't no, real... And you get that... It's horrible, isn't it? When you're in that team and you ain't getting results, it's horrible. And I think when they get that win, when they do celebrate, that just goes to show how much they're feeling it, I think.
I mean, I looked... That is a great result. Last time, I think we talked about last time in Frankfurt. It's a proper tough place to play. So it's incredible. You've got to take your hat off to that group of players. I didn't think they had it in them. Interesting stat. Luke just give to us. So put it on him if it's wrong. Tottenham are the only team in European football with 5 players with 20 or more goal involvements, goals or assists. So we threw some names out. We thought, obviously Son would be one. Maddison, Kulusevski, Brennan Johnson. That's incredible. So going forward, they've got it sorted, haven't they? At the back with that high line. And I think they've got good defenders, Bridgie. Romero, Van der Ven, Porro, Udogie they've all missed lots of football. But when they're fit, so maybe Spurs fans be thinking, if we was to win this Europa League, we'll have to give Ange another go, even though we're going to finish 14th or 15th.
We talked about this before, haven't we? Was it Carlton that brought it up, where he's known for having lots of injuries, or is it the way that he does the training? I can't remember if it was you or Joe
since
that brought it
Celtic
up.
and a few like these other teams, apparently, this is what I heard.
Yeah.
We're
okay with starting rumours.
Not like one of my rumours about De Bruyne going to Liverpool.
We'll get into that later. This guy's causing chaos in the media.
When things are up the creek, yeah, he'll always have something to fall back on his injury list.
Yeah.
Apparently, he uses this excuse for quite a lot of things, but it's actually true because he does have a lot of injuries. Whether that's down to who he's bringing in as sports science, whether it's down to his training's being probably too vigorous for the modern day footballer, I don't know, but he's always got that thing to fall back on, and I ain't going to say he's done it on purpose, but that is an excuse that's a valid excuse for him.
But mate, listen, I just remember, right, Harry Redknapp was who I love dearly. He used to, like, whenever the results go around, there's like a few injury. His shout was, "We're down to the bare bones." Right, listen, you'd be there, you'd be playing, mate.
Bare bones.
Like, you pick up the paper on a Monday, you go, "Wow, we're the bare bones."
With a skeleton.
With a skeleton. You'd be like,
well, I'm only playing because there's no one else to play.
Yeah,
I don't mind feeling like that because it makes me feel. I feel special with it. So I'm like the chosen few, still here, strong. You know what I mean? Backbone of the team.
Listen. The group chats were popping off. My pals, as we talked about, all Spurs fans.
Yeah.
And they cannot believe their luck. Bodo Glimt in the semi-finals of a European. Bodo Glimt.
Hold on. Let's talk about this name. I'm not being disrespectful, but that sounds like a rock band or something.
Yeah, mate, it's like a heavy metal rock band.
Yeah. Iron Maiden.
You got to watch Bodo Glimt.
Yeah, Bodo Glimt. Let's go watch Bodo Glimt down at the O2.
Yeah.
Go on. Sorry, Bodo.
Sorry, Bodo. No, listen. They're famously, they're from the Arctic Circle, right?
Where?
The Arctic Circle.
You been there?
Mate, no, I ain't. Have
you been there?
No.
I've seen them famously beat Jose Mourinho's Roma heavily at home a few years back.
In the conference league.
They got this AstroTurf pitch, which is a massive advantage. It's horrible.
Yeah.
No, but the players, so the fans will be going, yeah, Bodo Glimt. They beat Lazio at home and then got beat in Rome. So like the players will be like, AstroTurf, you know. But come on, guys, Bodo Glimt in a semi-final to take yourself to a European final.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
That's brilliant.
How would you fancy going to Bodo Glimt in your prime?
The way Tottenham season's gone, it wouldn't surprise me if they come unstuck, mate.
Yeah, it's very Spursy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Turn up.
It's just totally different, isn't it? I feel like the ball don't zip as much either.
No.
I know it's gonna be nice, flat and even, but it just don't play the same, does it?
It doesn't. I've played in a lot of AstroTurfs in America at the back end of my career, and a very similar situation to what they're facing, Bodo Glimt. I can actually remember playing Edmonton away, which is a team in Canada. Again, right? I think we've talked about it. I mean, we went there and we had to go, it was like an 8-hour flight, and we had about 5 or 6 Mexicans on our team. I think I've talked about it. And we got off the plane, right? These guys are prepping, they know what they're getting in for. And it was like, you know, when Cool Runnings, when the Jamaican bobsled team got off the plane, I had so many layers, Mexican boys, right?
Just getting ready for this.
And the guys going, this is going to be horrible, I'm like, how horrible can it be, a game of football? Yeah. AstroTurf pitch, like -12. Know where all the snow's been shoveled off to the side. And it's the first time in my life I'm preparing for a game, and I thought to myself, I don't want to play. Walking out, looked, and it was like, America had to do 2 national anthems, Canada and America. I'm sitting there -10 freezing. First ball into midfield, it all bobbles about on an AstroTurf. His bounce is different. Crashed into me. I'm like, just like, no.
Go.
So you got the Spurs team will have to get their mind right for the away game, but you expect them to get through to the final. Bridget.
Oh yeah, 100%. You know the worst about that when you're bringing up the cold. You know that springs to my mind.
Go on.
You know when you go out and you get warm and you're in the game. It's coming off, getting all nice in the warm, then you've got to go back out again.
Mate.
That's the worst, mate. That's happened a few times. I'm just like, mate, you go out for second
you're
half,
freezing,
you're like that.
you're
It's horrible, mate.
That's horrible.
But you see this game there.
They should go through, come on.
They should do, but I would advise them to play their younger players.
What, why?
Because they're better on Astro.
You reckon?
Yeah.
That is out there, Colin.
What?
I reckon younger players are better on Astro because they can move better, they're more sharper, I think age plays a factor in this tie.
Yeah.
I'm not just saying that age in general. Of course, age in general does, but I don't think experience has any use on AstroTurf.
It's a different game.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
That is out of the box, Coley. That's Carlton Cole.
Don't you think? Don't you think though?
No, I know where you're coming from, but that's a brave man. Son, we're not playing. We're just getting in someone from the youth team in the biggest game of the season.
I'm not saying that someone younger in the squad
young legs
probably wouldn't play as normal, like normally in the Premier League, but younger legs than your like Son. I think he could play his style of play.
Sorry to jump in, but I agree with you. I think what you got, because having had experience of playing with it, and if he's got anything about him, you cannot play that passing at the back game on the AstroTurf. You've got to go, right, we just need to, I'd play Sarr and Basuma in there with like a Maddison or someone, and just go, right, we're just going to, like what they did at times at Frankfurt, what everyone's been saying, be better in a low block, win the ball and break. You've got so much pace in Son, Brennan Johnson, Solanke. So I think that's the route to go to Spurs. And I personally would love to see a Spurs in the Europa League final in Bilbao against Man United. I think for the country and just the level of anxiety for both clubs going into that game will make it so watchable. Yeah. Don't you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's all or nothing.
Where was the final again, sorry?
Bilbao.
Bilbao, is it?
Yeah. Look at the face on him. Look.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, Bilbao be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice
paella.
Might go along and watch it, you know what I mean, even.
I've already...
but the Champions League finals in Bayern.
In Munich, Yeah. I'm going to the Champions League final to work, which is something that very, very lucky to do. And the Conference League final is in Wrocław in Poland. So I'll be
Poland. You going there?
Hope so, mate. If
Chelsea get there, you'll be going Poland.
Yeah.
What about we'll have a little night out in Poland, wouldn't we?
You're more than welcome.
I'll go if I'm invited.
Yeah.
We'll get you invited.
Where
speak to the bosses.
Where is it? Warsaw?
Wrocław. Yeah, it's good geese. Good,
How do you know?
Mate, I've been there.
Have you been to Wrocław? When did this happen?
When did it happen? Mate, I've been. Don't worry about Wrocław. I've been. It's nice. Mate, nice. I'll tell you what, I went with England when they played against Ukraine. And night before a game, like the team, because it sounds a bit ropey, doesn't it, Wrocław? It ain't like Bilbao or Barcelona. Don't roll off the tongue. But we went, we're going to go to a local restaurant. And I'm thinking, you know, Polish. What is the delicacy? I don't know. Sorry, and I'm like, but we went to a local Polish restaurant, and it was the nuts.
Yeah,
I had a great meal, and we had a few beers afterwards, and it was lovely.
Do you know what? Talking about delicacies, I didn't know what to expect when we went to Prague.
Yeah,
so I didn't know what
Prague,
the Czech,
beautiful city.
Yeah, but I didn't know like what the Czech delicacy was.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and we went to a nice restaurant there, and it was lovely. Yeah, I was thinking, this is. Nice little potatoes.
What is this? Ready, steady, cook. Let's get on to the football. Right. We digress. Right, so Spurs. Listen, we expect Spurs to get there.
Yeah, that's true.
Right, yeah. I mean, fresh off the Europe. Oh, and there we go. Nottingham Forest currently 6 and can climb to a 3rd with a win, with a top 5 finish, securing Champions League football. Where do you stand on Nottingham Forest, Bridgie? Because since we've been really talking them up on the pod, they've fallen off of it a little bit. The performance against Everton and the result was poor, wasn't it?
Yeah, they're falling off a little bit. But like, if you look at the teams around that, like you've obviously got Newcastle, City, Villa, and Chelsea. With that game in hand. And it being Spurs, I just fancy them. I just think Spurs will struggle against Forest.
Do you think Spurs go completely? This is a story. Do you think Spurs go completely now? Premier League is just prepping for these.
I think if you look where they are, I think they're going to be concentrating. They're going to be concentrating on Europe.
Yeah. And
I think when you look at the way Forest play, I think they do well. They counter them. I just fancy Forest to get a spot for Europe, you know. I really fancy them. And when you look at the teams that are around, I think they'll probably be more up for it with Tottenham. You know, they've got concentrating on Europe. I just see them being more up for it.
Fancy Forest in the
game. I do, yeah.
Yeah, it's at the Lane as well.
I fancy them.
Yeah.
Do you think, so they're going to get European football, yeah?
Who's Forest?
Yeah.
I don't know, mate. It's tight.
It's touch and
They've
go. If
dropped
you
down
look at
to
all the
6 with the
teams,
game in hand. They win.
They got the game in hand, and they're on 60 points.
They've got the easiest running. I'll give you that.
Yeah, Chelsea got a tough. I think as much as I'd love Chelsea to do it. I think it's tough for Chelsea to go and do it, especially the way they've been playing.
Yeah,
Chelsea need it.
Forest,
Chelsea need it. We'll get onto that though.
Yeah, we will.
But when I was talking about Forest, we was talking about Champions League before.
Yeah.
I think Conference League will settle them in nicely into European football.
You think they'll be better
off? I think they'll be better off because I just feel Champions League's it's a
big jump from
a huge step from having no Champions League before.
Yeah.
I know Leicester done it and they got to a quarter final, didn't they?
Yeah, but their league form, they went from champions to
and plummeted.
Yeah,
and still plummeting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leicester fans.
lot of plummeting.
I was reading the comments yesterday on Twitter about the owners. But listen, that's another subject. But look, when I look at Forest, I just think gradual progression's better than just going from here to there. It's a lot to take on, especially if you ain't got Champions League quality. Do you know what I mean? I'm not saying quality, but Champions League experience as well. It will attract better players, but are they just gonna up and leave the players that got them there? That's like another scenario. Imagine you get Champions League and you want to be staying in the Champions League and you want to compete. You're gonna have to buy players to be able to do that. And some of those players, they've got a unity, like bond.
Strength.
See that strength?
Unity.
That's where you can't like take out certain quality of player. Just to put a better player in.
Yeah, true.
You know, so unity sometimes goes a lot further for me instead of having the best player on the pitch. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I'll probably say if they're going to nick it, they need to beat Spurs. Otherwise, I think they might
fall off.
Yeah, because that game in hand, there'll be a 3-point gap between them and between Villa and Chelsea. Do you know what I mean? If they don't, I reckon it's going to be a struggle for them.
Yeah,
I think they need those 3 points. That's why I think they'd just be more up for it.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They're going to know they need that.
And by the way, Everton went to the City ground. I know it was a last-minute goal from Doucouré last week, but Everton really took them to the sword, didn't they? They created chances, and so listen, they need a response. But every time this season they've had a little blip. Forest, they have come back, and had a response. I think it'd be a good game tonight. I'm looking forward to that game. Right. Historic 5-4 thriller. Seals Europa League semi-final. What a game.
Mate, I don't know why, especially as I've played for City as well, I do not know why I was really happy for Man United to win.
Yeah.
I've never been happy for Man United to win, and I don't even know why. I really don't know why, mate. I was so buzzing for them, but I don't know why, because I don't really like them.
Because, Bridget, you know what it is to be a footballer, and you know about how much
how much stick they've had. And I think there was one bit that stuck out for me.
And you're a good guy.
I actually messaged him while the game was going, was Rio, when they were talking about a miracle. And I was thinking to myself, not really. You don't really need a miracle, do you? Because it's like, there's 10 minutes. You just got to nick a goal now, and then the game's open, isn't it? And then I think it was a statement. I don't know if it was Robbie Savage or Rio that said it. It was like, what has it come to that Man United have got Harry Maguire up front and Mainu? Oh, man, I was just buzzing. They both went and scored. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Making a statement like that and then they both score.
To be fair, that Maguire goal, I couldn't believe it.
Mate, I was literally...
I didn't even know that he was playing up front at the time. What's he doing there? He's lazy.
Carter had just gone to bed, and I shouted out, "Carter, come down, it's going to go to penalties." And then Maguire just nodded one in, mate. Oh, man, I was so happy for him, Maguire, mate. Like we've said before, he comes under so much stick. I think it's going to be the only... I don't want him to go and win it now, but I was happy for him the other night.
You don't want him to go and win it?
No, I was happy for him the other night.
That's all you're getting from me.
You got my little bit of love there. Be happy with it. What did you make of it?
Oh, that game... It was like a 5-0, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So basically a 5-a-side.
Mate, it's a good game for the neutral to watch,
isn't it? It's not a serious... It wasn't a serious game.
What a serious game.
It wasn't a serious game.
It was a massive game for both them.
It was a great game, don't get me wrong, but it just wasn't a serious... 5-4. Like, come on. Like, that's not normal.
I know.
Where do we do that at?
I know, mate.
That's a five-a-side score.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Sunday League score, mate. The quarterfinal of the Champions League.
Quarter league of the Champions League, and you're talking about the Europa League, and you're talking about 5-4. It's not cagey, is it?
What I would say is, right, Ruben Amorim, right? Right, so he 6 months ago, when he got the job, I think it's about that time, people were talking about him like, this always does my head in when a new manager comes in from abroad who's had a good reputation. Like, hey, what's he going to do? He's going to bring in this, like, there's no secrets under the sun, mate. Like he's going to come and reinvent football, right? And I'm sitting there watching it, like, what's he going to do? Like, you've got all these people turning up, all these, I'm not going to say ex-players.
Experts.
I don't know where they come from. Never kicked the ball in their life. Going, yeah, he's going to be like, oh mate, what he does at wherever he was, he gets the fullbacks rotating in here, and then these ones get on the side receiving it on the back foot, and then final third entry, all of the buzzwords, and I'm sitting there watching my telly, going, you nonsense, you're talking rubbish, right? Yeah. Biggest game of his Manchester United career. My guy put Harry Maguire up front and started going long.
He knows what he's doing, mate. He knows what he's doing.
You need a goal. Bang, the big man. Yeah. When he hit his head, I swear. Listen, I love Harry Maguire, and I've got a soft spot for him. I think he's the most underrated footballer in this country. 100%. One of them is, I think, mate, what he's done for England has been brilliant. So I loved him, and I was watching the game in the. I've just finished the Chelsea game, and I've come in to say my goodbyes in the green room. And this is how you know, I thought, because I sort of wasn't watching a Man United game, and everyone was in there, like all the pundits who watched the other games, because we were all in the same studio, all come in the green room, the bosses were there, and everyone was just transfixed on it. And then when I swear, when I heard Harry's head hit the ball,
he knew it.
It made that sound, even on the screen. I was like, bang, and in the whole green room, not even ex-Man United players was like, wow, buzzing. And only football can do that for you.
That's what it is. Like whoever, it could have been Leon that scored a last-minute goal like that. You'd be buzzing because of the drama, and that's what we like to see. We like to see drama. We don't see that no more. That's the whole point.
We love drama.
We were just talking about football being boring not so long ago.
Yes,
and this is what I'd like to see. Although I've like poo-pooed it off with it's basically a five-a-side score, but I'd prefer that and watch loads of goals going rather than just watching cagey football and a game just winning 1-0. Do you know what I mean? That means nothing's really changed. You just change your style of play, but it's not as exciting as it used to be. Yeah. But this brought us back to the old school, nostalgic.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? Because we want to see loads of goals going.
Yeah, we do. We do.
We'll obviously talk about Harry Maguire because buzzing for him nicking that goal. But I tell you what, Maino's goal.
Yeah.
Mate, he took that so well.
He's scored a couple of goals like that. That when he shifts it and then curls it, that's his forte, isn't it?
Unbelievable tackles.
He loves
great
it.
Finish, great touch, great finish.
He has. And we've been gassing up Man United, and now we're just with all of that, and all the Man United fans will be in their motor going, yeah, buzzing. The boys love us. Yeah. Now, Man United's worst ever Premier League season deepens after Wolves defeat. How can you go from that? I'm watching them thinking that could be the change for them, and they just got dispatched by Wolves at the weekend.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Unbelievable.
I just think, look.
Some free kick as well.
What we say about Man United, they get battered, and like in the media and in the press, whatever, by pundits, and then they'll go and shut us up quickly.
Yeah.
And then they'll just be back to...
It's a consistency of that.
No, they'll just be back to where they was before, and then we're looking at it thinking... we're back to square one with them again. So, look, with Man United, I think this is a settling in period for Amorim. He's trying to find out who the best personnel is still at the end of the season, still trying to find his best team. He's going to have to buy a player. He's going to need a window at least to start looking like what his team wants to be looked like. What for him anyway.
Yeah. Their chances, though, United, to be fair against. We did have a few chances, you know.
Yeah, that's what. So against Wolves.
Yeah.
That's why he dragged off Højlund and put the boy Obi on.
Yeah, young lad.
The young lad.
Yeah.
And that's a statement as well. That's saying that Højlund ain't good enough.
Because you being a striker, Cole, let me read you about this. Højlund came with a massive reputation, didn't he? They failed to score in 9 of Ruben Amorim's 22 league games. Højlund has just 1 goal in his last 28 games, while the team is conceding over once. 1 goal in 28 games, Bridgie, as a striker. Cool, he played like that, didn't he? I remember he looked like he just wasn't pulling the trigger.
He needs
what does he need, Coley?
He needs experience, right? Someone to show him how it's done. Yeah, and because he's still young, he's not the main. He shouldn't be the main character.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? Like he should be learning off someone. And then trying to build into what he's going to be potentially in the future. But right now, everything's on his head. Because he's like the main striker. Marcus ain't there, so no one can blame Marcus anymore. So he's the next in line. It's going to be him. And he's too young for you to be judging him just yet. He needs someone around him just to take the pressure off him. And the someone around him right now to take the pressure off him is even younger than him. So is he? So he's the one that's supposed to lead the march. And it's hard. That's a hard ask, leading Manchester United's attack. Look at the strikers they've had in the past. What are they known for? Strikers, really. They've had Van Nistelrooy, Dwight York, Andy Cole. Like
Rooney, Ronaldo,
Ibrahimovic. Tevez, come on. And then now Højlund is expected to carry that buck at his young tender age. That's not fair. It's not fair. And it's in a time when they're not pulling up any trees. They're not pulling up any trees. And nor is he.
Or planting any tree houses.
There ain't no tree house.
There's no tree house. Right, that's the end of part one. You've been listening to The Dressing Room with Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Al Arabiya English. I'm your host, Micheál Prendergast. I have a very special guest in studio, none other than the great Harry Redknapp. Harry, thanks so much for your time.
Pleasure.
We were just speaking in the studio there about the modern game, I suppose, from the heyday in my mind, say the 90s and the 2000s.
Yeah.
What has changed in the game?
So much has changed. Where do you start? You know, for one thing, I think when you look at them players that you during the 90s, you know, 2000s, fantastic players. You look, you know, you can go back and look at Man United's team. How many of the Man United team would have got in one of Fergie's teams? Maybe Fernandes would have been in the squad. After that, you couldn't probably find a player that would have broke into one of Alex's when he had them great teams at Old Trafford. Chelsea the same. You look at Chelsea, where, you know, we keep saying the game is better now. Look at Chelsea. How many would have got in the Drogba, Lampard, Terry, Essien, Ashley Cole, the best left back in the world? You know, all them great teams, the Zolas and all these players. How many of the present team, you know, would have actually broke into that team? So I think the standards, people keep saying how great it is. The standard for me is nowhere near as good. And the way the game's played now, everybody now is suddenly, every coach thinks they're Pep Guardiola. They all want to play from the back. You've got goalkeepers who want to pass it here. They pass it to the centre half, who gives it to right back. Then they roll the ball into a midfield player who's coming towards his own goal with someone closing him down. It gets nicked and it's in the back of the net. I mean, sure, Pep could do it. He had players at Man City that could play from the back. They were fantastic technical footballers. Everybody is now forcing a system onto players who really can't cope doing that, you know? I had centre-halves play for me back in the day, and I'd say, listen, head it and kick it. That's what you're here to do. That was your game. If that was their game, if I had Rio Ferdinand, I'd say, Rio, come out from the back, play, come out, run the ball into midfield, overload. Brilliant. But you need the players. You've got to give the different messages to different footballers. No good telling centre-halves who are hammer throwers, who love to, you know, tackle and head the ball and suddenly start playing out from the back and, you know, playing around your own penalty box. You're asking for trouble. It's gone crazy.
Of course, and a point on that, to go back to what you just said, that's exactly what Roy Keane said, that Brian Clough, he said to him, son, I just want you to get the ball and pass it and run. Are you able to do that? And he said, yes. Then he said, you will be a brilliant footballer.
Yeah.
Gary Neville, he had a great point recently. He said there's a disease in the game. Obviously, the Manchester Derby, it was kind of a boring 1-1. The two teams, they looked very happy with a draw. Is there a disease in the modern game? Is it too boring?
Well, I do see an awful lot of boring games, you know, where teams really are afraid of getting beat. And that edge has gone. Manchester derbies, hardly a tackle made, you know. Back in the day, it would have been fierce and, you know, you'd have had tackle, you'd have had bookings, you'd have had teams getting stuck into each other. Yeah, and a lot of that as well is to do now with, you know, you touch somebody now, you get a yellow card. You know, tackling has gone out the game, basically, isn't it? You know, So that's a big difference. All that fierce competitiveness that we used to have in certainly any local derby, but any game at the top level. You know, you expect players to come out and put it all on the line and have a real go. But yeah, it's very passive, a lot of the football at the moment.
Of course, and in terms of tackling as well, they say obviously there's a South American or like a Spanish influence in the Premier League. The kind of players are diving. There's not a lot of hard tackles.
Yeah.
I've always thought it would be a great protocol if they brought in a retrospective look at dives. And if you're caught diving, it's a 3-match ban.
It's not, yeah, I can see, yeah, for sure. But they go down there, holding their faces, you know, as though they've been hit in the face. And when you see a replay of it, someone's hit them on the shoulder. There's nothing near it. Or they go down. Every excuse now to go down and lay down and roll about, it seems to be, you know, that seems to be the modern way, unfortunately. Listen, there's still great games, there's still great players. You know, we looked the other night, we looked at Arsenal, what a performance, what a game. You know, that, I don't care if you supported Arsenal or not. If that didn't get you off your seat, the game with Real Madrid, it was, you know, 2 wingers, Saka, Martinelli, ripping the fullbacks to pieces, getting the ball wide, going at them with pace and ability and dribbling skills, getting crosses into the box, great free kicks from Declan Rice. Just a fantastic performance. That was, and the intensity of the game from Arsenal was absolutely brilliant. And that's what you want to see. You want to see them games. You know, someone rang me the other day, said, what would you... You know, talking about, we were talking about the second leg of a game, Aston Villa. I was talking to Gabriel Bonlo. He said, how would you see it now if you were managing Villa, PSG coming to Villa Park? Would you, you know, you don't want to give a goal away early or in the first half hour, you've got to keep it tight. You know? I said, well, no, I wouldn't. That wouldn't be my philosophy. I'd get, from the first whistle, welcome to Villa Park. We're going to get steamed into you tonight. The crowd are going to get up for every challenge. They're going to get behind us. We're going to give them something to cheer, and we're going to create an atmosphere on the pitch and off the pitch that is going to frighten PSG to death. And that would be my message. It wouldn't be, no, let's go out and play our way into the game and keep, you know... But I'm afraid that more and more, I do see more and more games are very, very passive.
Yeah, and I mean, like, in terms of young talent as well, obviously, Declan Rice and Saka, you in your day, you had a great eye for spotting talent. I'll never forget the press conference with Frank Lampard.
Yeah.
I mean, you famously said he will go right to the very top. What was it in him that you spotted at a young age?
Well, what it was, he had this desire to be a footballer. He trained every afternoon, late into the early evening. I'd look out of my window at the training ground at Chapel Heath when I managed West Ham, and Frank would be out there with a bag of balls, half a dozen footballs, on his own, raining, snowing, I don't care what the weather was, could put his spikes on, do his sprints, run round the track, run round the outside of the pitch, do a lapping, just training, practicing, wanting to be a footballer so bad. And when someone's got that attitude, they're going to succeed. And I always felt that was... I couldn't sit here and say to you, yeah, I thought he'd gone and play 107 games for England, or whatever it was he played, and that he'd scored 20 goals every year for midfield for Chelsea. I'd be a liar if I said that. I certainly thought he would be a top player because of the way he was. He wanted to be a player so bad, and nothing was going to stop him. He was very single-minded with his attitude. And what he did with them, having him there at that time, Rio, Joe Cole, Michael Carrick, Jermaine Defoe, Glenn Johnson, they all saw what Frank was doing, how he was training. It rubbed off on them. They all suddenly wanted to do extra after training. They wanted to improve on that certain aspects of their game. And that's what helped to make them fantastic players as well. But Frank was the leader in that, to be fair. And, you know, they all went on to have incredible careers. He made himself into a great player.
Yes, and you just mentioned Joe Cole. Obviously, he's doing a show with us as well.
Yeah.
You first met him when he was 11.
11. First time Joe turned up at West Ham training ground. I'll never forget it. It's as though it's today. You know, it was a rainy, horrible day. We were playing on a muddy pitch at the training ground. We were playing Norwich. Joe's playing. It's his first time he's ever worn a West Ham shirt. And we stood on the touchline, me, 3 or 4 ex-West Ham legends, if you like, who had played Peter Braybrook, Alan Seeley, who got the 2 goals in the Cup Winners' Cup when West Ham won. We're Frank Lampard Senior. We all stood on the touchline. And after 10 minutes, we're gone, who's this kid? What is it? Who is it? What? We couldn't believe what we were watching. He was 2 years out of his age group. He was 11, playing under, you know, against 13-year-olds. He was doing things that would just blow your mind away. It was incredible. And his dad at the time, to be fair, Joe would tell you, George was a great character, his dad. Never played football. George, I never played football, never kicked the ball. But, you know, and every club in England was chasing George. We signed him on schoolboy forms. And then suddenly his dad would come to see me. George would say, Harry, he's going to Man United for a week, or he's going on the coach with Man United to the cup final. And I say, yeah, no problem, George. I mean, we could have reported Man United, or we could have complained or whatever. I knew if we did, George would just say, OK, fine, but OK, if that's your attitude. And I said, George, let him go, have a look. You know, this is where he belongs. We want him here. This is where we want him. And he was fantastic with us, you know. So he'd go off, he'd have a look round, he'd go to Liverpool, he'd go to Arsenal, he'd go wherever he wanted to go. But he always came back and stayed with us. So, you know, it was tread very gently with George, you know, not upset him, not, you know, take a fast, you know, a strong attitude about where he can train and where he can't go and where he can't look round. Yeah, great, go and have a look, but this is where we want him, this is where he belongs. And he came back, and Joe was just a fantastic talent, amazing most skilled. I would say he was the best schoolboy footballer I'd ever seen.
You gave him his debut?
Yeah, of course, yeah. He was, you know, he came in and just set the place alight, you know. I still think he had a great career. I still think that with the right, I think if you had Joe could have been Lionel Messi. He was that good. I honestly believe that. But you had to let him play. He had to play like Messi. Where the ball, go and get the ball, Joe. Play where you want to play. Don't tie him down. Don't stick him out on the left wing and ask him to track back. Don't stick him here and ask him to do a job there. Just wherever the ball is, give it to Joe. Give it to Joe. Get Joe on the ball, because he can do magic. He can win the game. Just go and get the ball, Joe. Wherever we are, go and support the right back in them little pockets, or the right winger or left winger. Get it off them, or in the front man. Get in them little holes where we can play into you. Then go off and do your incredible stuff. And I think if he'd have spent more time playing that way, as great a career as he had, it could have been even better.
And it speaks to the modern game. In order to go back what you said, him at a young age, he was allowed to view other clubs, and there wasn't too much sort of like legal interference. I couldn't see that happening. Now they're so strict on players. I think it's causing a stagnation of creativity. Have a look at centre forwards. You can't buy a centre forwards. Why is that?
No, people keep saying Arsenal have got to get a centre forward. Where? Who? Go and find me one. Where? You can't get Harry Kane. You can't get Haaland. Who else is there? Where are you going to find a centre forward? You know, it's they're not around. But they're not around. You know, look at all the top clubs at the moment. You know, Arsenal looking for one, you know. Chelsea looking for one. Tottenham looking for one. Took the lad on loan from Bayern Munich. You know, he scored a penalty last week. He's done OK. But where are you going to get a top class centre forward? They're not around. Kids don't play centre forward. They don't want to be a centre forward. We spoke off here. You know, they all want to be now. They all want to be number 10s, or they want to play here. They want to get, you know, a false 9 or whatever they want to be. They don't want to be up there. You know, that's why I think the boy at Ipswich he's going to be a very, very wanted commodity. You know, Delap, he's strong, he's aggressive, he's a throwback. He gives centre-halves, you know, they know they've been in a game when they play against him. I think he's a kid with a great future. And he's going to be, I think he'll be the big number 9 going forward after Harry Kane, you know, in the England team. I really do. I think he's got something special about him.
And that's it. So with special players, it has to be cultivated. Obviously, kind of two very special players at Tottenham was Gareth Bale and obviously Luka Modric, who you managed. I suppose it was you had the foresight to bring Modric, who was a left winger, I believe, into midfield as well, to put Bale, who was a left back, at left wing, which had huge impacts on their careers and made them some of the best players in the world. What was it that you, I suppose, seen in them? And is there a lack of creativity, or is there too much, I suppose, it's too static now? If you have a position, you have to play it.
I think people looked at Luka Modric and thought he was a little tiny fella. You know, he's small. Stick him out on the left-hand side, get him in a little pocket on the left, coming in off the line where we can get the ball to him and he can do a little bit. I didn't see that. I saw him as a player who could control the football match. You know, He could play, never gives the ball away. You know, and so that's why I shifted him inside. People said to me, he can't play in there. He won't be strong enough to play there in the Premier League. Well, you know, he certainly was. And look at his career. You know, coming up to 40 or whatever he is now, still playing for Real Madrid. A fantastic footballer again. Great role model, great person, trained hard every day, came in, not a minute's problem. You know, and Gareth was the same. Gareth was just a freak. He had so much ability and pace. He could run, he could dribble, he could shoot, he could head it. He could do everything, you know. He was a monster of a great big fella, 6'3", great big shoulders and power. You know, you could imagine him being a rugby player. I'm not an expert in rugby. I do enjoy watching it, but you imagine him, you know, being the player that they get the ball to, and then off he goes and runs with it and sidesteps people and goes on 90-yard runs. That was how he played out when he played wide left. He was unplayable. He was a fantastic talent.
And so, kind of, speaking about British players, there's also a lack of British managers. There's only 2 in the league, I believe.
Yeah.
Eddie Howe and Graham Potter.
Yeah.
I think the league is going to suffer from this. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, they don't. We've got more and more foreign owners now. The foreign owners are being bought in by super agents who, you know, people who do the deals. They'll get them to buy it. This club's for sale. They'll broker the deal, and then they've got a big-time manager that they know who, yeah, we can get you a top manager from somewhere, from Germany or Holland or wherever it may be. You know, and that's, yeah, and they yeah, okay, great, they go along with it. You know, English managers, they're probably, yeah, there's a load of talent in the lower divisions. Eddie Howe would never have come to the fore if he hadn't got promoted with Bournemouth. You know, he had to get, the only way you'll get a job now in the Premier is to get a team promoted if you're English, British manager. The only way up is to get a promotion from in the Championship and prove that you can do it at that level. If you don't, very, very rare the chances that you're going to actually be offered a job by a foreign owner now. It's completely changed.
And it also hurts the national team. I mean, you know, there's a German manager of the England team.
Sure.
You were meant to be the English manager. What do you feel about that?
Well, the problem was there was no choices. We were struggling. It was only, for me, Eddie Howe was the only choice. Eddie would have been perfect, but, you know, he's got a great job at Newcastle as well. But I'm sure if the England job came up, he wouldn't be able to turn it down. So that's going to, and I'm sure that will happen eventually. So yeah, at this particular time, we needed to look at a foreign manager, and Tuchel was available, and he's got a good track record.
A German spy, as you said.
No, don't go there. Oh my God, it was a joke, you know, that badly backfired, but it was only a joke. So yeah, but no, hopefully he can do well with the England team. He knows a lot of the players. He managed here at Chelsea, so he'll know the players very well. Let's hope he can get us. He's certainly got the talent at his disposal. We've got some fantastic young players in this country at the moment.
Yeah.
It's amazing. We've got a little nucleus of fantastic players, but it's a very small group. Outside that, when you go through the teams, you look at the teams, how many English players in Man United's team? How many in Liverpool's team? You know, there's one or two, there's one. There's very, very few. Some of the top teams have got no English players in them. But the ones that are in the team are special talents, you know. And then you've got the people like Bellingham playing at Real Madrid.
Just about to bring him up.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic talent, you know. And we've got Declan Rice, and we've got Phil Foden. We've got some great talent. Still got the best centre-forward in the world, in my opinion, Harry Kane. So there's certainly a great pool of, you know, nucleus there for him to go on and win a trophy. We should have won a trophy by now. You know, we've had great opportunities, great draws in competitions where we should have gone on and won them. But it's there to be done, and he could be the man to do it.
You've worked with Harry Kane. Would you like to see him return to the Premier League?
Yeah, of course. I still think he's the best centre-forward around. His all-round game is fantastic. And another great professional and great person, you know, not a minute's problem, comes in to train, family man. Yeah, great. And
Arsenal need a striker. Is there any hope?
Oh, my God, he'd be the one for sure, you know. But you know what was great the other day? Seeing Declan Rice get them two fantastic goals. There is a lad there. What a great role model he is. Great lad, fella. Gives his time to everybody. No, not no side to him. He's not flashy. He's down to earth, you know. Come through the system, got released by Chelsea as a schoolboy, went to West Ham, did great at West Ham, and then obviously got that move to Arsenal. But a wonderful person, you know, always got time for everybody, always bright. You can see he looks like he loves what he's doing and realises how lucky he is to be a fantastic footballer playing at that level. So he really is. I love to see him do well. He's a great guy.
Yeah, and in terms of international football, obviously Saudi have won the 2034 World Cup.
Yeah.
Obviously, you've spent a lot of time in the region. You must be very confident that they're going to hold a good tournament there.
Oh, yeah, it'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? It'd be fantastic. It'd be a great place to come and watch your football, safe, you know, great atmosphere. People just come and have a great time, as long as they behave themselves, you know, which everybody should do anyway. So yeah, I think it'll be a great place to go and watch and to hold a World Cup for sure.
A quick word on Spurs. They're currently down at 14th position. Obviously, this is your former club.
Yeah.
What's gone wrong?
I don't know. It's been a disappointing season. Again, they've got a good squad of players. You look at that group there. There's some talent there. You know, the bench last night, you know, against Eintracht Frankfurt was very, very strong. You know, but I don't know. They've had injuries, but you know we can't keep blaming injuries. Obviously, the players haven't really. Some of the key players haven't been at their best this year for whatever reason. You know, I don't know. I'd love to see Ange go on and win that trophy, win a European trophy, and I think if he does that, that will secure his job for sure for next season. If he doesn't, he may come under severe pressure. I hope he doesn't, because I like him. But he could well do. You know, it's going to be. I think he's going to need to probably win a trophy. You know, to secure his job for sure. But we never know. Maybe Daniel will decide. Look, we've gone through too many managers. It's too early to pull the trigger with Ange. Let's give him another season, which I hope they do.
Well, in your day as well, obviously, Alex Ferguson, he himself, I think he had, I think, in many years there where he really struggled, and then he.
Oh, early on, yeah. I played against him at Bournemouth when. You know, they scored in the last minute against us and, you know, we would have knocked them out of the cup and he was under severe pressure then when Bournemouth were we were a struggling third division team, you know.
And if it was in the current climate of today, I think he'd be sacked, obviously, at Manchester United. They're also under severe pressure.
Yeah.
Amorim. What's your thought on the situation?
I like Amorim. I just feel... I don't care who goes into Man United at the moment. The squad is not good enough. They're way short, way short of being anywhere near good enough. They can bring who they want in. No one's got a magic wand. The most important thing to be a great manager is to have great players. And it is all about recruitment. Recruitment is 90% of the law. If you're recruiting good players, you've got a chance. If you've got people bringing you bad players in, and the difficult thing now for managers, you don't choose the players anymore. When I was a manager, I picked my own players. The ones that were no good, down to me. The ones that were great, down to me. Alex Ferguson was the same. He wouldn't. No one could come into that building without his permission. He'd sign every player, and that was how it was. Now you rely on other people's judgment who come in as head of recruitment or whatever. They've all got fancy titles. They used to be called a chief scout.
Yeah.
And they come in there and they pick the players. If their judgment is not good and they're bringing in poor players, you're in trouble.
Well, I think it's a mistake. They're not on, I suppose, the training pitch day in and day out, obviously, like a manager. You spoke of signings there. Obviously, you've had some famous signings on deadline day. Who was your best and who was your worst signings in your mind?
Oh, difficult, really. I'll go all the way back to my days at Bournemouth, making good signings, lads who come in and change my future, really. But people like Rafa van der Vaart was a fantastic signing for me at Tottenham. You know, last-minute deal. Great player, Rafa. Came in and set the place alight, really. He was amazing. You know, funny ones, Peter Odewingie when he was coming to QPR and, you know, we couldn't get the deal done and his chairman was holding... we couldn't agree to a fee. So I spoke to his agent. I said, look, get, you know, we've only got 8 hours left. You better get down here from the Midlands, plot up in London somewhere. So we've got time to get the deal done. You've got to go and meet my chief executive and chairman to discuss terms. So get yourself down here, because at the time we agreed, the fee, it might be 8, 9 o'clock at night. It's going to be too late, then we've not even spoke terms yet, you know. So with that, they obviously jumped in the car. Instead of plotting up at a hotel a mile or so away from the ground, they go straight to Loftus Road. As they pulled up, the Sky cameras are there waiting and seeing him getting out. So, Peter, the wing is arriving to sign for QPR, but his chairman's watching it back in West Brom and decided, you know, said no, that was the end of the deal. Straight away, send him back, no deal. And that was, poor Peter was in a difficult position, so it was a shame for him.
Peter Crouch has said you're the best manager he's ever played under. What did you make of Peter?
I love Crouchy. I mean, when I first signed him at Portsmouth, you know, I went to my chairman, Milan Mandrick. I said, we want to sign a centre forward from QPR. Sorry, he's £1 million, Peter Crouch. He said, "Are you crazy?" He said, "You think I'd pay £1 million for a basketball player? He's the worst player I've ever seen." He said to me. I said, "No, he's a good player. He'll be a good player." He's only 19. And he went, in the end, we argued and argued. He said, "It's on your head. If it's no good, you take the blame." I said, "Yeah, no problem." And he came in and we had him only one season, sold him for £5 million to Aston Villa. And Milan said after, he said, "Harry, I always said he was a good player."
You had him at 3 clubs?
Yeah. Crouchy, Defoe. You know what you do as a manager? Like you work with people so you know them. You know, if I took Crouchy from one club to another and he was no good, then you're an idiot, because you work with him, you see him every day, you know what sort of boy he is, you know how he trains, you know how he lives, you know what he is. So you're not taking chances. When you take people, you know, people say to me, Nico Cranchar. Nico was a great lad, great footballer, technical footballer. And I sort of took him around, you know, to most clubs because he could do stuff and win games for you and, you know, had produce some magic. So, yeah, and Jermaine Defoe was the same. I kept coming back and signing Jermaine. But, you know, they were no-brainers. You knew what you were getting.
Incredible player.
Great player, great. Again, another lad, practice, work on the training ground, live right, looked after himself. Great person.
You're in Dubai. You're going to have, I believe, a live podcast tomorrow night.
Yeah.
About your career and life.
Yeah, it'd be fun. So, yeah, we'll have a laugh and tell a few stories.
Oh, I'm sure, as well. You're also managing the North versus South League, I believe.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to that?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, it'd be good fun, yeah, and hopefully we get some good players for the South. So, yeah, it'll be an interesting game. I'm also managing a very interesting game. I'm managing the worst team in Great Britain. I did it last year. Last year, a team from Swansea won it, called Cum Albion. They used to get beat sort of 16, 18-0 every week. And this year, Specsavers sponsor it. It's a team from down, it's called Tunley Athletic, from down in Somerset. We haven't had a win yet. I've been down, you know, I'm back down again next Saturday on the touchline, hoping that we can get a win before the season ends. So,
do you miss it?
Great
do you miss managing?
Yeah, when it's good, it's great. You know, when you're going well and you're winning, and the buzz of it is fantastic. You know, the lows are not great. You know, when you're getting beat, it's a very lonely job. It's, you know, very, very. Yeah, you're on your own, basically. You know, it's not like being a player. When you're a player, you're in the dressing room with all the lads and you're all mates and you're all having a laugh. And, you know, even when you get beat, you go home Saturday night, you're choked, obviously. Sunday, you recover. You know, you're home. Monday, you come in. The manager's got it here all day, every day. You know, when things ain't going well, you feel responsible for whatever's gone wrong. And so it can be a very lonely job. But, you know, it's a great job as well. When it's going well, it's fantastic.
And in terms of social media now, I think there's an extra pressure on managers, obviously, in your day.
Yeah.
There was none of that. You had the back pages. But I suppose, like the abuse, and I suppose managers are targeted in that way.
Oh, completely different now, yeah. I mean, it's social media. But, you know, I learned a lesson many years ago, Mike. You know, I remember Alex Ferguson, he said he doesn't read newspapers. If you don't want to see what people are saying about you, don't just read them when you've done well and look for the good things, you know, because when it ain't going well, you're going to get slaughtered. So just don't look at them. And that was what I did. I never bought a newspaper. You know, wouldn't listen to radio, wouldn't look at... We didn't have social media anyway, really, in them days, so we never got involved in that either, you know.
Yeah. I'll just finish on VAR. To be honest, I think it's had a very controversial impact. I'm not the biggest fan of it. Obviously, I think there could be room for improvement for the technology. But would you have liked to have had VAR in your day?
Do you know, sometimes you watch games and you see decisions made. I watched a game the other night, Leeds scored a couple of goals that were good goals, disallowed, offside, nowhere near offside. And you think, my God, they could have done with VAR, you know? Then you see some of the decisions that very difficult for the referees to keep up with the game and the speed of the game and the you know the linesmen. We don't call them linesmen now, do we? Sorry, what we call them now?
Fourth officials.
Fourth officials, yeah, whatever. But yeah, it's getting more and more difficult. So there's good and bad. I can see but you know it takes away that instantaneous joy of scoring a goal when you score. And that is what you go for. You know, you want to see a goal. You want to celebrate. Now, you know, suddenly, you know, VAR, 3-4 minutes sitting there waiting. It's a killer. If I had the choice, you know, there's good and there's for and there's against. I think I'd still be against if I had the choice. I still think the instantaneous joy of scoring is what people got a football for, you know. And football fans, you take the rough with the smooth in the end. You know, it's not an exact science. It probably never was meant to be. So, I think that I would be with it. I would do without it if I could. But I don't think it's going to happen now. It's here to stay.
Agreed. Unfortunately, we'll have to end it there. We're just out of time. But an absolute pleasure to have you in studio, Harry.
Nice talking to you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Osaka. There's just so much to learn, see, and do. Osaka has a population of about 2.5 million. Often, Osaka is considered the anti-capital of Japan, where Tokyo is its capital. It is the central metropolis of the Kansai region, and the largest of the Osaka, Kobe, Kyoto trio. However way you regard the city, there are many opportunities for you to discover it. Enter the city and you'll immediately get a feel of its commercial-centric vibe. To be able to tour around it better, know how the city is divided into 24 wards. There's Kita, the newer center of the city. Umeda is where the main terminal is located. You'll find the huge department stores and boutiques there, as well as theaters for entertainment. Just look for the shops clustered around the JR Osaka Station and Umeda Station. Namba is the main railway station, also surrounded with department stores and endless places for shopping. Meanwhile, Minami is the traditional commercial and cultural center of Osaka. It is further broken down into 2 wards, Chuo and Naniwa. Shinsaibashi and Hori are the fashion wards, while Dotonbori is the best place for eating and dining. Semba is where you will find the business districts of Yodoyabashi, Duojima, and Homachi, as well as the financial district of Kitahama. Tennoji is the area around the main subway stations and rail lines. The ward was named after the historical Shitennoji Temple. You'll also find the zoo and the park here, as well as the Tutenkaku Tower. Then there's the Shinsekai, known as the amusement area in the old days. Of course, there's the Osaka Castle, one of the most visited tourist attractions in Japan. Kyobashi nearby is where you will find the Osaka Business Park. The north includes the Shin Osaka and Juso wards, while the east houses Osaka's suburbs. The southern suburbs of Osaka, containing various districts, which has the Sumiyoshi Taisha Grand Shrine. And finally, the Bay Area is where you'll see the gigantic facilities.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.